Long ago, one man set out on a journey that would be so unique that it could capture the hearts of literally tens of people. That man had a genius idea to capitalize on the hype surrounding the release of old school RuneScape's first new skill, sailing, and to make a YouTube channel about it. But to truly capitalize on what would most likely become a massively oversaturated market, that man would have to combine sailing with something else. Something that literally nobody else had ever done and definitely wasn't already an oversaturated market. Playing the most polarized self-restricted game mode in all of gaming, Xtreme One Chunk. That man is me. Hello, my name is RuneScape, and this is the story of SailingChunk, the Landlubber era. Welcome, me hearties, to the Landlubber era. For this video, I've completely re-edited the best milestones, moments, and memories from the first 10 episodes of the SailingChunk series and put them all into one highlight reel. As many of you know, Sailing released on November 19th, 2025, but this account had actually been in the works since January of 2024. So these episodes cover everything leading up to that release, hence the Landlubber era. The next video picks up with me unlocking sailing for the first time, but before we set sail, I wanted to get everyone caught up with the journey so far. So if you're new, enjoy this condensed look at nearly 2 years of progress. And if you're a returning viewer, I've done a ton of re-editing, so I think you'll find this version even more enjoyable to watch. Let's make sure we're all squared away on the rules of the account. I'm an Xtreme One Chunk Ironman, meaning I focus on one 64 by 64 tile area of the map known as a chunk, completing all tasks within that chunk before randomly rolling a new one. These tasks include completing the highest level skilling challenges, including obtaining skill capes, obtaining all collection log slots, including boss pets and drops, completing all achievement diary tasks, regardless of their difficulty, and obtaining all best in slot items regardless of why they're best in slot. While I do try to stick to this rule set, I'm no Limpwort, Verf, or Agile Tom, so I consider myself more of an Xtreme One Chunk Ironman, adjusting the rule set to what best fits my playstyle, allowing me to experience the fun I intended to have playing this game mode and sharing it with you all. So before I even started the account, I made some exceptions to the rules. First, I won't be utilizing secondary training methods unless the required items drop at a rate of 1 in 16 or better. If you don't know what a secondary training method is, it'll make a lot more sense when you see it in action later in the video. Next, I'm making farming passive. Since Draenor Village and the farming skill cape is right next door, I didn't want to end up raking weeds to 99. Finally, I will not be including any meme drops or grinds. The nearby uncut onyx from a bag full of gems, the nearby inferno without access to high level gear, and a few extra skilling exceptions which you'll be seeing shortly, all fit into this category. I define the memes myself because it's my account, and you can feel free to disagree. Besides that, one of the obvious things that sets this account apart from the others, or at least what used to, is that I have always allowed myself to roll adjacent water chunks in addition to the normal adjacent land chunks. This was intended to help me unlock a bunch of water chunks before sailing came out, but you'll see how that ended up. Now that we've covered the rules, it's time to go back to where it all began. Every good novelty account needs a little novelty lore after all. Before SailingChunk ever completed his first task, he had to meet the man responsible for sending him on this ridiculous adventure, Ahab. So, let's rewind to the very beginning and see how their acquaintanceship first began. Then we'll jump straight into episode 1 and the start of the journey.
Yes, finally! We have arrived in wonderful Port Sarim, the center of the naval world. Now, where do I start exactly? Wait a second. Oh my gosh, it can't be! Excuse me, sir. Are you Redbeard Frank?
Aye, that'd be my name, lad. What can I do for ye?
Well, I've got this itch for adventure, you see. Heard rumors about some newfangled sailing thing and thought, why not set sail and explore the open seas?
Oh, bless your heart, lad. But you see, these ships here ain't exactly for sailing the open seas.
They're not, but they look seaworthy to me.
Aye, they do, don't they? But here's the thing, me hearty. These ships, they ain't what they seem. They're more like magical portals, whisking ye away to distant lands without so much as a sea breeze in your hair.
Magical portals? But I just wanted to feel the salty spray on my face and the wind in my sails.
I understand you're yearning for adventure, but you won't find it on these ships. It's a bit like you're whisking away to another part of the world without the thrill of the journey. That's disappointing. I was really looking forward to hoisting the mainsail and yelling, "Land ho!" You know, lad, I've heard whispers in the air about this sailing skill you mentioned. But here's the kicker. It ain't coming for another year.
Another year? Why, that's longer than it takes to grind my way to level 99 in woodcutting.
Aye, it be a long wait, but fear not. There be plenty of plundering and adventuring to be had in the meantime. Why not try your hand at questing or battling fearsome monsters?
You know what, Redbeard Frank? You're right. Who needs sailing when there's still so much to explore right here in Gilno?
That's the spirit, lad. Keep your spirits high, and before you know it, you'll be hoisting the Jolly Roger and setting sail on grand adventures.
Thanks for the pep talk, Redbeard. I'll be sure to make the most out of my time until sailing comes around.
Fair winds and following seas to ye, lad. May your quests be filled with gold and glory. Here, grab a pint on me.
Wow, thanks, Redbeard. Fair winds to you as well.
Oi, you there. Come over here, lad.
Hi there. Do I know you?
Nah, but I overheard you chatting with Redbeard Frank earlier. Seems like you've got a hankering for adventure, eh?
Yeah, that's right. I'm eager to become the best sailor I can be when the sailing skill finally arrives.
Aye. Well, if you truly want to be the best, you gotta do more than just wait around for it. You gotta make a name for yourself in every corner of Gildenor.
Make a name for myself? How do I do that?
You gotta immerse yourself in every aspect of life here. Become a master chef in Varrock, a wanted criminal in Burthorpe. Take on the strongest monsters in the wilderness, and pray to the gods that they drop the finest equipment for ye. Do everything you can in one area before moving on to the next.
That sounds like quite the challenge. Have you done it yourself?
Aye, I tried once, but the grind to become a true mining expert in Falador proved as treacherous as a stormy sea. Now, I'm marooned here, staring at the same tankard of beer since 2005.
Well, I accept your challenge. It won't be easy, but I'll do everything in my power to become the greatest adventurer Gildenor has ever seen.
That's the spirit, lad. Just remember, every journey begins with a single step. Take each challenge as it comes, and you'll find yourself growing stronger with every passing day. But alas, I'll forever bear the weight of me own shortcomings as a reminder of the price of me hubris.
Well, okay. Anyways, it was nice meeting you. I'm off to begin my adventure.
So let's go over some of the chunk tasks that we're looking at here in Port Sarim. Luckily there's not too many, but we do have a bit of a grind ahead of us. So first off, we need to obtain and wield an adamant battle axe, which will require 30 attack. Next, we need to cook a pita bread. This is probably going to be the hardest thing that we need to do. Getting the money to be able to acquire items to cook is going to take a long time because our only real source of money is thieving from men, which, speaking of, we need to pickpocket from a man. That only requires 1 thieving, so that's not too bad. Next, we need to cast Wind Strike, which requires 1 magic, also not bad. And we need to rake some weeds, which requires 1 farming. Next, we have the Bronze Medium Helmet, which is going to be our best in slot helmet. We have the Bronze Square Shield, which is going to be our best in slot shield. We have a Bronze Spear, which is a best in slot stab weapon. We have the Wizard Hat, which is our best in slot mage hat. And then we have the Iron Dagger, which is our best in slot magic attack weapon. And then lastly, our sort of miscellaneous task is that we have to start Pirate's Treasure. We only can do step 1, so that's not going to take very long anyway. I'm not really sure where I'm going to put it, so about right there. There we go. Perfect. Just squeeze that in. Let's go ahead and complete 1 or more of these tasks so we can have a little bit better looking of a graphic. First things first, I don't want to unnecessarily train melee without a weapon, which I can buy directly from this shop. So I'm going to go ahead and just start pickpocketing. We'll get a few levels from this, get some coins, and see where we can go. Alright, first successful pickpocket, first try. That is a very good sign for the rest of the account. Alright, there's the first level on the account, level 2 thieving. I'm not going to show every single level, but this is the first, so why not? I'm going to go ahead and buy this blue wizard hat, equip that, and that is another chunk task. I'm also going to go ahead and start Pirate's Treasure here, talk to Redbeard Frank, start the Pirate's Treasure quest, and perfect. Well, that's it. That completes everything that we could possibly do on this quest. So, you know what, let's just get rid of this task altogether from the list. It's really not even a real task. Alright, I'm sitting here letting my health regen a little bit while doing some more thieving. A little bit of research into the whole food grind business, and the food store in Port Sarim sells some raw stuff. So we got our raw beef, raw chicken, one of each in stock for 1 GP. There's also pots of flour, so that's how we're going to get our flour for our pita bread. There's also red berries, so we can make some red berry pies and whatnot. Bread's not really useful, chocolate bar's not really useful, cheese, tomato, maybe together with some pot of flour we can actually make pizzas, so that might be our best food, along with the raw beef, which we can make meat pizzas. There's also potatoes, but everything that you can make with potatoes at a low level results in low XP. Now over here in Garrett's Fishy Business, they do sell raw sardines, 200 of which at a time, which would help with the world hopping. But the only problem is that they are 10 GP each, which is very expensive and not very friendly for the budget, unfortunately. Alright, we have 181 GP, and with this single pickpocket, this coin pouch will give us 184 GP, which is 2 more than we need to obtain our first weapon. So I'm going to come over here to the Battle Axe shop, trade Brian, and we're going to go ahead and buy the Iron Battle Axe for 182 GP. It's time for a segment that many of you are probably very familiar with. Welcome to Fun Port Sarim Facts. To start, Wyden's Food Store was the first source of bananas, which were both released on April 6th of 2001. This release superseded both the release of the Bones to Bananas spell on May 26th of the same year, and Karamja, which was released a couple weeks later on June 11th. I know, bananas, right? Did you know that the starting point for the Goblin Diplomacy quest used to be in Port Sarim? For over 5 years since its release in 2001, players originally started the quest by speaking to the bartender at the Rusty Anchor Inn. Apparently, this was intended to emulate other RPGs where players would start quests in the most random ways by overhearing a rumor spoken by our bartender or by another NPC. Seems like we've deviated from this pattern though, but I don't know. Let me know down in the comments if there's any existing quests that still follow this methodology. Speaking of the Rusty Anchor Inn, Ahab's Beer, which has been sitting at this same table at the inn since 2005, received an update 10 years later that decreased its value from 2 GP to 1 GP. That goes to show that not all alcohol gets better with age. Ahab's Beer is also the inspiration for this channel's avatar. We just made our way down to the southern end of the docks, where we're going to attempt to start our first bit of combat. Alright, just need one more hit. There we go. Alright, first seagull defeated. See you later, bud. Oh, we're also going to get some bones, and that is going to be the first bit of prayer XP on the account. Look at that. Let's go. And there's our first level in a combat skill, 2 attack. Plenty more where that came from. Can anybody explain to me why this dude is splashing water wave with a smoke battle staff? Let me know down in the comments. Welcome to Oosaurus YouTuber misses the level. I am now 5 attack. I need to go ahead and buy my steel battle axe, so we need to shoot for about 550 GP. Since we can sell the iron battle axe for about 100 GP, that'll give us enough to buy the steel one. Went ahead and pickpocketed a bunch, got myself up to 694 GP, so I can go ahead and buy the steel battle axe from Battle Axe Shop. Alright, so the iron battle axe for 100 GP, buy the steel battle axe for 650, and there's my next best weapon. And just like that, there's 5 strength. Gonna go ahead and move back to attack now. Well, I just got my first body runes from killing a goblin. Interesting. Let's see what else we get. Hey, bronze spear acquired. That is a chunk task. Let's go. Alright everybody, good news and bad news. I just got level 10 attack, so we can go ahead and upgrade to the black axe whenever we get the money. But in the process of doing so, I did hit one of these goblins that did just this, and walked into this chunk, and I unlocked the music track, so account ruined. Rest in peace. Alright, a little bit more pickpocketing, and the money has been acquired in order to afford the black battle axe. So let's sell the steel one, buy the black one, and there we go, next upgrade. So I was killing some men and women, and I just got the iron dagger, so that is another chunk task. We also just got 5 prayer, so that's cool. And then following that up, we can get our first level 20 on the account.
20 thieving. Very nice. Just have to continue killing the men and women until I get the bronze medium helmet, and then that will be all from them. And 2 men later, we have the bronze medium helmet. That is another chunk task completed. I just came over here to Betty's shop, and this highwayman came up and attacked me, which is good because I actually want a cape. 100% chance of a cape. Let's go. No cape. Okay, I was correct. It is 100%, but the highwayman that I killed, the one with the hood, does not drop the cape, but the other one without a hood does. I'm going to see if I can lure him into here using Wind Strike, which is actually a chunk task. Oh, there we go. Make sure we don't cross into the other. Okay, he just runs away. You don't want to be a RuneScape character without a cape. He looks so weird. Alright, another attempt here. Got him. Okay, he's just running away again. Alright, one more try. And, oh, yeah, that's right. You better run. Yeah, so right here, he's aggressive to me, but he won't walk any closer. And there's the bronze square shield. Very nice. Oh, and we actually got a mysterious old man event. You also might notice in the chat box, I just got 10 strength. What a clip. Need to finish this goblin real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and accept that random event. Oh my gosh, another bronze square shield. Should I play the clip again? I'll play it again. Alright, this should be the last one. Yep, that's it. Alright, glass box emote unlocked. One step closer to getting some XP lamps. And that bronze square shield is actually the last item that we needed to get, except for the adamant battle axe. So let's take a look at how the task list is looking now. Obviously, we still have the adamant battle axe that we need to purchase and then wield, so that is going to require 30 attack. And then we have to cook a pita bread, which still is going to require 58 cooking. Have not made that much progress into cooking just yet, but that progress is going to come once we stop trading melee stats. And finally, we just have to rake some weeds. Very, very challenging task there waiting for us in the end, but I'm sure we'll be able to get it done. Let's go ahead and finish up the melee training portion of this chunk, so we can go ahead and buy that battle axe and equip it, get that done, and then we'll move on to the cooking. Just got our first chef's hat from a goblin. Throw that on. Oh my gosh. So clean. Look at that. We're going to continue killing these goblins until we get up to 30 attack, and let's just hope we get lucky. We have a beginner clue. Let's see what it is. Oh, Bob's axis. Yep, cannot do that. Continuing on the melee training, just working my way up to 15 strength. Almost there. And I end up getting a clue scroll, which is in fact completable for me. The one and only beginner clue step that I can do. So let's run over here and hope this is a 1-step. Alright, Brian, please give me a 1-step here. No 1-step, which means this one's not going to be completable because they don't repeat. And yeah, that's Wizard's Tower. So, well, my curiosity got the best of me, as you can see here in this chat log. I went over to Veos to just sort of investigate what was going on there. I thought that you had to complete X marks the spot in order to actually travel to Zaya, but turns out that you don't. And this dialogue kind of caught me off guard because it asks you, hey, have you heard about Zaya? And you're like, no, what's that? And he's like, well, hang on, it's going to be a long voyage. And then he kind of immediately takes you there. I did wind up in Zaya. I was on the Port Piscarius docks. Unfortunately, unlocked that music track and traveled there. Came right back. But the good news is that that means that Port Piscarius is actually rollable. So I'm going to go ahead and check that on my map. Just got the brass necklace. Let's go. Looking pretty good, minus the bronze medal there. But hey, look at that, looking like a real pirate. Just got my first collection log slot, the old frog token. I had to kiss a frog princess to do it, but I got it. And that is 1 out of 1,488 at the moment. Long, long way to go. Well, I'm sitting here watching other Xtreme One Chunk Ironman YouTube videos, and of course, I go way past the attack level. So, Black Battle Axe, your time has come. Alright, let's sell the black one and buy the mithril. New upgrade, let's go. And there's 20 strength. Now it's time to get 30 attack. I actually diverged from the plan a little bit. I just got level 23 strength, and that's because it gives us a max hit of 5 against the 5 HP goblins. So with any luck, we'll be one-shotting them for a little bit. And we just got our first Flippa event, so obviously we're going to do that. Get some gems. And 5 rubies. Not too bad. A singular goblin kill to go. Let's get this guy killed. There we go. That is 30 attack. Very nice. We can finally go and buy the Adamant Battle Axe. Alright, scratch that. Pro gamer move incoming here. I'm going to go ahead and sell the Mithril Battle Axe, but I'm not going to buy the Adamant just yet, and let me tell you why. I don't have a bank. All I have is this deposit box right here, and I need to do a lot of running from that food store over there to that cooking range. So in order to save weight, save run energy, I'm going to go ahead and just deposit everything into the bank, not have a heavy battle axe on me, and go ahead and start my cooking grind. If I do end up rolling a combat chunk without access to a bank, the bronze medium helmet and the bronze square shield, whatever small defenses they provide, they're pretty easy to get back from the goblins, so I'm not too concerned about that. But I do want to not have to get the Adamant Battle Axe back again. So, just going to save that for the end. Alright, I'm going to continue pickpocketing these men and women because I need to get a lot of money to facilitate the level 58 cooking grind. Level 58 cooking requires 224,466 XP. I currently only have 6,940, so that leaves a deficit of 217,526. We're going to be getting our level up for a while using raw beef and raw chicken. When cooked successfully, they both grant 30 XP. In order to get over 217,000 XP, we're going to have to cook a combined 7,251 raw beef or raw chicken successfully. At 1 GP each, that means that our money goal starts at 7,251 GP, but of course we're going to burn some along the way, so we need to obviously have a little bit more. And we still need to have the 4,160 GP for the Adamant Battle Axe. So with our current training method, not accounting for any burns, we needed 11,411 GP to finish this chunk. And there's the first full inventory of food cooked without burning one. And of course I missed it, but there's 40 thieving. After stealing from over 4,600 men, I have about 14k GP to show for it. So I just did a little test to see how long it would take to complete one trip of cooking. Looks like 3 minutes and 48 seconds. So starting in Wyden's store, buying the raw meat, hopping worlds until I get a full inventory, then running to the range with full run energy, cooking all the meat, then running back with full run energy took 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Which you can easily round up to 4 minutes with my lack of any agility levels. So let's do some quick math and see how long this will take. Alrighty, the results are in. As mentioned, level 58 requires 224,466 XP. This method costs 0.03 GP per XP, since the raw meat costs 1 GP and gives 30 XP each. It takes 4 minutes for a trip of 27. I need to cook a total of 7,017 meat for level 58, so 7,017 divided by 27 is about 260 trips at 4 minutes each, so that would take a rough estimate of about 17 1/3 hours. At level 35, I do unlock plain pizzas, which are significantly more expensive at a rate of 0.13 GP per XP. At level 45, I unlocked meat pizzas, which would be a good way for me to be able to use the plain pizzas by just adding meat to them. And that actually comes out to a little bit less. It's 0.1 GP per XP. So luckily all of these methods are pretty low GP per XP. I need to do some testing to see which of these methods is going to be the best for us once we get to those levels. Once I get to 35, I might try out some plain pizzas, even though they're the most expensive. I'll also have to balance the time that it takes to get more GP to fund the rest of this as a part of the overall calculation, but we need to definitely do some testing first. Alright, time has come to begin the testing. We just got 35 cooking. I'm going to head on over to the farmer over here at the Spirit Tree Patch and buy a couple buckets of compost, because I'm pretty sure this is the most reliable, easy way for me to get buckets. I have to go through this dialogue every time, which is not fun, but I'm going to buy 13 of them and then empty them. That way I have empty buckets. Then I'm going to run over to my one and only water source within the chunk and fill up the buckets before running back to Wyden's and starting the timer to see how long it's going to take to do one of these trips. Alright, I have my 13 buckets of water. I have my timer on the right reset to 0, and I have everything set up in the shop to try to do this as quick as possible. So let's see how long this takes. Time. Alright, 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Time to do some quick math. Alright, let's take another look at our little graphic here. First things first, we are now down to 199,834 XP till we get to level 58. That XP total brings our chicken and meat method down to 16.5 hours, and we obviously already have level 35 cooking, so let's take that off for less clutter. Alright, for the quick math on plain pizzas, we cook 13 at a time in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I went ahead and rounded that up just a little bit because I could definitely be a little bit more efficient with my pizza making. I was kind of struggling the first time around. But anyway, 13 cooked in 4.5 minutes. We need to cook a total of 1,398 in order to get to level 58. 1,398 divided by 13 is 108 trips. 108 trips times 4 minutes and 30 seconds is about 8.1 hours, which, if you notice, is less than half of what it would take in order to do the chicken and meat method solo. So we don't even need to take into account the extra amount of time it's going to take to get the money to fund this bit of a grind, because it's definitely not going to amount to 8 hours, but I definitely do need to figure out how much extra money I'll need to get.
Alright, I did a bit of my quick math, and it looks like for the required ingredients, making plain pizzas all the way up to level 58, we're going to need about 25,164 GP. That should be a good starting estimate to work towards, since we'll be burning some, which will obviously cost me more money, but we'll also be getting more XP for our GP when we get to level 45 by putting the meat onto the plain pizzas. So hopefully it balances out a bit, and we'll only need to get the cash stack to a little bit over 25k GP.
On that note, cue the pizza making montage.
And through the magic of editing, we have now achieved level 45 cooking. Didn't take too long, and now we can continue making pizzas, only we get to add meat to them, which you can't do until 10 levels later for some reason. Even after the pizza has already been made, and you have cooked meat, and you just cut up the meat, and you don't even cut it up. It doesn't even take a knife, you just use the meat. Sometimes this game doesn't make sense. Regardless, we have another training method to test out. Let's see if this is going to be any faster. Okay, back to the meat math graphic. First off, we're down to needing 158,636 XP to get to level 58, and with that, the chicken and meat method is down to about 13 hours, and the plain pizza method is down to about 6.4 hours. And let's get rid of that 45 on the meat pizzas as well. Alright, so let's talk about meat pizzas. I've done a few trips now and started to discover a few things. While still keeping my buckets, I can fit 9 pizzas and 9 beef in my inventory. I only have to hop 3 worlds in order to get 9 pizzas prepared, but I have to hop up to 9 worlds to get 9 beef. My success rate for cooking pizzas is only around 70% at the moment, so if I burn a lot of the pizzas on one trip, I have a lot of leftover beef for the next trip, which saves me time by not having to hop worlds. This means the trip times vary significantly based on the burn rate of the previous trip. I measured a best case and worst case scenario, and it looks like it falls in between 3 minutes 30 seconds and 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So I'm going to average that out to about 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Now for the math. We cook 9 meat pizzas at a time, taking us on average 4 minutes and 5 seconds. We need to cook a total of 798 to get to level 58. 798 divided by 9 is 89 trips. 89 trips times 4 minutes and 5 seconds is around 6 hours of work. As you can see, the 2 pizza methods are pretty close, and I probably could have saved over half an hour if I didn't do all this math. But hey, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of grinds in the future where I'm going to have to do this bit of method optimization to understand the best approach, so I better go ahead and get used to it now. While cooking, I got my first Evil Bob random event, so let's see how much fishing XP we're going to get. 650, nice, straight to level 7. This is the next day, but I got another Evil Bob random. I think that was back to back actually. Now straight to level 10. Let's go. Alrighty, well I have everything in my inventory that I need to wrap up the cooking grind for this chunk. But while I make my way over here, I just need to go ahead and pickpocket this last little bit of coins to finish off this chunk. I need 4,160 for the adamant battle axe, and I also have to buy a rake for the farming patch. So just a minute or so here and we can finish this up. While I do this, I just wanted to sort of reflect on this first chunk and what it meant to me. For my first experience as a one chunk man, this starting chunk actually had a tiny grind to it. And you know, I've only been at this for a couple of days. There's definitely one chunk accounts out there who've been at different grinds for much, much longer. So I'm counting my blessings here. But yeah, the 58 cooking grind, doing this pizza method sort of introduced me to what it actually takes to get one of these weird one chunk grinds done. Breaking it up little by little and understanding the math behind it and all that sort of stuff really sort of opened my eyes to what it means to have one of these accounts. And you know, I'm not too far and haven't done anything super crazy yet, but I will say if you or anyone else you know is ever interested in starting one of these one chunk accounts, the community is really nice, really helpful. The tools that are added within the RuneScape client and the Chunk Picker V2 that Source Chunk made, there's a lot of really good support and everything like that, so it really makes this account build very doable and pretty fun. Alright, I have all the GP that I need, so let's go ahead and get cooking. First, let's cook this meat. Nice, all done there. Let's do the chicken next. Okay. And then let's make these pizzas. And one more. There it is, level 58 cooking. That's the level that we need. Let's go ahead and add the meat to the pizzas, just because we can. And now finally, the moment that we've been building up for this entire chunk, cooking the pita bread. Here we go, task complete. Amazing, and we cooked all three of them, what a good sign. Now we just need to head over here to Brian's Battle Axe shop, buy the adamant battle axe, equip that. That is another chunk task complete. Now we just have one more. Alright, here we go. I have my money. I'm gonna talk to Frizzy. Can you sell me something? A rake. Yes, that sounds like a fair price. Alright, here's the rake. And then now we rake the spear tree patch. And that is the last chunk task complete on the first chunk for the brand new Xtreme One Chunk Ironman. That means chunk officially complete. Alright, let's go ahead and take a look at the chunk map and see what sort of tasks lie ahead. Okay, here's our slightly misnumbered chunk map. Let's start here with number 1. I can't actually walk into this chunk since this wall is here, but this is where my chunk unlocking strategy slightly differs from others. If sailing was out right now, I could move my boat into this chunk, so I'm deeming it quote-unquote sailable, so that means that it's unlockable. For chunk number 3, that unlocks charter ships, which gives us a cooking grind. I did see that they actually sell bowls, so I'll be able to make stews, and hopefully that would be easier / faster than pizzas, getting us to the level to make pineapple pizzas. Chunk number 5 gives us the Musa Point docks only, which starts opening us up to Karumja. So there's a charter ship here as well, so this would also be a similar cooking grind. Chunk number 4 is a mining grind, which I'm not too concerned about. I'm actually pretty interested in having a general store. Then chunk number 2 is some easy farming stuff, although I would only have access to cabbage seeds for randomly picking the cabbages in the field. I'd also be able to get my cape from the highwaymen without a hood. Chunk number 6 is in Trana, which doesn't give us much, but it does have a furnace, so that would open us up to some potential smithing and crafting grinds in the future. Chunk number 7 is the Void Knight's Outpost, which I would love to get. Being able to really start combat would be awesome. Then moving over towards Zaya, chunk number 8, that's just the Port Piscarilius docks, which doesn't actually have anything, and I did double check. You can only first travel to Port Piscarilius docks before you can travel to Land's End, so even though I accidentally included it in this roll, Land's End is not actually rollable. Alright, so let's roll the chunk. Faldor Farm. Nice, okay. I know there's not going to be much to do there, but let's check it out. Let's see what the tasks are going to be. Okay, cool. We get to obtain a black cape, like I saw. We need to get Corsair Curse step up to step 1. And then there's a Falador Easy Diary to do, which I think is just browse this shop. Let's go knock those out real quick. I'm not even going to make a graphic for it. It's going to be super fast. Alright, we're entering the chunk for the first time. Let's go ahead and start Corsair Curse while we're at it. Alright, complete this. Continue. Yep. Alright, started the Corsair curse. And yeah, that's done. Okay, next task. Browse Sarah's farming store for the easy diary. Done! That was a hard one. Alright, now we need to wait for this highwayman to come over here so we can attack him. There we go. Keep him in the chunk. And then we kill him and get his cape. Alright, he is down. There's our cape. Nice. Equip. And best in slot task completed. Now let's quickly go up here and check out what's going on with these guards. So interestingly enough, even though these guys wander in here, none of them spawn in this little corner of the chunk, so none of the tasks related to them actually pop up. But I just wanted to go ahead and get that done. Nice, alright. Got the medium task done. I do have one other chunk task, and that is going to be planting some cabbages. Even though farming is passive, cabbages are like level 7 and they're right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and get this done. I almost forgot what you all came here for. Breaking content. Oh yeah, that's nice. Alright, there's my first cabbage seed. I'm going to need at least 2 more so I can plant a full allotment of cabbages. And there's 2 more. So that's 3 cabbage seeds. Now I'll have enough whenever I get to level 7 after doing some more raking. And this should be the last bit of our raking that we need to do. There it is, level 7 farming. Now off to the allotment area to plant these cabbage seeds. And the cabbages are planted, so I'm going to go ahead and mark that as a task complete. I will pick them later. Alright, so that is the chunk complete. I went ahead and marked the next 3 rollable chunks. We have Northern Draenor, we have East Valley, and we have South of Falador West, I guess. Doesn't look like North Draenor is anything too crazy. It would give us a little bit of a wood cutting grind, it's not too bad. And then we also need to cast high level alchemy, which is not great. Hopefully there would be a good money making method for me there. And then south of West Valley, I'm not entirely sure what's there. And East Valley we don't want. That's probably the biggest death of all death chunks that I currently have. That's at least 99 mining at Motherlode Mine and a bunch of other stuff, I'm sure. So let's hope we don't get that. Alright, screw it. We're just gonna roll. The account's gotta go on at some point, right? Okay. Pick chunk. Oh no. Ahab, I've completed me first trials. I cooked the most intricate food from Wyden's shop, and I managed to acquire this mighty battle axe from Brian. After a bit of creative acquisition from the good folks of Port Sarim, I even bashed a few goblins' heads in. Aye, well done, lad. What be your next move? Well, the winds already took me north to Sarah's farm, but there wasn't much to do there. Do you think it's time I set sail for distant lands? It'd be all up to chance, me hearty. Just keep going where the winds blow. Remember, there be more to being a sailor than just talking the talk. You gotta walk the plank before you captain the ship if you catch me drift. Aye, I'll take your advice to heart, Ahab. But mark my words, one day I'll be sailing the seas like the true buccaneer I'm meant to be. That be the spirit, lad. Now, go forth and let the winds guide you on your next adventure. And remember, there be more to life than just sitting in a tavern, not even moving your legs for over 2 decades. Right. Okay, well, I'll see you soon. I'm sure of it. Okay, pick chunk. Oh no. Yep, that's right. I rolled the East Falador chunk at the end of the last video, and it's not going to be an easy one. Let me go ahead and show you why Falador is such a crazy chunk for me to roll right now. So, thanks to this guy, let's get the obvious one out of the way. 99 mining is a requirement for this chunk because there's a mining skill cape. However, that's not even the half of it. Of course, it's going to take a long time. There's going to be lots of different things that we can do. Thankfully, we actually have access to one of the best mining methods in the game at the Motherlode Mine. And then we also are going to have access to the mining guild, which is going to be very helpful when it comes to trying to power mine some iron or gaining some coal. But both of these obviously come with all of their own requirements. At the Motherlode Mine, we have to obtain full prospector, a coal bag, a gem bag, It's not necessarily a chunk task since there's no collection log or anything like that for it, but we are going to unlock the larger sack and of course the upper level at the Motherlode Mine. And with the Motherlode Mine comes 2 different Falador Diary tasks. One, to enter the mining guild wearing full prospector, which we're going to get, and we're going to go into the mining guild many times, I promise. And 2, something that I'm dreading, repair a broken strut. I'm not so much dreading the task, but I will get into why this broken strut is such a problem later on in the video. Anyway, skipping that, we also have the mining guild, which does have a few different collection log items associated with it. There's the mining gloves, the superior mining gloves, and the expert mining gloves. And surely that's all the mining requirements, right? Well, no. There's also Desuri's Star Shop here, and there is exactly one, that is right, one shooting star spawn in my chunks next to the East Falador Bank. So, from this 1 star, I'm going to have to get enough Stardust in order to obtain a Celestial Ring and a Star Fragment. And I don't want to be walking around with just 1 golden piece of Prospector, so I'm going to go ahead and get 4 of those. It's going to suck, gotta do what you gotta do for the Fashionscape. We also can buy a rune pickaxe from the shop, so in order to wield that, we'll need 40 attack. And we do have access to making woodcutting axes. And just 1 chunk south of here are some yew trees, so we're going to have to get 60 woodcutting in order to chop a yew log, and then we're also going to need 60 fire making in order to burn that yew log. We're going to need 40 thieving to pickpocket a guard, which we already have and we already did, so fuck that guard. It's also a medium diary task within Falador. Finally, we have an NPC in the chunk that drops nature runes, and casting the highest level utility spell associated with a particular rune that's obtainable within your chunk is part of Limport's rule set. Therefore, I have to cast high level alchemy with the nature runes that are obtainable to me. So that'll be a 55 magic grind. And that's it for all the active tasks for now. As I said, I'll be going over what smithing looks like soon, and we also have some other backlog tasks and things like that to get into, but that's good enough for now. Let's go ahead and open up our map, check East Falador, that way we can walk in here without it being all super dark, and head over here to the bank. That is one bright side of having the East Falador chunk, is that we have access to a bank, and we actually have multiple banks. There's 2 underground. Let's take a look around and see what we have here. Here we have a crossbow shop, which could be useful, even though I could just smith my own limbs on the anvil over there. But I don't have a knife at the moment, so that doesn't really matter. Then up here we have a general store where I can buy a tinderbox and a chisel, so those are new tools unlocked. And let me trade Nerm off. Awesome, so I can buy a rune pickaxe here. Alright, we can get the iron and get rid of the bronze. Can't afford the steel at the moment, so we'll start with the iron. That's good enough. Wait, what's this red dot? Is there an item over there? Hang on a sec. What? A bronze medium helmet? How did that get there? Alrighty then, well, let's go over to the Motherlode Mine and get set up to start mining. Here's our first bit of mining XP on the account, and another. Wow, that was pretty instant. Okay, let me just grab a hammer from this crate, go ahead and repair that strut I was talking about, and here we go. First bit of smithing XP on the account, and that's a chunk task complete. Alright, we're just going to continue doing this, and...
Hold it. Run that back.
Here we go. First bit of smithing XP on the account.
That's right, we have a one-click smithing training method. Of course, the term one-click comes with a bit of an asterisk here, since in order to repair the broken strut, the strut needs to be, well, broken. The common method for training smithing with broken struts involves hopping worlds, hoping you hop to a world with a broken strut, repairing any broken struts, then hopping to the next world and repeating. So technically, I have a primary training method in order to train smithing. So what's the big deal about that? Well, as an Xtreme One Chunk Ironman, I'm supposed to process any resources I have by using the highest level of processing available rather than the lowest. For example, if I had a knife and access to yew logs, I'd have to process those yew logs into a yew shield rather than a yew shortbow, requiring me to get level 72 fletching instead of only 65. This rule also extends to processing items for smithing. Unfortunately, this leaves us with a tremendous grind that's now showing up on my chunk picker. Since you can mine runite ore and coal down here, and since I have the ability to process those ores into bars using superheat item, using the same nature runes obtained from either the guards or the dwarves, that means I would be required to make a few of these bars and process them into the highest level items possible. One of old school RuneScape's most notoriously outdated skills is the smithing skill. If you're a new player to this game, or you've never played at all, let me introduce you to the typical armor progression that a new account would follow as they train up their defense. Bronze and iron armor require level 1 defense in order to wear, otherwise known as Tier 1 armor or T1 armor. Next, steel armor requires level 5 defense, making it T5 armor. Next comes black armor at T10, then Mithril at T20, Adamant at T30, and then Rune at T40. Following this, there are many more tiers with stronger and stronger armor to wear. With the exception of black armor, all of these aforementioned armor sets are able to be crafted using the smithing skill. Now again, for those who are new to the game, what smithing level would you guess it would take to craft a full set of rune armor, a tier 40 armor set? 40 smithing? 60 smithing? Maybe 75? How about 99 smithing? That's right. This jank Chad armor that gets outclassed by countless other armor sets requires the max level in smithing in order to create. This stems from the original days of RuneScape Classic, where rune armor was generally the best armor there was, and only master smiths were able to make it. So where does that leave us today? Well, nothing has changed. The Xtreme One Chunk rule set says I should get 99 smithing. Now, in this chunk, by just repairing struts. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm going to do that. I know, I can already hear you typing into the comment section as I speak, but hear me out. I've already been tasked with getting 99 mining in this chunk, and that's no easy feat. But it's definitely doable. Other than that, there's really no big skilling grinds I have to do here, right? Well, not at the very moment, no. However, deep within the bowels of the mining guild lies a hidden gem, or shall I say mineral, that's going to force us into some extremely painful grinds in the near future. I'm of course talking about amethyst. This little pink rock can be processed through not one, but 2 skills. With 89 crafting, you can chisel these rocks into 8 tiny dart tips. And of course, dart tips aren't very useful unless they're made into darts, although that comes with its own 90 fletching requirement. So I'm only an accessible crafting method and a knife away from both of these grinds, and I can promise you that's not too far off. So, reason number 1, the chunk provides us with a couple huge future grinds that I feel make up for potentially skipping this 99 smithing requirement at the moment. Speaking of 99 as a concept, I initially wanted to play this account as a sort of semi-extreme rule set where the only modification was that I didn't get skill capes. I thought about it and I felt that skipping out on skill capes would be something that would make me miss out on the Xtreme One Chunk experience, so I added that requirement back in. I'm all for getting 99s when I've been given the chunk with the skill cape, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but the smithing skill cape is actually pretty close. It's an easy 2 chunks away from here at Booster Point. I'd honestly rather hold off on maxing this skill until I get assigned the cape anyway. That makes reason number 2 my proximity to the smithing cape. Reason number 3 relates to one of my original chunk rules outlined in episode 0. I mentioned that I would not be taking part in meme grinds. I intentionally left this pretty vague since I didn't know what I could be getting myself into. However, picture this. You've just spent 1,000 hours clicking rocks, maxing out one of RuneScape's most boring skills, stacking up over 100,000 ores in your bank, all ready to be used to create some of the finest Chad armor you've ever seen. However, you say screw all that ore, and decide to click on a strut for another 1,000 hours, maxing that skill instead, without putting even a dent in the stack of ores you painstakingly ripped from the walls of these mines. What a freaking meme, man. I mean, maybe that's just me, but that just seems so incredibly dumb, like a legit waste of my time. I want to be able to use the resources I gather to process the account in a meaningful manner, not have them just sit in the bank. Reason number 4 is that I can come up with some other unique, engaging way to train smithing as the account progresses. I can continue to make meaningful progress towards a skill even if I'm not actively training it. It'd be somewhere between passive and active. On top of this, my entire game plan changes when I have access to a furnace, which I currently have 2 rollable at the moment. Finally, reason number 5 is that I want to actually play the account, continuing to make progress and continuing to have interesting stuff to show you all in videos like these. Grinding 99 smithing through broken struts alone adds at least another 2 months to this chunk with no real content gain. Aside from not being able to upload, I'm afraid that this grind would break me and burn me out, and that wouldn't be good for either of us. I do think that proximity to the actual smithing skill cape holds the most merit. Anyway, that's the long explanation I said you'd be getting during the video, and I think that was plenty long enough, so how about we get back into the progress. So even if I do backlog the struts, I'm still going to be able to use them in order to train my smithing up for the benefits. So I'm going to go ahead and probably shoot for like 31 to get a steel axe, and then maybe we'll get 51 by the end of the chunk to get a mithril axe. But as mentioned, this is the strat. Just hop into a world, hope that one or more of the struts are broken, repair the struts, and then hop to the next world. So this is not something that I want to be doing for 2 months. And there we go, there's level 16. I'm going to go ahead and stop here. That way I have an iron axe for when I do start woodcutting, but I'll probably just wait until I get much higher levels. But for now, I really want to get started on mining since I have a lot to do there. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and try my luck here. See if this is the best new introductory mining strat 2024. Just going to come over here and in a similar fashion, mine a couple rocks, hop worlds, mine a couple rocks, hop worlds. Hopefully that should be faster than just trying to mine tin and copper. We might try using this method up to like level 6, and then we'll venture out into the actual mines and get started on getting some real ores. Alright, level 6 mining acquired. Let's make our way out of here, maybe mine a couple of these rocks on the way out. But we'll go and mine some ores so we can sell them at the shop, and then be able to take that money and afford a steel pickaxe for a little bit of an upgrade. Well, on the way over here, I just got a maze random, and I was awarded 130 chaos runes. So I might honestly just end up selling those instead of mining some ore. Selling all those chaos runes netted me about 7k, so that is a very nice bonus. With that, we can buy the steel through the adamant pickaxes. So I just bought the pickaxes, and then I did a little bit of a power mining session, and I'm done with the steel pickaxe now. I made sure to turn on the emote clue plugin, that way I can see which one of these items I should actually keep for emotes. So I'll go ahead and grab the mithril out of the bank, and then continue mining until I can use the adamant. So the goal right now is to go ahead and get level 30 mining as fast as possible, because then I could actually start using Motherlode Mine. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on the Star Miners Discord on the side, and whenever I see the East Falador Bank's star location on the map, I'm going to head that way as long as I can mine it. Well, this is interesting. My first clue geode is an easy clue, that is the Falador Party Room, which is right above me. I don't think I'm going to start clue juggling just yet, since I can't get clue geodes inside of the Motherlode Mine. I'm not just going to stay out here and mine a bunch of iron. So once I start mining in the Motherlode Mine, I'll probably just send this clue and hope for the best. I just got a Prison Pete random, and now I have the tough decision to make about which skill I'm going to start lamping. A lot of Xtreme One Chunk Ironman start with Hunter, although I don't really want to get into the Puro grind as soon as I possibly can. I think Agility would be pretty helpful. I think maybe Crafting might actually be the best option for me. Since I have so many gems that I need to cut at level 20, lamping up to level 20 and then being able to craft all those gems, it'd be really nice to get a lot of early crafting levels out of the way. And one more rock here. That is level 31 mining, so we can officially use the adamant pickaxe. So let's go head into the Motherlode Mine and start using that bad boy. Before we actually start mining, I just want to go ahead and clean my bank out of this here clue. There's an extremely low chance that I'm going to be able to succeed on it, but let's go ahead and give it a shot. And please give me another step that's completable. No, of course not. That was dumb. Alright, a bit of time has passed. Motherlode Mine is going well. And it's time to upgrade to the rune pickaxe. So I went ahead, came up here, started pickpocketing from some of these guards. That way I can get the money in order to afford it. But as you can also see in my inventory, I've been doing some star mining. And as I've mentioned, the one and only spot that I have for mining shooting stars is right here by the bank. One of my initial goals is to be able to unlock the Celestial Signet, because it gives a +7 mining boost, which is going to be extremely helpful on the rest of my mining grinds. Alright, Nermoff, what do you got for me? Rune pickaxe, 32k, no big deal, got that money. Wonderful. Rune pickaxe acquired. Of course, we can't wield it yet since we don't have 40 attack. And honestly, before I mine anymore, I probably want to go knock that out. So let's go get 40 attack. While I'm on my way to the cows, we're conveniently passing by the Falador Party Room, which reminds me, it's time for the first installment of your favorite segment, Fun Falador Facts. I've been waiting to share this one for a while now, so here it goes. This town is known for the dark, gigantic castle that looms just past the edge of darkness, swarming with knights made of pure shadow. I mean, the bright, majestic tower, filled with the realm's most pristine and honorable knights. These knights are a major political force in Arscarnia, and are loyal servants to the god of order and wisdom known as Saradomin. These holy knights must go somewhere in town to pay their respects to their god, right? Actually, no, they can't. There's not a single church or even an altar found anywhere within Falador. Or is there? For years, this city has been home to the faithless, the godless, the unrighteous heathens who dare ask you to play songs from other devilish areas. But one February 22nd, 2023, an expansion into the depths of the so-called Old School Museum, located within the Falador Party Room, brought with it this town's first glimmer of hope. A sanctified vampiric blood altar had been built, with its sole purpose being to save the people of Falador. Citizens and travelers alike can come and offer praise to this altar in order to truly have their divination restored in ways this city has never seen before. Thank Saradomin, we can praise in peace now. Amen. This has been another ridiculous segment of Fun Falador Facts. Now let's get back to the progress. I'm still going to go to the cows for now for combat training, because the guards are still shredding us, but we'll be back, don't worry. And there's 20 prayer. Doesn't really give us anything, but it's a nice round number. And there's 20 defense. We're going to go ahead and switch over to strength now. Probably just gonna train strength up until we get a max hit of 8, which is the same as the cow's HP. That way we can actually one-hit some cows during our training. And then we'll go straight to 40 attack. Alright, there's level 30 strength. That is not giving us another max hit, and we're still training on aggressive, so I don't think I want to wait that long to start my mining, so I'm just going to go ahead and switch over to attack. We're just going to deal with the max hit of 6 on accurate, so no big deal. We'll just go straight to 40 so we can equip this rune pickaxe and save that inventory slot with all of our mining grinds to come. Well, I got a beginner clue from a cow with about a minute and a half left on the clock here, so let's see if we can get a one-step beginner clue before the system update. And we can. Wow, okay. Well, let's see what it has. A bow. Interesting. A steel longsword, which is a clue item, but I could just make that. And some water runes. Looks like the oak short bow is also a clue item. So yeah, okay, cool. We completed a beginner clue. Very nice. Okay, so last night I did not finish up 40 attack, so I did some AFK mining today, and as you can see, I got my prospector jacket, so that's cool. And there was also a ton of East Falador stars today, so I have a ton of Stardust here. And I have just enough to be able to go ahead and purchase the Celestial Ring. So let's get that done. And that is a chunk task completed. So I'd like to go and finish up my 40 attack, that way I can actually wield the pickaxe, get that inventory slot back, and that's what I said the last clip that I would be doing anyway, so we're going to do that now. And there is 25 prayer, and that unlocks protect item. So you know what that means. We are ready for the wilderness, whenever that comes. I hope it doesn't come soon, because I hate the wilderness. Alrighty, one more good hit on this cow. Anytime now. Maybe. There it is. Level 40 attack. 39 combat. And oh, we don't have the red weapon on us, so I'll have to complete that task in just a sec. But there's actually a crash star over here, so I'm gonna go mine that and pick up the rune pickaxe from the bank. Alright, now we have the rune pickaxe, so let's equip that. Now that is a chunk task complete. Okay, another day has passed. We mined a lot more Stardust, and as you can see, we also have the Prospector legs and the Prospector helmet. We have enough Stardust here to go ahead and buy one of our star fragments. So that's a new collection log slot, not a new chunk task since I want to get 4 of them. Let's go ahead and just mark like a quarter of the chunk task. Can I do that? Yeah, I could do that. I guess that would also mean 3/4 of the way on the Prospector too, huh? Okay, fine. With that done, that actually means that we have our first green log on the account. Shooting stars, 2 out of 2. Not a huge deal, but it's pretty cool. Alright, a bit more mining means another big milestone here. We have 30 nuggets, which means we can finally buy our prospector boots. And now we can complete that task. Oh, yes, feels good. What, you wanted to hear the full jingle? Fine. Happy now? Alright, so since we have 69, nice, mining, we can take our full prospector set and walk ourselves over to this tunnel, and hopefully this completes the task. It does. Very nice. Cool. Yeah, I was afraid that maybe they didn't code it where you can go through that entrance with your prospector to complete the diary task, but I guess that they did. Okay, so we've been doing a ton of AFK mining, and as you can see I have 9,000 Stardust. So that's going to be enough to finish off buying the star fragments and recolor our entire prospector outfit, and that's going to be a good stopping point for this video. So let's go ahead and buy those 3 star fragments, 3,000 Stardust each. Let's go ahead and recolor all of these pieces. And there we go, full golden prospector. This is a pretty huge milestone for me, because I didn't actually think it was going to be this easy to get, since, you know, I only have the one mining location here, so definitely happy to get this done. We look like a full mining boy now, and we're well on our way to getting 99 mining. In other news, let's get a quick look at the skills. We got 74 mining right now. We do have the level to access the upper level of the Motherlode mine, but we do not have the 100 nuggets required to unlock it just yet. We're almost there. I also got 31 smithing, which is really good, because that is the level for a steel axe, so we'll actually be able to start our woodcutting pretty soon. I honestly might wait until we get to level 51 for the mithril axe, since that'll be a little bit better for us. But that's all the progress that we have on the skills right now. So let's go ahead and take a last look at the list of chunk tasks and see what we've completed thus far.
Alrighty, I think we made some pretty decent progress on our first East Falador episode. We spent a lot of time in the mines, got ourselves the full prospector kit, and was able to recolor it with the star fragments, so that's really nice. We also bought the celestial ring, which helped greenlog the shooting stars collection log. Before this chunk even began, we already pickpocketed a guard, which counted both for the highest level thieving task that we can do as well as the diary task, and then the rest of the diary tasks. We entered the mining guild wearing the full prospector kit, and then we repaired a broken strut within the motherlode mine. Other than that, we got the attack level to be able to wield our rune pickaxe, so we got most of the upgrades out of the way in order to help with our future mining grind. We got a long way to go, but in the next video we'll get into checking off some of these other tasks. I'm also going to create another separate task list next episode that will keep track of all the backlog, passive, or meme tasks. That way we don't fully lose sight of them. But I'm going to cast off and I'll see you all next time. Fair winds and following seas to you all, be hearties. Alright, so we're starting off this video with 59 golden nuggets. Our very next unlock that we're going to shoot for is going to be the upper level, which is going to take 100 golden nuggets. It's going to greatly help with the AFK ability of this grind, as well as helping my sanity. Alright, some time has passed on this mining grind, as is tradition. And this should be the last load of pay dirt that we need, as long as we get lucky, in order to get 100 golden nuggets. Oh, and we got 2. Awesome. Sweet. Alright, so let's take out 100 golden nuggets. Talk to Prospector Percy. Is there anything else I can unlock here? 100 nuggets for unlimited access. Restricted mine access, 100 nuggets. Here we go. Alright, there we go. Task complete. Now let's go up here and enjoy our restricted mine. Just got a account check random event, and this lamp is actually going to put us at our first lamped level. There it is, 2 crafting. Wow, can you imagine more time has passed on the mining grind with nothing interesting happening? Anyway, I have 200 golden nuggets now, and we have enough to unlock another quality of life upgrade, the larger sack. So let's go ahead and get that. Oh, bigger sack, I'm sorry. And there we go, chunk task complete. And here's our first big milestone, 80 mining. Huge. We're also about a quarter of the way to the next unlock with our golden nuggets, so that should be coming here fairly shortly. Okay, fairly shortly took another 100k XP. So let's take our 100 golden nuggets, unlock the coal bag, and there we go, another chunk task complete. Only thing left for Motherlode Mine now is the gem bag, and I'm curious how this works when extracting pay dirt. Let's see. Oh, okay, you just still have to click it. Well, that sucks. I thought it would go right in. Heyo. Future RuneScape here. I have no clue what happened to this clip, but somehow it's like 1 frame every 30 seconds. So let me just walk you through these pictures. Basically, 100 golden nuggets, we buy the gem bag, and then we get the green log of the Motherlode Mine. So that is awesome, and as I like to say, chunk task complete.
Guys, I don't know what to say. I just logged on and look who it, look. Oh my god. What the I just logged on like a minute ago. What? How? I've never had this pet before.
Well, already. Now I have a little buddy with me to stay with me through all my mining adventures. Okay, so it's been about 3 weeks since I recorded my last clip of me getting the mining pet. I've since changed my little buddy here to gold because I think it looks pretty good with my gold outfit, even though they're not exactly the same color somehow. Anyway, I'm up to 89 mining now. I have plenty of runite ore in the bank. I've gotten a few random events in that time, so I'm up to level 20 fishing and 4 crafting now. Crafting is going super slow. I still want to get that up to level 20 as soon as possible so I can start cutting my gems. My current goal is to continue mining at Motherlode Mine while passively getting level 51 smithing from repairing broken struts. Level 51 gives me the ability to make myself a mithril axe, which will be much better than the steel one I can make at the moment. And even though I didn't think we'd be getting it passively at the beginning of this chunk, level 51 is definitely creeping up on us. Once I get the mithril axe, I'll go ahead and knock out the woodcutting and fire making portions of this chunk in order to take a bit of a break from mining. Then I plan on heading to the mining guild and mining a bunch of coal to start gathering those unidentified minerals in order to unlock the different mining gloves. Seems like a pretty straightforward plan, right? Surely there's nothing here that would constitute its own grind, right? Well, some of you OSRS veterans might already see the problem. For you newcomers out there, let me introduce you to the general layout of every plan you'll ever make in old school RuneScape. This plan that I have here, yeah, that's the end of the plan. For most account types, getting to the end of your plan involves completing some very specific and sometimes very difficult milestones. Sometimes those milestones would be much easier to complete if you did some other things first. Maybe one of those things has a quest requirement, but that quest has a prerequisite level that you don't have. Maybe another quest is the best way to obtain the XP you need to meet the prerequisite of the first quest. As you can see, these plans can start to get out of control pretty quickly. This concept is no different in the Xtreme One Chunk game mode. So what's the big issue with my plan? Well, it's not so much of a big issue, but a great way for me to illustrate how much different but similar the Xtreme One Chunk game mode can be. 51 smithing is great and all, but without a mithril bar, how would I make an axe? The only way we can get a mithril bar is by casting the superheat item spell on some of my mithril ore, which requires level 43 magic. We currently have level 1. We do have access to a rune shop, so we could pretty much just buy whatever we need and get there as quick as possible, right? Well, unfortunately, I'm flat broke, and before rolling this chunk, I didn't have a great way of making money. I've done some digging, and it appears the best thing I could do at this point would be to sell ores to Hendor in the mining guild. It gets rid of my precious resources, but does slowly increase my cash stack. I don't want to lose so much of what I've gathered, so I should be very careful. I need to find a magic training method that is both fast and cheap, but is mostly cheap. It probably comes as no shock to some of you, but I'll be working my way up to being able to use the curse spell. I'll get more into this later, but curse is a spell that can be splash in order to result in repeatable fast XP. In order to splash, I need a full metal armor set. My only option here is to make it myself, but again, I don't have access to superheating bars just yet. Luckily, dwarves in this mine drop bronze and iron bars, so all I have to do is kill enough of them to make myself a full armor set. And here it is, the official start of my plan.
And there we go, 51 smithing. Let's go ahead and click this other strut, and then we'll get on with killing some dwarves. Alright, I should have everything that I need for my trip up to the northern part of the Falador mine. I have my armor set, as you can see, I look like an absolute beast. I actually took all my mining stuff off and it was kind of weird to see my character without any of those prospector pieces on, because man, it's been a long time. I also brought some ore to sell whenever I feel like doing that, and we just got our first iron bar from a dwarf a couple kills ago. Oh, they dropped chaos runes as well, which will actually be really good for money making. I didn't think of that. Chaos runes and death runes sell to Betty's Emporium for decent money, and I won't be using any of those for my initial magic training. Alright, I just made myself an iron axe, so I'll be able to start woodcutting whenever I want. I went ahead and took a detour to sell some ore, and I sold 300 adamant and 600 mithril. Selling 5 adamant and 10 mithril per world got me about 131k, so that is a really good money maker for an account that previously didn't have one. Now back to dwarves to finish off my armor set. Alright, there's some legs. Now let's make a kite shield. And there we go, an absolute god tier armor set. Yeah, it's not too great obviously, but the number one thing is that we have negative 65 magic attack, which will allow us to splash. Okay, I took my money that I just made and bought a bunch of runes. Now all I have to do is wind strike my way up to level 19 so I can start using curse, then we can start splashing. I actually decided to start using the weaken spell since the cost difference is pretty negligible and this gives much better XP. But this is what splashing is if you aren't familiar. With a negative 64 or lesser magic attack bonus, you're guaranteed to miss any casting of a combat spell, aka splash, as you can see indicated by this little splashing graphic on the seagull. Normally weakening spells like this would only be allowed to be used once on an opponent, but because the effect isn't being applied, I can do it repeatedly. For spells like weaken and curse, you still get the same amount of XP if you splash as you would if you hit, so this is much faster than using other methods. Okay, just a couple more here, and there we go, 19 magic. Now I have to do some calculations and see exactly how many casts of curse I need to get to level 43. I'll go ahead and buy those, that way I can have everything that I need to finish off this goal. Alright, runes have been acquired. Thankfully it didn't cost too much money, maybe 40k or so. Lovely. Let's deposit everything we don't need into the bank so we have a nice clean inventory. That also filters out my spell list a bit, which makes it cleaner as well. And now let's get started splashing with the curse spell. Alright, this is going to give me some pretty good XP, let's see. Oh yeah, 29 per cast. 43 is going to go by in no time. We just have to cast this 1734 times. I did some quick math. Curse has a 5-tick casting time, which takes 3 seconds. And since I have to cast it 1734 times, that means I'll see you in just about an hour and a half.
And hello, it's been much more than an hour and a half for me because I wasted some XP by going to sleep. However, here's 43 magic. Now we can finally cast Superheat item. So even though I do have a 55 magic task to cast high level alchemy, we're going to stop here so we can go ahead and get our mithril axe made. Well, I AFK'd a bit today, and I did some more mining. I got about halfway to level 90. I'm able to play the game again now, so let's go ahead and get started on our woodcutting. I'm going to go ahead and wield this iron axe, put the rune pickaxe in the bank, and let's take out 1 iron ore and 2 coal, as well as a mithril ore for our mithril axe, and 4 more coal. Okay, and I am lucky enough to already have a few fire runes and 8 nature runes in the bank, so let's get our first superheat done here. There's our steel bar, and there's our mithril bar. Nice, perfect. Alright, let's get our placeholders situated in the bank. Now let's take these over to the anvil. I'll also go ahead and grab a tinderbox since we'll need that as well. I had to grab a pickaxe again since I keep being blocked in by these stupid rocks. I also decided to take the old mining helmet off because, you know, we're finally going to spend some time above ground. And there's our mithril axe, and there's our steel axe. Now I have everything lined up to start our woodcutting. I have not figured out exactly what the best woodcutting strat's going to be, but I do know that I have access to a few different trees. Over here are some regular trees. There's an oak tree right here, and over here in Port's Rim there's some willows. Finally there's a yew tree here, and some around here. So that's really where these tasks are coming from. I didn't have access to an axe before rolling this chunk, so I had to go back to my previous chunks and cut those trees. So that's 60 wood cutting to cut the yew trees. And then we also have a tinderbox unlocked, so that's 60 fire making for burning the yew logs. Now you're probably asking yourself, well, what about fletching? I actually don't have access to a knife yet, so I cannot start fletching, which is kind of good because this 99 mining chunk is already big enough, and fletching would take a very long time. Anyway, let's go over here and start cutting some trees. Alright, here we go. First tree cut on the account, at least on the mainland that is. Wow, going pretty fast actually for one woodcutting. Oh, I guess I spoke too soon. Let's get this fire making started. The first few fires always take a while, but it's pretty quick once you get to around, I think, level 5. After that, you don't even really notice failing to light the fires. Wow, that took forever. Oh man. Alright, well I'm going to continue doing this until I get to level 6 woodcutting, and I'll catch you then. A couple more logs here and we'll be able to ditch our iron axe and upgrade to the steel one. There we go, level 6 woodcutting. The iron axe isn't used for any clue steps or anything, so we could just drop it. See you later, bud. Now I'll be using the steel axe until level 21, then we can equip the mithril one. And after this log, that will be 500 total level. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Okay, we have 15 fire making. We just need to chop another inventory or so of logs and we'll have 15 wood cutting. I forgot to record it, but 15 wood cutting has been acquired. I've been cutting oak logs now and we've gotten up to level 21 wood cutting. I'll grab the mithril axe out of the bank, but I'm not going to drop the steel one because it's used for clue steps. I just got my first bird's nest. I guess that's a notable clip to share, right? I got level 30 fire making, so I went ahead and moved my woodcutting operation down here to Port's Rim. I think this will be better for me to cut and bank the oak logs since I can use that deposit box right over there. Oh, look at this. Good old Chad coming through. No way. That used to be my favorite cape to wear when I was a kid. Ah, the memories. Well, I was woodcutting and I just got a Cecilia clue step. Obviously I don't have the Falador Park, but I'm curious if there would be a way I could lure her into my chunk. Probably not, so I'm just going to drop this and hope I do get a completable step in the future. And these stay on the ground for an hour now, so I can just constantly be reminded of my failure. So I'm actually going to move it over here-ish, out of sight. There we go, that'll do. Okay, 3 more oak logs so we can actually start cutting some willows. I'm excited to do that because I'm pretty sure I can just do some fire making right down this path here. There we go, 30 wood cutting, nice. Alright, we're going to get our first willow logs on the account. Oh, you know what I should do? I should grab a rake, which I believe I have one stored here in the tool leprechaun. There we go. And I'll use it to rake the spirit tree patch. Then whenever I'm woodcutting, which I'll be doing all the way up to 60, I can just rake the patch to get some XP from the weeds whenever I see them grow. We'll see how long I keep that up. Here we go. First willow log in the account, and a lot more to come. Alright, I have some good news, and I have some bad news. Good news, this line of fires right down this path works, but it's one short. So I have to come over here like this and light one extra. Ugh. Awful. Jeez. Why? Why me? This is the worst thing I've ever put myself through. Ahoy, SailingChunk. What in the 7 seas are you doing? Just training me fire making, Redbeard Frank. Watch where you step. Ah, me beard! I'll catch me beard on fire! Just step away, Redbeard. Just walk away, it's fine, just move. Blimey, that was close. Next time warn a pirate, will ye? Aye, Redbeard, I'll keep that in mind. Alright, there is 41 woodcutting. I can now use a rune axe. If I had one, a couple more willow logs, and we have 50 woodcutting. Very nice. Oh, clean chat's going crazy, gotta say thank you. And yeah, this isn't too bad. It's a nice little break from mining, that's for sure. And there's level 55 woodcutting. 5 more levels, and we can finish our chunk goal. Currently 57 fire making, so that's gonna be done soon as well. So I've been getting a good bit of random events while on this short woodcutting grind, and I thought I should bring something up. I've previously been lamping crafting in hopes of getting up to level 20 so I can cut sapphires. However, I've been doing some investigating and I almost lamped myself into an absolutely miserable grind. Let me explain. Nestled away in the quaint little Falador farm lies a loom. Why is a loom so bad, you ask? Well, as you can see, there are imps in my chunks. While looking at their drop table, I noticed something terrifying. They drop balls of wool, 4 of which can be used on a loom to create a strip of cloth, granting crafting XP. This means I have a suitable secondary training method for trading crafting, right? Well, luckily I have my trusty 1 in 16 secondary training method limit, so surely I'd be saved from having to use this method, right? Right? Oh shit. Yep, that's right. Imps drop a single ball of wool at a rate of 1 in 16, but you have to get 4 of them in order to process them into a strip of cloth, granting a grand total of 12 XP. According to my chunk rules, this would still count as a valid training method. Luckily, I found this early enough in my lamping process, since making a strip of cloth requires 10 crafting and I am currently level 6. So what if I accidentally did get level 10 crafting? Well, you may remember from last episode that I mentioned I was only a viable crafting method away from an 89 crafting grind to make amethyst dart tips, and that is still true. This quote-unquote viable training method would have been my only source of crafting XP outside of buying bags of gems from the various sources in East Falador. But I can't imagine how long either option would take in order to get me all the way to level 89 crafting. That is, without using a furnace to process any jewelry or anything like that. Therefore, I have barely been saved thanks to my own research. Good job, me. Safe to say, I'll be lamping another skill from now on. Okay, with this inventory of logs, we'll be getting the level to complete another chunk goal. Just a few more of these and we will have level 60 fire making. I still need to get level 60 woodcutting in order to get the U logs so I can burn them, but having the level knocked out feels great. And there we go, level 60 fire making. I'm actually just going to bank the rest of these willow logs because chances are my next wood related grind is going to involve fletching U logs instead of burning a higher level log like a magic log. So I'd rather just keep those in the bank for some quick XP. So let's go ahead and finish up the wood cutting. Actually, I can go ahead and bank this tinderbox to free up an inventory space. Alright, we're level 57 wood cutting. See you in a few more levels. Well, I did the thing. I was editing a video and completely missed it, but here we are, woodcutting level 60. With the message we can be told that we can now cut yew trees. Alright, let's go on up here, find ourselves a yew tree, cut it, and that'll be a chunk goal. Alright, here we go. See how long this is going to take. Hopefully not too long. And there we go, first one, chunk task complete. Alright, here in the bank, it looks like we banked a little under 1,000 willow logs, so that's not too bad at all. And let's light the fire. There it is, yew logs burnt. That is another chunk task complete. So with that, let's take a look back at the plan that we laid out earlier. We've done everything we set out to do before starting to chase after those unidentified minerals for the mining guild tasks, so we're going to get into that in the next episode. However, before we end this one, I promised you all in the last episode that I'd make another graphic which highlights all the backlogged, passive, and meme tasks. So here it is.
First off, in the backlog category, I could obtain a trimmed mining skill cape, and that would count as the best in slot since the trimmed version has better stats than the untrimmed version. I'm officially placing this on the backlog because I'm not going to grind another random 99 just for a slight equipment bonus. I'd rather keep those grinds for when I roll the respective skill cape. Next, in the passive category, I only have one at the moment, and that's my highest level farming task, which is currently level 61 to grow snake grass. All farming tasks are going to be passive, but as soon as I have something like Master Farmers for pickpocketing, this skill will become a lot more active. Next, in the meme category, we are all aware of what I've categorized as a meme grind, which is getting 99 smithing solely off of broken struts. I don't want this to be completely forgotten about though, so I placed it in here. It'll also feel nice to shift this into the active task list when I reach the appropriate milestones. Finally, I have the biggest meme grind that East Falador is known for, which is obtaining the uncut onyx from a bag full of gems at a rate of 40 times 100 million. This is near impossible for any account to get. However, I'll keep my hopes high and keep this task on the meme list. That's going to do it for the new extra tasks list, so let's take a look at what's remaining on the active list. In this video, we finished off all of the Motherlode mine tasks, got a decent way through our 55 magic goal, and finished off the woodcutting and fire making goals. That leaves us with the goals of obtaining the different mining gloves from the mining guild, getting level 55 magic and casting high level alchemy, and finally getting level 99 mining. In the next video, we'll be completing East Falador and rolling our next chunk, so you won't want to miss it.
Hello all you beautiful people, welcome back to another SailingChunk video. We'll be rolling a new chunk in this video, so grab a beverage, sit back, relax, and let's get through these final few chunk tasks in East Falador. To set the stage a little bit, we're currently going for some of the mining guild unlocks as we continue to train up our mining to level 99.
I just missed it, but there's 90 mining. That's pretty crazy. I think this is definitely the highest mining level I've actually had on a real account. Okay, we just got our last unidentified mineral. Gonna go ahead and put that in the bank, empty out the coal, grab these, and let's buy our first mining gloves. There we go, chunk task complete. I've decided I'm gonna go ahead and get all the money I need to finish the rest of my chunk tasks. That includes getting 99k for the mining cape and about 110k worth of runes to get to level 55 magic. So I'm just gonna do the same thing I did last time, which is sell 10 mithril and 5 adamant per world to Hendor. Okay, that's all the money I need. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and knock out 55 magic. I say knock out, but I have to cast Curse about 4,000 times, so it's still going to take a while. It's always nice to have a little break from mining. Okay, my runes have been acquired. I still have plenty of money left over for the mining cape. Let's get set up here and I'll show you exactly what my life is going to be like for the next few hours. And here we go. This is it. This is it right here. Riveting content, I know. As you can see, I adjusted the spell filtering to where Curse is right next to the seagull, so I don't have to move my mouse that much. Alright, one more cast of Curse, and that's level 50 magic. 5 more levels to go. I also wanted to highlight that I set up my client where I'm using the modern layout, so thanks to that, I can just repeatedly tap my hotkey to toggle the magic menu, and I don't even have to move my mouse. This is a lot easier than it was before, where I was actually having to look at the screen and move my mouse back and forth. Well, I just got an XP random, and I've been sitting here contemplating what I'm going to use it on. As I mentioned in the last episode, I'm not going to continue lamping crafting, since at level 10, I unlock an absolutely terrible method I'd have to use to get to level 89. Agility would be nice to get up on my account, but they're going to be updating the Draenor Village rooftop course to require level 1 here soon, so I'd feel like lamping that would be a waste at the moment. I think I'm just going to go with Hunter. Well, I've officially done it now. I missed the important level, magic level 55. We can now cast high alchemy already. In the bank now, got our alch runes, just got to figure out what we want to alch.
Runor high alchs for 1920 each? Sure, why not? Alching a Runor. That seems pretty accurate to the chunk, huh? Let's do it. High level alchemy on a Runor. And that is a chunk task complete. And one more pay dirt. There it is, level 91 mining. Amazing. Only one more level until level 92, and then we can start mining amethyst, and I plan on doing that quite a lot. So hopefully that'll help with the 99 mining grind a ton.
Alright everybody, just got back from a game show random. Let's see what we get from the mystery box. Okay, 20 nature runes, honestly that's not bad. I get them at a pretty low rate from dwarves, so this will help with making all my sort of best in slot stuff that I have to make at the end of this chunk. No, I can't believe it. I missed the level. It's so late. I'm just trying to finish up editing this video that I'm working on. And I got the level by accident. I wanted to save it for in the morning.
Oh no, 92. I can mine amethyst now. Oh man, now everybody's... Oh man, oh, this is not good. Alright, I need to go to bed. Amethyst tomorrow. Amethyst tomorrow. Alright, a bit of an update here. Just realized I have enough minerals to buy the next gloves. So, 120. And there we go. Superior mining gloves unlocked. Chunk task complete. Now we just need 60 more minerals, or, well, 58, in order to combine them, which I'm really looking forward to. One more. There it is! 93 mining. Huge level. One level past halfway. Time to continue on to 99. Alright everybody, got a pretty big update here. I now have 60 unidentified minerals. And let's see, I don't know how to do this. Can you combine my mining gloves? Here we go. And 60 minerals. That's fine, combine my gloves. Here we are, expert mining gloves acquired. And that is the last collection log slot that I needed for this chunk. What do you mean I missed the level? You missed the level. Level 94 mining. There we go, 95 mining, that's a huge milestone. That's so awesome. We definitely have a lot more to go till level 99, but we are on the latter half of the hard 90s to get through, so that's really nice. Alright, and one more pay dirt here. There we go, level 96 mining. Amazing, we are getting there. Small update here, I'm about 80% of the way through level 96 mining, and while mining shooting stars, I've been given a little surprise. Here I have a rusty anchor in Port Sarim easy clue step, and here I have a Falador party room easy clue step. Easy clues have an equal chance to be either 2, 3, or 4 steps, so 33% each, with 2 completable steps, not counting the chances of me getting back-to-back completable clue steps. That gives me a 33% chance to complete an easy clue if I were to start this clue right now. I'm going to hold off on attempting a completion at least until I get one more step, but I'm also in no rush, so let's see if we can get 4 steps before leaving this chunk. That would be amazing. Alright everybody, bit of an update here. A couple more coal, and we're going to have ourselves a nice little milestone. Alright, last coal, here we go. There it is, level 97 mining. Man, 97 mining. Okay, now comes the hardest level. If you've ever watched a Wild Mudkip video, you know that he always says 97 to 98 is the hardest level because it's the longest level without a 99. And that's definitely going to be true for me. So I'm thinking I'm just going to go ahead and do it all with coal. I currently have 2 easy clues that I can do. So I'm trying to get more clues that I can do, juggle them a little bit, and then I also have my Port Sarim Battle Axe shop step. So I'd like to get more of these clues, stack a couple of them up, and getting clues is really only possible whenever we're mining coal or the amethyst, or if I'm doing like shooting stars, which I am keeping a lookout for shooting stars in my one spot that I can do them, because they're actually much more common from shooting stars than mining coal. But the main reason why I'm doing coal is because I'm definitely going to do some more smithing coming up here pretty soon, and I'm definitely at a pretty decent coal deficit. Let me show you. Alright, here's a quick coal calculator that I worked up. I couldn't find one, actually, on old school RuneScape calculators or anything like that, which was a little weird to me, but it's easy enough to make. I just have my iron, mithril, adamant, runite over here, then the total count of how many ore I have for each one of those. This is probably going to increase as I maybe go back to Motherlode Mine a little bit, I'm not entirely sure. And then the coal amount that is needed, the total coal needed, which is easily this times this equals this, and then the total number of coal to be able to smith all of these ore into bars. And then my current amount, which I just updated after mining a bunch of coal, is right under 40k. So that leaves a deficit of 145,000 something coal in order to make the rest of these bars and make use of them. And if you were to take this times 51, which is the amount of XP that I get with my multiplier for my set, that would result in about 7 million XP. So I definitely have enough coal to go to make myself maybe like, what, 2 million more XP, 2.5 more million XP to get myself to level 99. So I figure might as well start getting some of that coal onto the account now rather than later. Of course, in regular game modes, coal comes from a lot of different areas, like boss drops and supply crates and stuff like that, but I don't have any of that right now. That's the situation. We're just going to keep mining coal. It's a little bit slower than some of the other methods that I've been doing, but it'll help with this whole coal deficit stuff. Taking a little detour to do some smithing training. Felt like I needed to get some more smithing levels, and with this strut, that is level 61 smithing. That's halfway to level 68, which would allow us to make a full mithril armor set. That's really cool. And here we also can make mithril chain bodies, which is nice.
I've pretty much been doing this until I hit the world hop limit, and then I go back to mining some shooting stars or mining some coal or whatever. This actually isn't too bad. I have seen I'm maxing out around 26, 27k XP per hour, which is not too bad at level 61. So it's still not the best, but the main limiter is the world hop limit. So without that, this would be super viable. All right, everybody, we have a pretty awesome milestone coming up here soon. There it is, level 98 mining. One more level to go until we have finished the level requirement for mining for this chunk. Amazing. All right, everybody, huge milestone. I'm gonna come in here. We are just about to get under 1 million XP to go till level 99. One more here. There it is, 1 million XP left. Well, a little under 1 million. It's a good thing no crazy big updates to skilling came out today. That would have made mining so much easier for me. Wait, what? Let's see. Oh. Skilling and Pole 81. Project rebalance. Surely this has nothing to do with... Okay, well. Let's go over these updates. So here's all the mining updates that came into the game today, but since I'm an area locked account, let's filter out all the ones that don't apply to me at the moment. So here's what we're left with. First, clue geode rates have been increased across the board. This is really good for me in my hunt to finish an easy clue scroll before rolling the next chunk, although things are looking bleak with less than a mil XP to go. Either way, this will be good for the future. Next, increase the despawn timer for amethyst veins. I'm not exactly sure what this means, since later in the news post it says amethyst veins can now give players 2 to 3 amethysts before depleting, which sounds like it's not timer related at all, but whatever. This will be good for mining amethyst in the future if I ever have to go back there. Readjusted all versions of the mining gloves and their prices. And depending on a tier of glove, they now guarantee certain tiers of rocks to be saved at least once when mined. Let's skip down to the last one that says they changed the Falador Diary task to require just the Prospector helmet in order to complete the task. This one doesn't really matter since I was always going to get the full set anyway. Lastly, the Motherlode mine has received a ton of updates. Veins in the restricted area of the mine now last for 40 seconds instead of 36, obviously slightly better for AFK. Coal actually provides XP when harvested from pay dirt. Before, you'd only get XP for all the other types of ore when they go into the sack, now you just get more. The hopper now has an upper cap of 108 pay dirt, which I think just means you can no longer deposit a full inventory of pay dirt into the hopper if you only had one more spot to go before the cap was previously hit. I'm not so sure about this, and frankly I don't care to test it out. There's a new unlock to be had in the Motherlode mine, which is something called the Super Hopper, which allows you to deposit from upstairs. So that means we have a new chunk task to complete. The upper floor has had its requirement lowered to level 57 mining instead of 72. Doesn't really matter to me. I already mentioned the achievement diary change. They added a warning message, blah blah blah, don't care, and updated the interface to show how much room is left. Nice. That's actually pretty good. Okay, so let's go check out these Motherlode mine updates and complete the new chunk task. What? Oh, this is awesome. There's like a little bridge, and this is the Super Hopper, as they called it in the news post. Thankfully, we do actually have a good bit of nuggets here, as you can see. I believe it's 50 nuggets. Give you access to the special hopper and the restricted mine for 50 nuggets. It connects to the hopper down here. Restricted hopper, 50 nuggets. Sweet. All right, chunk task complete. Let's go. So yeah, you just deposit right here into this hopper, and then you continue, so you don't have to climb up and down this ladder every time. Right over here, wait for that animation. That is pretty cool. All right, good news everybody. I just passed 50% of the way from 98 to 99 in XP, and I have another little surprise. Sitting over here, there are 3 beginner clue steps, all the Ports of Rim steps right here. So we're going to get a guaranteed beginner casket, hoping that we get something good. I really want like a staff or something. All right, first step. Talk to Brian. Well done. New clue. And there we go. Okay. Okay, here comes step number 2. Well done. Hey, we got a casket. Nice. All right, let's open that. Leather van braces. Okay. Interesting. That's actually best in slot for me right now. Interesting. Wow. Okay, I did not see that coming. Why am I excited over leather van braces, dude? What is this game mode? So I just got recognized in the wild for the first time. Shout out to Time to Sync. If you're watching this video. It's at 10 out of 10. Keep up the amazing work. Wow, sending the content to all the RS people you know. That sounds like a fantastic idea. You know what? You should do the same. And while you're at it, click that subscribe button. Alright, quick update here. If I did my math correct, when I deposit these into the bank, there we go, over 50,000 coal. We're getting pretty close to 99. We have about 230k left. I'm still hunting for at least one more easy clue. I have 2 beginners here. If I was actually at Motherlode Mine, I could probably get 99 today. But I'm going to go ahead and just continue mining some coal. I really want to get another clue scroll. I'm currently getting about 26k an hour, so a little under 10 hours to go. Maybe 9 hours until 99. We just went ahead and made all of our best in slot items for our levels. Let's get going. Small train. Alright, we have a bunch of people here. Thank you all for showing up during the stream. I have some pay dirt here. I don't know if this is going to get me the level. I don't think it was, especially if the strut's not working. Let's go. Is it happening? Ah, no. Alright. A little bit more. That's fine. I know, what a tease. Can't believe it. First time getting a 99. Let's do it. There it is. Level 99 mining. Amazing. Thank you all for being here. Clan chat's going crazy. Awesome. Alright. 99 crafting went. Hopefully not soon. Let's go get that cape. Done wearing this plain black cape. Alright, I'm not going to go through the mining guild since I know some of you can't go through there. I don't know why I brought the pay dirt with me. I clearly don't need it anymore. Smuggling pay dirt out of the MLM is a criminal offense. You're right. Yeah, I'll have to go back there. You know what? I'll be even more of a criminal. Alright, Gadrin, hook me up, my man. Can I buy a skill cape of smithing from you? Okay then. Here we go. 99k spent. And my mining cape has been acquired. There it is. Literally never had 99 mining on any account except for leagues. Did I say smithing? Did I ruin the clip? Now before we get to this chunk roll, I think that there's somebody we need to go update on our progress. Hey Hab, look what I've done. I finally earned me 99 mining cape.
Well, blow be down. Ye actually did it. Ye conquered the grind that bested me. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ahab. Do you think a journey on a boat to another part of Gillinor is in me future?
The tides be shifting, the stars align. A voyage awaits ye where the seas whisper secrets and the winds carry dreams to distant lands.
Ahab, just tell me, yes or no? Jeez, I don't know. Probably. Gosh, you don't have to yell. Thanks, Ahab. I'll be ready for whatever comes next.
Fair winds and good fortune, lad. May ye sails be full and your adventures grand.
Yeah, whatever, Ahab. Gods, I'm so exhausted. Can't a guy just be a f***ing sailor for one day? If you want to check me out in the future, map code is SAIL, obviously. Let's talk about the different chunks. So number 1 is nothing crazy, but I don't want to roll that because that puts me 1 chunk away from the monastery. 2 gives us absolutely nothing, does get us 1 chunk away from Barbarian Village, which I would enjoy. Can't even get into Draenor Manor from here, I believe. North Draenor Village, this would be nice to get. Down here, I have the tree, because this is a huge forestry grind. I actually would not be opposed to getting number 4, even though there's a ton of stuff there. Down here is a fletching grind, because I can get a knife from the charter ships. Number 6 is just the link to the Musa Point docks, which is another fletching grind, because I have the charter ship is there as well. And then, of course, it unlocks the chunk that I would get my 99 smithing in. I honestly wouldn't mind the fletching, it's fine. Remington, this gets us really nothing. 8 gets us nothing. Potential tasks here, just have to buy the adamant chain body and wear it. West Falador I marked as an orange death chunk, and that's because right now it's not going to be too crazy. Obviously it means smithing is fully on the table because of my furnace, so that's not a huge deal. Obviously we'd get more clue spots and stuff like that, so that'd be pretty cool. And giant mole is not necessarily something that would be really bad because I don't have access to a light source right now. I couldn't even do it anyway. Next is 10 Entrana. I marked it as a death chunk because it gives us a furnace that we have to travel to friggin' Entrana to use. It's right behind this one
don't want to do that. It would totally be something different, but I would hate to have to travel from the Falador Bank all the way down here to Port Sarim, go to Entrana to use the furnace, and then walk all the way back. That would be terrible. And then we have pest control. There's a knife here and a fletching shop. I'd like to get into some combat actually, so I would like this, even though it comes with some fletching. And then Port Piscarilius, this gets us over here. I think there's a charter ship here too, so pretty much half of my chunks involve fletching, so it kind of is what it is. All right, well, we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna pretty much cry and then hop off here. All right, doing it live. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick chunk. Oh geez. Oh geez. Hey, Falador South Wall. Nice, okay, I'll take it. I will take that. Did not expect it, but I'll take it. Well, that is not too crazy. I'll get 30 defense probably later tonight. I am going to go ahead and finish up the sort of catch-up tasks that I needed to do. We are here at the anvil with 12 iron bars. Let's go ahead and make some knives. Alright, a few more iron knives here. This should be plenty for what we need to do. Now, some seagulls are about to meet their doom. Alright, made it to the seagulls. They're done for. Well, eventually. There we go. Done for. Oh my god, 3 range. Trying to expend my last iron knife here. Not working for me. Maybe now? Nope. How long will it last? Forever, apparently. Yes, forever, indeed. Die! Oh, come on. I made this with my bare hands. I really want to use it. Finish him. I said finish him. Oh my gosh, I have not seen a knife last this long. Seriously, dude. Oh my gosh. And then I kicked him to kill him. Amazing. Die, seagull. Really? Okay, it's going. On to the steel. But the iron got us up to level 8. Very nice. We have 2 steel knives left. Let's see how long they last. Okay, and then they both go on the same. Okay, whatever. Alright, now it's short bow time. Alright, one more hit. Oh, before I show you the level up message, let's get a quick and dirty extra task list made for the rest of the tasks in East Falador. Besides this range level that I'm about to get, most of these tasks are obtaining best in slot items that we could create at our current smithing level of 62. I needed to obtain a mithril full helm, a mithril kite shield, steel plate legs, a mithril medium helm, a mithril square shield, and a mithril chain body. I also only needed to get iron knives, but since I could make mithril and had the arrows and the bow to get to level 20 range, I went ahead and made some of those and added a get 20 range task. Now, if you refer back to the screenshot from the stream, most of these are done already. So I guess chunk task complete. Ring. Okay, back to the level. And there we go. Level 20 range, 675 total level. Let's wield the mithril knives, and that is a mini chunk task complete. Ring. So those were the last tasks that we needed to do in East Falador. So before we say the final words, let's go ahead and take a look at what we've completed in this chunk. Well, obviously we have our first level 99 in mining. Thankfully we were able to use some of the best mining methods in the game in order to get that skill cape. So we unlocked everything that there is to do at the Motherlode Mine, everything that there is to unlock. We also completed the shooting stars and everything that came with that, all the different mining gloves from the Motherlode Mine, and we got a pretty decent start on our woodcutting and fire making. We finally had to do a magic task with high level alchemy, so we have a pretty decent magic level now and a good way to make money in the future. And then there were a couple diary tasks that we were able to complete as well. Of course, we're far away from being able to complete an entire diary, but we've made progress. So finally, after a couple months of waiting, I get to say it. Chunk complete. Okay, so we only have 2 tasks that we need to do south of Falador, and that is get 30 defense in order to be able to wield adamant armor, And the adamant armor that we're going to be getting is an adamant chain body, which we can buy from Wayne's Chains. So let's go get those done, and then we'll be rolling another chunk. Let's go ahead and unlock this chunk and get started on our new grind. I already have the money here, so actually let's just go ahead and go and buy the adamant chain body. Okay, here it is, our new chunk. We have a well, we have a spinning wheel, we have 2 beds right next to each other. Interesting. There is a clue step, easy clue step in here, which is nice. And here's Wayne. Oh, I did not mean to buy 50. I meant to actually check how much money that was, but it looks like it was about 5k. Let's switch that back. I keep running into all these different configurations that I had for the last league. We have a underwall tunnel shortcut over there, which I believe is 26. Yes, 26. Man, my RuneScape knowledge. That's scary. Yeah, adamant chain body acquired. That is a chunk task complete. Now we just have to get 30 defense in order to wear it. So I'm going to go switch into my melee gear, get those 10 levels knocked out, and we'll be chunk rolling again here soon. Alright, let's see if we get anything good from this mystery box on stream. Hey, okay, I'll take a lamp. We'll do some hunter. There's level 11 hunter. Just missed it because I was talking on stream to everybody. We have 30 defense. It's time to go to the bank and equip that adamant chain body so we can finish off this chunk. Alright, here we go. This is what our efforts have worked up towards. Adamant chain body. New best in slot. We can now move the steel plate bodies into the clue tab. And of course that completes our South of Falador chunk task list. So chunk complete. Now let's get on to the next one. Alright everybody, about to do our chunk roll. The only new thing, I figured out that this is a crafting grind since there are sheep, and I can shear the sheep in order to make balls of wool here. And obviously I have the 89 crafting for the amethyst dart tip. That's something. I don't know if it's the worst, but it is what it is. Let's get a countdown. Alright, I'm nervous about this one for some reason. I kind of just clicked the button last time and I rolled and I got this. This time I'm feeling a little nervy. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're sailing, boys! We're sailing!
Cliffhanger, hanging from a cliff, and that's why he's called Cliffhanger.
Can't hold on much longer.
Okay. Port Sarim Church. Well, that's Fletching Grind. Musa Point Docks is really what it is. We're sailing, boys! We're sailing! We get to travel. Travel by boat. Amazing. It just hit me. Alright, everybody, we're sailing for the first time. Here we go. Getting on a boat and going somewhere. There it is. The ship arrives at Karumja. The ship arrives. It says, the ship arrives. Let's get the music going. There it is. Here it is, the knife.
Thanks to this one knife, we have the following chunk tasks for Musa Point. We can finally do some fletching, and thankfully I still don't have a viable crafting method. Otherwise, I would need to get level 90 fletching in order to fletch an amethyst dart. For the moment, my highest fletching requirement is level 72 for a U shield, which is also a new best in slot task, which also adds a 40 defense task in order to equip it. Other than that, the charter ship traders sell pineapples, and again, thanks to the knife, we can cut those pineapples into rings, which can be added to a plain pizza, making a pineapple pizza. This requires level 65 cooking. Finally, we have a Karumja Easy Diary task, which we're about to complete, spoilers, by sailing back to Port Sarim. So let's get started on our mostly fletching heavy chunk. And stay tuned, because this is not going to be the only chunk roll of this video.
Here we go, we're going back. Easy task in the Karumja area, let's go.
Alright, we're going to start our fletching grind before any of these other grinds, and that's because our fletching grind is going to make us some money whenever we sell the unstrung bows we'll be making to the general store. And then that is going to help us fund our cooking grind. First things first, we need to cut 231 regular trees and make those into shafts. That'll get us to level 10. And then from there, we need to make 332 longbows to get to level 20, where we can start fletching oak logs. Thankfully, I already have all the oak logs that we need in the bank in order to get to the level to fletch willow logs, but after that, we need to cut 21,000 plus more willow logs to reach our goal. I found myself a nice little spot with a good amount of regular trees that are surrounding us. This probably isn't the best spot, but we aren't going to be fletching regular logs for too long. There's our first fletching level, level 2 fletching. Nice. Let's walk on over to the bank while we're making some arrow shafts so I can grab some feathers. I totally forgot how good making headless arrows are for XP, so as far as regular logs go, just forget about those exact numbers I just told you about. There's 15 fletching. We're going to go ahead and skip over a few levels here because I'm fairly certain you all know how to count. My viewers are smart. And I just missed it, but we now have level 35 fletching, so we can get started on making willow short bows. I have enough logs here to get us to level 40 for willow longbows, so when we start cutting trees, we can automatically start with longbows. There's level 40, so let's start making longbows. And that's the last of our willow logs that we have banked. Now off to the trees. Before I start cutting willows, I'm going to go ahead and sell all the short bows and longbows that I made. After selling about 50 per world, we ended up with about 20k, so that's not too bad. It's time for Grind Math with RuneScape. The segment where we go into way too much detail about how I'm going to make these self-imposed account restrictions not suck as much as they should. For our fletching grind, we're looking at the following options for making unstrung bows. We currently have 44 fletching. The next milestone that would add additional options for us would be level 65 for U short bows. To get to level 65, we would need to fletch 9,412 willow longbows. The next milestone is level 70 for U longbows. To get to level 70, we could either switch to U trees and fletch 4,270 U short bows, or continue with willows, fletching 6,945 willow longbows. Then, to finish up level 72, we could either fletch 2,156 U longbows, or just finish off with willows again with another 3,895 willow longbows. So, which route should I take? Since I'm not concerned about which one's going to make me the most money, I only care about which one's going to be the fastest. Well, how do I determine which one is fastest? This takes a bit of complicated math. First off, we have to understand how woodcutting works. Axes have a chance to successfully chop a tree every 4 game ticks, or 2.4 seconds. This chance is determined by your woodcutting level, which type of axe you're using, and on what type of tree. For example, I currently have 61 woodcutting and a mithril axe. So if we look here, I have a 36.33% chance to cut a willow tree every 2.4 seconds. However, I only have a 9.38% chance to cut a yew tree in the same amount of time. Right off the bat, you can see that yews are much slower for me at my current level. However, I need to cut and fletch over 9,000 willow logs in order to even begin fletching yew logs. Cutting all those willow logs will get me to at least level 72 woodcutting, and the cut chance at that level is much higher. Therefore, you have to take the whole progression of your grind into account when determining which route would be the fastest. Since it's not going to matter which route we take until level 65 fletching, let's start there with our calculations. For 10,840 willow longbows, we'd have to cut that many logs, which would grant us 731,700 XP on top of what we already have. The cut chance is obviously different at every level, but if we look at the cut chance about halfway through our grind, that would give us a good estimate on the amount of time the method is going to take. So let's add half of the new XP to our existing XP, and that puts us right at the end of level 75 woodcutting. With a mithril axe, the chance of cutting a willow tree at level 75 woodcutting is 41.02%. Now, here's where it gets interesting. We know how many logs we have to cut. We know how long it takes to get a chance to cut these logs, and we know the chance itself. With all of this info, we can get a rough estimate on the total time it will take to cut all of these logs. We need to cut 10,840 logs at a rate of 41.02% per 4-tick cycle. That means that it will take, on average, 26,426 4-tick cycles to gather our logs, which comes out to 17.6 hours. For the other route of cutting yew logs and only making yew bows, we would need to cut 6,426 logs in total. Yew trees grant more woodcutting XP, so our average level would come out to level 77 instead of level 75. Cutting 6,426 logs at level 77's rate of 10.55% means it would take on average 60,910 4-tick cycles to gather our logs, or 40.6 hours. There's also the in-between method where we'd make sure we get the most fletching XP out of our yew logs by only switching to yews after we get level 70 fletching by fletching willow longbows up to level 70, but I didn't think that calculation would hold significant enough results to show here. It should be of no surprise that I'm going to go with the willow only method for this grind. Oh, and if you're thinking, well, how much of a difference would upgrading your axe make? I was wondering the same, and I did the math for those as well. As good as that rune axe willow method is looking, I can tell you it's going to take me way longer than 5 hours to repair broken struts up to the level to where I can make a rune axe. Perhaps we'll revisit this logic in the future if we're ever presented with a much longer fletching grind. This has been Grind Math with RuneScape. We'll probably see you again soon when we break down the next inevitable grind using a bunch of nerdy math. Now, back to the progress. Alright everybody, this has been my life for the last couple of weeks. I have not recorded a single clip since I started the fletching grind, but this is my outfit. I thought it looked pretty nice. But yeah, I'm doing fairly well. I'm already 60% of the way through the goal. I started at level 44.5 or something like that after the last clip. I'm at level 67 right now. But yep, this is my life. I just cut willow logs, run over there, fletch them on the way, and deposit them into the deposit box. And then I run back. See you in another 2 weeks. Alright, this inventory should get me a pretty decent milestone. A couple more logs, and there we go, level 70 fletching. Only 2 more levels to go. Alright, back with the continuous updates now. We are now 71 fletching. 1 more level to go. Well everyone, we've done it. We're about to cut the final log that we need in order to achieve our fletching goal. There it is, we are done. Now let's make these last few longbows so we can finally finish off the level. 1 more, and there we go. Level 72 fletching. You can now make U shields. I have some U logs in the inventory, so let's go ahead and get that done. There we go, that's 2 chunk tasks complete. Now we just need to get level 40 defense in order to wield it. Let's hope we can get that done fairly. Oh man, oh geez, I misclicked. Wow, look at that, level 40 defense. I guess we could just go ahead and equip it now. And that's a chunk task complete. I've been secretly murdering a bunch of cows to get these levels up, so I'd be ready for this clip. You're welcome. I also got myself 40 strength along the way. Oh, and I have another log here to make myself a U short bow. Still unstrung of course, since I don't have access to bowstring, but at least we have that for the future. Alright, on to the last part of this chunk, and that's getting level 65 cooking.
Alright everybody, well I've done a little bit of testing here for our new cooking grind. Got myself up to level 59 from level 58, and I think I have the methods figured out that I want to do. But first we need to sell some of these willow longbows in order to fund our cooking grind. Alright, we have arrived at our first method. Consider you have a bunch of empty buckets right here at this tool leprechaun. Come over here, you climb over the stile. You can milk this dairy cow. You can click it once with a bunch of buckets and you'll continuously refill the milk. You could also, as soon as you see the animation, click again and it'll just continuously refill a little bit faster. Once you get a full inventory of buckets of milk here at the Falador farm, there is a dairy churn, and you can run right over here, use the dairy churn, and make cheese, which does give you 64 XP per cheese. But the only downside, which you will see right now, and right now, and still right now, and for a little bit longer, it takes 15.6 seconds to create 1 cheese. So, if you were ever in this situation where you needed an AFK cooking method, 28 buckets of milk, turning it into cheese, is about 7 minutes or so of just straight AFK. So, you could do this. It'd be about 2k, a little over 2k XP per inventory.
We need about 225k XP to get to level 65 cooking. At 64 XP each, we need a little over 3,500 cheese to reach our goal. At 28 per trip, that'd be 125 trips, and just for the churning portion of the trips, not including running back and forth, gathering the buckets, or milking the cows, we're looking at 15.2 hours. Spoilers, this method is going to be crushed by the next couple of methods.
Okay, we're back here in Port Sarim, our home for all of our previous cooking. And this method, as you can probably tell by the bowl of water in my inventory here, is going to be making stews. So the idea is you come to Wyden, you trade him, you buy a potato, you buy a chicken. You can actually just use a potato on the bowl of water to get the incomplete stew. Next, you have to cook your meat, which does give 30 XP. Then you can use that on the stew to get an uncooked stew, and then use your uncooked stew on the fire to get a stew. So 147 XP per stew. The only downside is that, I have to have maximum of like 13 of the bowls in my inventory, and I have to only buy 1 of these at a time because there's only 1 potato. So I have to hop worlds 13 times. That takes a lot of time. There's inventory management involved of moving the potatoes into the bowl of water, and then as soon as I do my cooking, I have to run all the way back to that sink to refill the bowls. Stews are 147 XP each. I would have to make 1,529 of them. I could make 13 per trip. At 13 per trip, that would be 118 trips total. Each trip that I timed out with the range would be about 5 minutes and 10 seconds per trip.
which would equal about 10.2 hours. Of course, like I said, it could be a little bit less by using the fire, but I can tell you that's not going to compare at all to the next method that I'm going to show you. Some of you probably were already going to be able to guess this, but we have our boy Garrett here, and we can actually light a fire inside of his place, which I didn't think was possible. Trade him. He sells 200 raw sardines, so let's go ahead and switch this over to left click buy 50. Buy 50 sardines, come over here, cook the sardines. It's that simple. I'm not going to burn any of these, and these give us 40 XP each. So, for these, the math works out in the following way. At 40 XP each, we have to cook 5,615 total. That would be 25 per trip-ish if we want to consider our fire. So that would be 225 trips. And I say trip pretty lightly here because it's more of a round of inventory since we're really not moving. But each load takes a minute and 20 seconds. So 225 trips at a minute and 20 seconds, that's only 5 hours. Of course, we do have to spend the money on the sardines, which is not great, but that's why I had to get all this money. I did the math, and at 10 GP each, 5,615, that was 56k, but of course it's like 12 GP, so really not that much of a difference. It's gonna be like 60, 70k, somewhere around there. So definitely gonna be worth it to do this method instead. That's gonna do it for all the quick math. We're just gonna get rid of the other two methods as possibilities because it's gonna take so much less time, and we will be finishing this up and rolling another chunk soon. Okay, everybody, we have everything that we need to finish this chunk. We have 10 sardines that we need to cook. There it is, level 65 cooking. Can now make pineapple pizzas and wines of Zamorak, which would be nice to be able to do one day. All right, let's run over here. Well, walk, because I'm out of run energy because I have exactly 1 agility. All right, pizza cooked successfully and pineapple ring on the pizza. There it is. That is chunk task complete and also chunk complete. Alright, we're going to be chunk rolling here in just a sec.
Okay, Chunk Rolling RuneScape left a message for editing RuneScape to talk about the different chunks that are rulable at the moment, so let's do that first. Starting with chunk number 1, which is north of East Falador, we do not want that, as it puts us 1 chunk away from the monastery, which would be an insane 99 prayer grind. 2 would be Draenor Manor, but you can't get in there without number 3, so it'd just be a free chunk for now. I wouldn't mind getting this so we could go 1 north into Barbarian Village. I would love to have that chunk. Number 3 is Northern Draenor, which unlocks the Draenor Sewers, which contains an 88 smithing requirement. It would also give us a start of the Draenor Village rooftop course, which would be great to get eventually. Number 4 is Draenor Market, which is obviously a ton of forestry and a bunch of other things. Southport Sarim Docks number 5 is a death chunk, because it opens us up to the 99 smithing cape, and I don't even want to think about that. Remington number 6 is an even more deathly death chunk because it gives us access to the smithing cape and the house portal, which opens us up to a future 99 construction requirement. 7 is the crafting guild, which we can't get into at the moment, but there are sheep here, so balls of wool would be the crafting method we need in order to kick off that 89 crafting and 90 fletching requirement from Amethyst we've been waiting on. 8, Western Falador, is kind of a future death chunk because of the giant mole and the construction cape, but it would be super nice to have that furnace. I marked Entrana, which is number 9, as a death chunk because it gives us a furnace that would kick off some smithing training, and it gives us a light source that would make us eventually have to do the giant mole. It's also a super far walk from the bank, so just all around bad. 10, which is not shown, is Pest Control Island. You can't see it, but I have this marked with a green star, and that's because I would absolutely love this chunk, because it would give us an anvil extremely close to the bank. I would also love to get into some real combat training with the eventual minigame island unlock as well. 11 is Port Piscarius, again, not shown, but that would be a free chunk at the moment, and it would open us up to roll Land's End, which would be awesome to get. 12 is Musa Point, which I'd be happy to get as it would kick off some fishing for me, although it would put me 1 chunk away from the volcano and Tazar City. 13, Mudskipper Point, is our only saleable chunk, so it would be a free chunk at the moment. 14 is Catherby, which wouldn't give us much of anything at the moment. 15 is Brimhaven Docks, which puts us 1 chunk away from 99 agility. 16 is Port Tazard. I have this marked with a yellow star because it fixes my anvil problem, but it also comes with a hell of a fishing grind on the fishing trawler. Finally, we have chunk number 17, which is Corsair Cove. This chunk would basically be free at the moment, because I'm pretty sure I'd need Remington Docks in order to further progress the quest, so this wouldn't really unlock anything else. Alright, well that's all the chunks and what they give us, so let's get into that chunk roll. Good luck to us.
Okay, I'm gonna count down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick chunk. So, please. Oh, alright. South Draenor. I kind of wanted that. That's not bad. It's a lot of wood cutting, a lot of forestry. It's something. It's a lot. Oh, okay. All right, that could have been a lot worse, everybody. Could have been a lot worse. All right, and here we are. We are in Draenor Village. No new track unlock because I came right through here last time. Cuss is offering to give me a bond. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That'll be going straight in the bank. Is this you, Alexander? Actually, at the Emerald tier, I believe I am promised to add you in game, so we are going to be friends.
So let's talk about Draenor Village tasks. For our first skilling task, we need level 15 fishing in order to catch some raw anchovies. This is going to be super simple since we already have level 22 from Bob the Cat randoms. The Dark Wizards in our chunk drop 2 new best in slot items, being the staff and the black robe, so we'll have to get those. For quests, we can start a porcine of interest and complete it up to step 2. For the Lumbridge and Draenor diary tasks, we have to kill a zombie in a Draenor sewers, chop some willow logs in Draenor Village, and pickpocket Martin the Master Gardener. We don't have a ton of forestry unlocks because we don't have access to logs such as magic and maple, but we do have a few tasks. We need to obtain the fox whistle from the poacher's event, the golden pheasant egg from the pheasant event, the petal garland from the enchantment ritual event.
Hey, it's me editing RuneScape from the actual compilation video this time. Hope y'all are enjoying. I just wanted to point out that these 3 items that I just named were much more rare back when I did this grind, so I was suffering. A lot of people don't have to do that nowadays, but it's a lot better for the game, in my opinion. Alright, back to the tasks. Enjoy the rest of the video.
And the sturdy beehive parts from the beehive event. As far as forestry unlocks go, we can obtain the Twitcher's gloves, which also happen to be our best in slot crushed tank gloves. Who would have thunk it? We can also obtain the log basket, the cape pouch, and the felling axe handle. We can't get anything else from the forestry store, including the outfit pieces, since we don't have all of the necessary logs, so these will pop up in the future when we do have them. Other than that, we have one untracked unique task, which is the ornate legs. And that's it. That's totally it. Don't even worry about those 2 little empty spots right there. Just don't even look at them. Let's take a look at the extra tasks list, since this will be changing a bit too. Our previous level 61 farming requirement to harvest some snape grass has now been upgraded to getting the 99 farming cape thanks to Martin the Master Gardener. Again, farming tasks are fully passive for me, so this will be one big goal we'll work towards over time. Since we still don't have a non-meme smithing training method, the elite diary task of smithing an adamant plate body and a Draenor sewers is being added to the backlog tasks. Alright, well let's get back into the game and start knocking out some of these tasks. Well, not these tasks. These tasks.
First things first, we have 3 diary tasks that we can pretty much easily get done. Willow logs and Draenor. Let's do that right quick. Wow, are you serious? Bro, I have 78 wood cutting. What? Why is this taking so long? Alright. Thank you, I guess. Let's do Pickpocket Master Farmer. Alright, there's an onion seed. Very nice. First one. And then let's go into the Draenor sewers and kill ourselves a zombie.
Die, zombie!
Alright, there we go. Easy task done. Let's get Porcine of Interest up to step 2 completed. And I do that by checking the notice board here. Start Porcine of Interest quest. And then I have to go talk to Sarah in the South Falador farm, which I have unlocked. Alright, now I have to go into the strange hole. There you go. But I cannot get there because that is out of my chunk. But that is another chunk task complete. Porcine of Interest up to step 2. Now let's go fish this anchovy, because thankfully I already have my fishing level up from Bob the Cat randoms. There it is, anchovies. That is another chunk task complete. We have our fishing rod, we have our fishing bait. We are going to go over here, fish up a herring, grab our spade out of the bank, go get the ornate legs. These Dark Wizards for their quote-unquote best in slot items. Alright, there we go. That was fast. It's not like a willow tree for some reason. Alright, where does this go? It's right in here somewhere. Right here? Hey, there it is. Ornate legs. Alright, from the wizards, we are looking for a staff and a black robe. I did some Dark Wizard kills on mobile, and I ended up getting both the black robe and a bunch of staffs. So there is our couple of chunk tasks completed. Okay, so I organized my bank a little bit in the way that I like my seeds to be laid out. So I have my herb seeds up here, followed by allotments. Currently missing one of the allotments. And then I have my flowers, missing the white lilies. I have tree seeds, started with acorns, and I pretty much have none of those. And then I have fruit tree seeds, followed by hops, missing one of those, and then berry seeds, and then this area is going to be the special tab.
So let's try filling this out a little bit more. Let's open up some of these different bird nests that I got while doing my fletching grind. And let's see if we get some new ones. Oh yeah, we do. Nice. Okay, we just did a farm run. We now have 6 onions and 4 marintil. We planted some rosemary seeds and some cabbages, as well as some marintil. And now we're up to level 15 farming. So this is exactly what I meant by this skill being passive now, especially since I have a common source of seeds. I'm just gonna try to keep up on my farm runs and continue to level up this skill. Now let's talk to the wise old man and see if we can get a doable task. If you didn't know, he assigns some random tasks that he wants adventurers to complete, and he can give you some various rewards, including prayer XP. Roldo the librarian wrote to me recently about something. I need you to take my reply to him. Okay, well obviously we can't do that since I don't have Varrock, so that's just gonna sit in my bank, and maybe one day we'll be able to deliver that. Next, I want to talk to Diego. First, there's a code you can redeem. If you look it up on the wiki, you can get a pretty interesting cosmetic item. And there we go, we have Mystic cards now, pretty cool. And let's check out the holiday items. We only have the RuneFest shield, which looks pretty cool, I guess. And of course we have the shop, which has a bunch of interesting stuff in it. Alright, I think I pretty much figured out my Fashionscape outfit for my forestry grind. I have the gold prospector top on the top, ornate legs on the bottom, beekeeper boots, mime gloves, RuneFest shield, and then the forestry kit on the back, which I can't really change, but it looks fine, so whatever. Oh, and obviously I have the eye patch. I think it all looks pretty good. What do you think? Alright, well enough stalling. Let's get started on this forestry grind. Outside of a few RNG collection log slots, this shouldn't be too bad, right? Wait a second. Wait, task list? What are you doing? Wait! No! Don't do it! Stop! Ah! Do you all like the new intro? Let me know down in the comments. Now let's get into why I started screaming at the end of the last video. If you recall, when I unlocked the motherlode mine in episode 2, during my long drawn out explanation of why I didn't want to repair broken struts to 99 smithing, I mentioned the following. This little pink rock can be processed through not 1, but 2 skills. So I'm only an accessible crafting method and a knife away from both of these grinds. And I can promise you, that's not too far off. Well, now with the South Draenor chunk, it seems that this grind is finally caught up to us. Prepare yourselves, as I bet most of you didn't even know that the method I'm about to share even granted crafting XP. Nestled away in a quaint little shack in the middle of Draenor lies Aggie the Witch. Aggie performs a notorious service for players looking to complete some of old school's hardest quests. For a small fee, and if you provide the proper materials, she'll magically create one of 3 dyes for you. These dyes aren't useful for most things in the game, but do have a few niche uses in different quests, as I mentioned. However, one of the things you can do with these dyes is pour it onto any normal cape of a different color to dye it the new color. And as Joey TJE50 commented on one of my videos 2 months ago, this action grants you a whopping 2.5 crafting XP. As Joey mentioned, I can get black capes from highwaymen, and I can grow my own onions from seeds obtained at the seed market in Draenor. With South Draenor, I also get access to master farmers, so I can consistently get woad seeds, allowing me to also get blue dye. In addition, Wyden in Port Sarim sells red berries, so I also have red dye covered. So basically, I have no excuse but to take on this grind, because technically all I need is 1 cape and access to 2 different dyes, and I can use this method indefinitely, or at least until I reach level 10. At level 10, I can now make crossbow strings after unlocking the spinning wheel in South Falador, although these only grant 10 XP each. At level 20, I can start cutting uncut gems, which I can consistently get from trading in 300 stardust for bags full of gems. Luckily, Draenor Village adds 1 more crash site for shooting stars, so this did get slightly better. I say slightly because this is still going to require us to mine over 550,000 stardust to get the gems required to get to level 89 crafting. And as a reminder, I only have 70,000 at the moment from finishing level 99 mining, so we've got quite a long way to go. For now, we'll keep an eye on the Star Miners plugin for when shooting stars enter our chunks, but we've got plenty of forestry to do to get us started in this chunk. Alright, I put together all the different items that I would need from forestry, and in total, for the Twitcher's gloves, log basket, pate pouch, and felling axe handle, we would need 800 oak logs and 800 willow logs, as well as 22,500 bark. So I'm going to go ahead and get the oak logs knocked out, and then we're just going to probably continue the rest of this with the willow logs. Since we don't have access to maple logs right now, a lot of the items that are in the forestry shop are not going to be able to be unlocked, and there's nothing that requires us to actually cut yew logs right now. I'm also sort of contemplating going and upgrading my axe from a mithril one to an adamant one.
but that is going to require level 71 smithing. So I don't exactly know how long it's going to take to get 22,500 bark, but I can imagine it's going to take a while. So it might be worth doing that. I might take a break here after I get some oak logs and maybe go and get myself a smithing level or two, edge myself closer to level 71. I don't know. We will see.
Just got a beehive over here at these other trees. Yeah, there it is. Sturdy beehive parts. Oh, that's a chunk task complete. We just got our first clue nest on this grind, and it's a beginner. Let's see if it is one of the new steps. No. We do have a new beginner clue step right here. Hopefully we can complete some clues while we're here. Okay, there's our 800 plus oak logs. I actually did one more inventory that I didn't need to do. But now we're going to go ahead and gather up our clue scrolls and let's head to the Motherlode mine and do some smithing. All right, here we are back at the Broken Struts. We are just at the very beginning of level 63, and I'm going to see how long it's going to take to get to level 64. Well, I got about halfway through level 63, and I think I've hit the world hop limit here, so this is exactly one of the reasons why I did not want to use this method all the way up to 99. So, I'm going to take a little bit of a break and come back to this when I can. Hopefully we can finish off 64 smithing after I come back. Well, I've been back for all of maybe 10 minutes, got through maybe like 30 worlds, and I am locked out again. This really sucks. I guess I'll wait here a little bit longer until I can play again. RuneScape is fun. I just got the petal garland. Heck yeah. I don't even know if this is guaranteed or not. Oh, 1 in 50. No way. Wow, I got super lucky on that. That's my first one. Let's go. Chunk task complete. Alright, great news everybody. We just got a new clue nest with our brand new clue step location right over here. I have 2 other beginner clues right here, so this is going to be a guaranteed casket once we finish this off. No way. Okay, well, 1 step beginner clue completed. Let's see if we get anything. Ooh, hard leather body. Okay. That's definitely a new best in slot range gear. We have 2 beginner clues left. I'm hoping for an easy clue here pretty soon. That'd be amazing. I need 2 more steps. Okay, we have enough anima infused bark to unlock our first item from the forestry shop. And we're gonna go ahead and get the Twitcher's gloves, since I can use these to obtain more bird's nest while I'm chopping all these trees. And I want to do this because I want as many easy and beginner clue nests as I possibly can get, and I can set this to add a 20% increase to all of those nests. So let's buy one of those. Grab the Twitcher's gloves, and that is a chunk task complete. Let's set this to the clue nests, wear them, and now we're ready to go. And here's a cool milestone, level 80 woodcutting. Also, bad news, I have exactly 2 XP remaining until level 17 hunter after my second poacher event. So that means Puro is officially going to be an option if I roll this chunk here. Although, we're going to have a pretty decent conversation about that in the future, so let's just not worry about it now. Okay, if we take a peek inside of our forestry kit, you will see that we have over 5,000 anima infused bark, which is enough to purchase our next unlock. So let's grab 300 oak and willow logs and go talk to the friendly forester. Now let's purchase a log basket. There we go, chunk task complete. This is definitely going to help us with our forestry grind, making it a lot more AFK. And if you didn't know, you can right-click open and right-click close the log basket, toggling the option for the logs to go directly into the basket when you cut them. I've seen that a lot of people don't know that this option exists, so I just wanted to call that out. The same mechanic exists on other things too, like the coal bag, the gem bag, the fish barrel, the looting bag, etc. So if there's anything that holds other stuff, you should make sure you know if opening it is an option or not. Alright, doing a bit of stardust mining here, and I got myself a new clue step. I don't think I've actually seen this one before. Let's complete this. Found a new clue. Is this completable? No, it is not. So I come over here, pick up one of my other beginners. Alright, 2 steps. It is a 2-step. Very nice. And let's see what we get. Another hard leather body and 5 law runes. Alright, not that great. I got another beginner clue while on mobile, and the loot was trash. Alright, we got 2 fun things happening right now. We just got our 3rd completable step here for our beginner clues. So let's see what we get. Let's come over here, pick up one of these. I think maybe both of these are Ryan steps. Nope, another one that's a dig right here. So let's do that. And we dig. And we get a 2-step. Amazing. Let's open it and see what we get. Ah, nothing. Okay, whatever.
But besides that, we actually have another unlock that we can do right now. So let's come to the bank here and get our required items. We need 500 oak logs, and we can purchase the felling axe handle. There we go, new collection log and chunk task complete. We're not going to use this to attach to anything just yet because all I have is the mithril axe right now. So I want to pretty much wait until I get the rune axe and use that later.
Another 3-step beginner clue incoming. Open it straight away. And yep, that's a beginner clue for you.
Quick update here. We have 2,500 anima infused bark, which means we can buy our last purchasable item from the forestry shop. That is a cape pouch. And that is the last viable chunk task complete. Now we just have to wait on RNG for the fox whistle and the golden pheasant egg.
Made a bit more progress on mobile and got level 65 smithing. I found that repairing broken struts on mobile was really not even that bad. I mean, definitely not fun, but it didn't seem as taxing as on the computer for some reason. But we'll keep that in mind for in the future. If you look here in my inventory, I obtained the fox whistle. Here's a screenshot from my phone. And we also have 85 woodcutting currently. So we're getting a bunch of woodcutting XP, chasing after both the fox whistle and the golden pheasant egg. We still need the golden pheasant egg, and we're also going to need about 100,000 plus willow logs.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
What's that? Oh yeah, I never told you. To get from level 72 to level 90 fletching, we need to fletch over 107,000 willow longbows. No big deal at all. Just another Tuesday for an Xtreme One Chunk, man. If you watch my previous Grind Math with RuneScape segment, you know that willow longbows are going to be our fastest fletching training method, at least until we start making arrows. So this is the plan for now. Considering I haven't even cut 20% of those logs, I'm not too concerned about going dry on the golden pheasant egg, as it's pretty much guaranteed that I'm going to get it along the way. We've got another beginner clue that we can do. Alright, here we go. Guaranteed casket. And what do we get? Hey, Sandwich Lady bottom, let's go! That's a first unique from any clue scroll. That's amazing. Look at that. Heck yeah. Oh, it matches my petal garland very nicely. I'm so adorable. Yes, cute indeed. Alright, golden prospector legs go right back on, and this is going into the bank. Okay, as you can see, we have 3 beginner clues on the ground, so that means we have yet another guaranteed casket. So let's get this done here. Well done. It is a 2-step. Alright, what do we get? Hey, Zamorak, Rune Scimitar Ornament Kit, and a Staff of Earth. Let's go. That is amazing. I am very, very happy about getting a staff. That is the first powered staff, or a rune type staff that we have. We now have infinite earth rune. That's amazing. Oh, sorry about the red. But yeah, Rune Scimitar Ornament Kit. Man, if only we had a Rune Scimitar. Alright, we have 1 beginner clue left over, and another update. I don't think I've said this before, but I now have 3 easy clues. So 1 more of those, and we'll have a guaranteed completion. I'm really looking forward to that. We also have a medium that we can complete. I think that this amount of Stardust is going to get us to past a certain milestone. Yes it will. Look at that, 100,000 Stardust. Unfortunately, that is not even a 1/5 of the way to where we need to be. You need about 550,000 plus Stardust.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
No. I already mentioned that earlier. I just didn't explain myself. But I'm not going to get into that right now. We'll save that for the next video. I do have an update. I have a medium clue now. A second medium clue. And oddly enough, it's like the same step as that beginner. I didn't know that those actually existed. That's weird. But yeah, 2 medium steps, 3 easy steps. So 3 out of 4 and 2 out of 5. Guys, I have great news. We just got our 4th easy clue step. That means we're going to have a guaranteed easy clue. I'm not going to do it at this very moment. I want to finish up this shooting star, but we are going to have our first easy clue on the account. Only took 31 days playtime. Let's go. Alright, the crash star got down to tier 3. I'm not too concerned about keeping that going anymore, so let's get this started. I know this is the Ports Rim step that I just got. Alright, we did not get a 2-step. Ooh, Dwarven Mine! No way! That's a completable step. That's underground in Falador, so I'm gonna just use this, actually. That's awesome. We made it to the closed chest. Let's see if we get a 3-step completion. We don't. 4 steps.
And then this one's Hans. Okay, now let's get back to Draenor, pick up one of our Port's Rim steps, and finish this thing up. There it is, first easy casket on the account. So I can't think of a better place to open up my first easy clue than here on the docks of Ports to Rim. Now, this is around the time when a bunch of other Xtreme One Chunk Ironman would go ahead and show you a tier list of all the different rewards that they would like to get from an easy clue casket. I could show you a tier list. I would have a tier list, but honestly, nothing right now would be a huge game changer on the account, so I think I'm just going to save that for later on. The things that I will give an honorable mention to would be any sort of like monk robe or anything like that would be nice for prayer. If I were to get any sort of like vestment robes, that would be really cool. I don't have means of making studded leather, so some of the trim studded leather options would be nice. Everything else would just be some sort of nice, unique fashionscape type stuff. So, without further ado, let's get it open. First easy clue casket. Hey, let's go! Wooden Shield G. Wow, that's hilarious. You know, I was looking at this reward casket list, and it's literally the first item listed on the easy clue uniques for these caskets. That is something else. And then the red firelighter too, to boot. So that is really cool. And I could wear this. It kind of matches the outfit a little bit. You know what, I wasn't wearing a shield beforehand because I didn't want the extra weight, but I think this is worth it. So 2 uniques on the first casket. One is a shared, of course, but a unique nonetheless. Alright, back to the grind.
There it is, level 66 smithing. I took a quick detour over here to get some more smithing levels before going to bed tonight. I was able to get level 66. And that means that I can make some mithril plate legs. Following that level up with a screenshot from mobile again, here's level 67 smithing. Okay everybody, with this strut, I have a nice surprise. You ready? Here it comes. Oh my gosh, I hammered the strut so hard it stretched the screen properly for the first time. And we have level 68 smithing, which means we can make mithril plate bodies. How fantastic. Another mobile screenshot here, level 69 smithing. Wow, I was just repairing broken struts just continuously, and level snuck up on me. But look at that, level 70 smithing. I can now smelt adamant ore into adamant bars and make adamant daggers. I went ahead and used all the nature runes in my bank to make adamant bars. I figured that would give me a little bit more XP, allow me to not repair as many broken struts on my way to level 71. And I also made the 8 mithril bars that I'm going to need in order to make my new best in slot armor. So let's go ahead and go do that now. And there we are, mithril plate body and mithril plate legs. Okay, this is going to be it. One more strut. And there we go, level 71 smithing. Jeez, I did not think I was going to be getting this anytime soon. Wow. I can now make adamant axes. It's time to go make our upgrade. I have all my clues moved back over here to Draenor, and I'm going to go ahead and go down into the Draenor sewers to make my adamant axe. So let's do this. Okay, here we are. Adamant axe made. And one more, we're going to have level 88 woodcutting. That is amazing. And we just got level 26 hunter. That is 1 level away from 27, and then we'll be able to barehand baby implings, and that will change the game with our crafting grind. More on that later. One more log here, we're gonna have a really nice milestone, level 89 woodcutting. That is crazy. We're about to have our second level 90 skill. Alright, we have another beginner clue that we can do. Okay, it was a 2-stepper. So let's see what we get. Wow. Oddly enough, I don't even have one of these. I thought that I did, but I guess not. Okay, we have another beginner clue we could do. Alright, it's going to be a 3-step. Here's the casket. What do we get? Wow. A leather cowl. Oddly enough, that is a best in slot. We are going to be decked out in our leather gear. Guys, look. I got it. I got it on my other computer, so I wasn't recording, but I just logged in here to show you. I got it, finally. That means everything that we needed to get as far as RNG goes and collection log goes is done. Here we go, forestry. Got the fox whistle, got the golden pheasant egg, got the petal garland, again on our first druid event. Got all the sturdy beehive parts, obviously, felling axe, cave pouch, log basket, the gloves, and of course whenever I get level 27 hunter, I will be able to get the pheasant hat, cape, boots, and legs. Everything that needed to happen as far as RNG goes happened. Now it's just going to be time. I don't have to worry about doing forestry events much anymore. Pretty much ever. I have over 56,000 anima-infused bark. In total, I think I need another like 40k or something, so that's done. But yeah, that is awesome. No more hunting for this thing. I felt like I was going dry. I did not keep track of every single nest that I opened, obviously, but I finally got it. Very excited. Let's clear out a spot for this and put this right here next to the fox whistle. Alright, now we move on and continue getting more logs. We only have 38,877 and we need 107,000. So we've got a very long way to go there. And of course we have a very long way to go into Stardust as well.
Okay, a couple more logs and we're gonna have our second level 90 on the account. Look at that. I can now chop redwood trees if I ever get close to those. There we go, level 90 woodcutting. Amazing. Alright guys, it's happening. There we go, level 27 hunter. I can now barehand catch baby implings. Okay, here we are back in the chunk picker, and if I come down here to activity info, hunter, and then change this hunter level up to 27, save levels, we click calculate tasks, and watch what happens here. Boom, we have more tasks. So now we need to barehand catch a wandering baby impling. We can get some bowstrings from them, so we can obtain a used short bow, mithril arrows, a hard leather shield, and then we have the 4 pheasant items. We have plenty of feathers in order to craft, but we just need to get a needle and thread, which both come from baby implings. We're gonna need probably a few thread in order to get what we need as far as crafting levels go. We also need the hard leather, so 1 in 100, you know, that could be hard to get. Yes, we need 2 hard leathers in order to get the hard leather shield. Catching a baby impling results in 20 XP. So let's say we get it on rate, that's 200 times 20 XP, and that should be what, 4,000 XP. And as far as experience levels goes, level 32 is about 16,000 XP. So say we go like 2 times dry on that, we'll get up to level 32. If we get up to level 32, let's make sure we go into sandbox mode for this. If we get all the way up to level 32, then yeah. So, young implings have a chance of dropping pure essence at a rate of 1 in 10, which is less than 1 in 16. And because we can find young implings and they could drop it, technically we would have an 88 rune crafting requirement in order to complete this Falador Elite task, which is to craft 252 air runes simultaneously from essence at the air altar, which we have access to thanks to this chunk right here. Previously this was a nothing chunk pretty much with the 30 defense requirement from the adamant chain body, but of course, as many of you know if you watch Limpworth's videos, he got the 88 rune crafting requirement and had to kill a bunch of minotaurs and do all sorts of stuff in order to get a bunch of rune essence. So definitely don't want to even get to the point where I start encountering that. I mean, if I get it from a young impling, like that's going to be extremely meme territory. If it's an essence impling, it's a little bit better, but it's still meme territory to get all the way to level 88 runecraft. Yeah, we'll have to address that if/when that time comes. So let's hope that we do not go super dry.
Well, there are definitely some scary times ahead, but let's just hope we can complete these new chunk tasks without creating an even bigger headache for ourselves. We've had so many tasks now, I've had to create this overflow list so we don't lose track of all the progress we've made. In the next video, we'll begin our hunt for baby implings and hope we can hit that 1 in 100 drop twice before it's too late. We'll also make a ton of progress towards our huge crafting and fletching grinds and maybe, just maybe, complete the chunk. Last time on this ship. I'm not actually going to show a recap here because you've been watching the entire recap. I just wanted to highlight that episode 7 was the first time that I used this this time on this ship thing, which I specifically asked Limpworth's permission for, and he was gracious enough to be like, yeah, man, go ahead. So, yeah. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the video.
All right, we're going to begin hopping worlds in order to find some baby implings. So let's see what we can do. First world, no implings. Second world, no implings. Third world, no implings. All right, I'll be back when I see an impling or two. Okay, after about 10, 20 worlds, I found one. Let's see what we get. Cheese. Amazing.
All right, this is going really slow and I'm not making good progress on the account, so I'm going to go back to woodcutting and just scout them on another account.
Here's the first scouted baby impling. Let's see what we get. Nothing. Okay, whatever. Actually, no, we got a willow log. I could tell that based on the loot tracker here. It just went into my log basket, so that's interesting. Alright, I just scouted a thread. So that's one half of the puzzle that we need in order to start crafting.
And there's some more thread. You can craft 5 items with each spool, so you really only need 1 to make the pheasant outfit, but it's always nice to have more. Needle acquired.
So now let's unlock some collection log slots and get our crafting going. We need to get from level 6 up to level 10 in order to spin bowstring or make sinew into crossbow strings. So let's do that first by making some pheasant tail feather pieces. I forgot to say earlier, but catching a baby impling barehanded is a chunk task complete. So let's mark that off now. And let's also get these tail feathers created. So first we need the pheasant hat, then the pheasant legs, then the pheasant boots, and the pheasant cape. There we go.
Chunk tasks complete.
Oh, well, there goes my last thread, so that is slightly problematic. I guess I still have to continue catching these young implings for a while because I still need 2 hard leather, and I don't have any of those just yet, so let's get back to that, I guess.
Alright, we just got the last thread we need for level 10 crafting, so let's go ahead and craft some more of our pheasant outfit pieces.
Boots, cape, hat, legs. There's level 10. Now craft bowstrings and crossbow strings.
Okay, we made it to our first crafting milestone of bowstrings, so let's go ahead and make some of those.
Before we continue this, let's go ahead and complete a chunk task. We can take out both the willow and the yew shortbow. So let's string the willow. Now let's string the yew shortbow. And there's a new chunk task. Okay, so that is 2 more short bows that we have. Let's add that to our gear tab. See, I could already wield willow. So that actually replaces the oak here, and then this can go into the clue tab.
There's the last of my flax turned into bowstrings, which got us to level 15 crafting, almost level 16. We've got a bit of a way to go until we get to our next milestone of level 20, where we can start cutting sapphires. We just caught our 101st tracked baby impling, and so far not a single hard leather. Reminder, we're searching for 2 of these drops so we can make the hard leather shield, and we need to get them before hitting 32 hunter so we don't have to deal with the young impling drop table.
Alright, unfortunately we are out of pheasant tail feathers, so we're just gonna have to get the level 16 to 20 the old-fashioned way. That's by killing a bunch of cows, making a raw beef into sinew, and then making that sinew into crossbow strings. Alright, so we're gonna go kill some cows. I got myself a nice little range set up here. I'm gonna train range here because I need to get up to 50 range in order to wield amethyst darts at the end of this chunk anyway. Alright, moment of truth. We have the raw beef in our inventory. You're supposed to use it on a range to make it into sinew, but there's some fire right here. Will the fireplace work? No, it will not. Okay, that's sad. Alright, well, let's run down here, I guess, to the closest range. Alright, now we use this on here, and as you can see, we get the sinew option. This is going to be our life for up until level 20. Oh, I didn't even realize it, but 19 crafting gives us 900 total level. That is pretty cool. Only 1 more level to go, and it looks like only 22 more crossbow strings to make, but I need to go over here to Draenor and reset my clues. Well, I came back to Draenor to reset my clue scrolls, as I just said, and I realized there was another chunk task that was pretty easy for me to do, and that is to make, well, obtain mithril arrows. So let's make some real quick. I have myself 15 mithril arrow tips, and here's the endless arrows. Make those, and chunk task complete.
1 more. There we go. Level 20 crafting. I can now cut sapphires. Insane. Let me share with you why this level is such a big deal for me.
It's time for Grind Math with RuneScape. The segment where we go into way too much detail about how I'm going to make these self-imposed account restrictions not suck as much as they should.
By far, the biggest grind in this chunk is going to be getting level 89 crafting in order to craft amethyst dart tips. And just a side note from some of the comments I've received in previous videos, you actually don't need to complete Tourist Trap in order to craft amethyst dart tips. I assume this is because you craft amethyst dart tips while the quest teaches you how to smith them. but I digress. A typical crafting trading method for Ironman is buying soda ash and buckets of sand from charter crew members, turning them into molten glass at a furnace, then blowing them into various glass items, granting pretty decent crafting XP along the way. I do have access to charter crew members at the Moosa Point docks, but unfortunately I don't have access to a furnace. Similarly, because I don't have a furnace, nor do I have any jewelry molds, I can't currently make use of any of the gold ore sitting in my bank. I have a spinning wheel, but no flax fields. I have cows that I can kill for cowhide, but I don't have a tanner, so I can't craft a bunch of leather items either. This pretty much leaves me the following options in order of worst XP per hour to best XP per hour. As I discussed in the previous episode, and the entire reason why we have to train crafting now in the first place, I could dye capes for maybe 500 XP per hour. Next, I could consistently make crossbow strings like I've been doing to even get to this point, but I've worked out the math on the XP per hour there, and it's equally abysmal. Now, the final method that we have available to us is actually crafting gems. From our 99 mining grind, we've amassed a good bit of uncut gemstones just from mining. However, we have a bunch of stardust, golden nuggets, and unidentified minerals from our various mining methods that we used. Each of these can be traded into their respective shops for a bag full of gems, which each hold a guaranteed 40 uncut gems in them. With each bag, you can expect an average of about 2.5k XP if you're just going to cut gems, which is all I can do at the moment because again, I don't have a furnace. I've done plenty of shooting star mining up to this point, and with my mining level in rune pickaxe, as long as there are shooting stars active in my chunks, I can expect to get about 900 stardust per hour, which would allow me to purchase 3 bags full of gems from Desuri. Therefore, this banks 7.5k XP per hour. So, 20 crafting unlocks cutting sapphires, 27 unlocks emeralds, 34 unlocks rubies, 43 unlocks diamonds, 55 unlocks dragonstones, and 72 unlocks cut onyxes, which I'll obviously have plenty of by the end of this chunk. So, what comes after that? Anything good? Well, maybe, but we'll get into that later in the video. So at the moment, my end goal is to mine enough stardust to get from level 20 to level 89 crafting. This is going to require about 552,000 stardust in total, and thankfully, we're already about a fifth of the way through that thanks to our 99 mining grind. That actually wasn't a ton of math, but that will help lay the foundation for a future math segment. That's right, nerds rejoice, you're getting multiple math segments in this video. We'll return shortly with more grind math with RuneScape.
Alright, we have 380 unidentified minerals that we can trade in. So let's buy some of those. And let's open these. Maybe we get lucky and get the uncut onyx. No, we do not. If you guys remember, the uncut onyx is on the backlog because it's a 1 in 100 million drop. There's a very, very low possibility of us getting that. I believe at this point there's only been 3 or 4 people who have ever gotten that in the entirety of RuneScape. Maybe we can be lucky number 4/5. That'd be insane to get on a one chunk account. Alright, now let's buy out Prospect Percy's stock here. Wrap it open. Buy again. Wrap it open. Buy again. Wrap it open. No uncut onyx. Alright, we're gonna go back upstairs now and spend the rest of this stardust. And here we go. Up here to Desuri. Buy. Wrap it open.
No onyx. Shit game.
Now let's get back over to Draenor where we're going to be doing a bunch of bank standing. Let's cut some gems. Let's get some total levels. Gonna shoot straight up from 20. Alright, so if we bump the temporary boost up to like level 99, it'll include all these different gems that we can cut. And with that, we're going to get up to level 75 crafting straight away. So that is pretty freaking cool. Let's do that. I'm kind of getting tired of woodcutting at the moment, so let's take a little break and get some big total levels coming in. Alright, we're going to set up our bank like so, where the uncut sapphires go right here. I am on default quantity all, so let's do this. And this should go super fast. We're 50 XP each right now. I'll see you back when I can cut emeralds. And there's level 27 crafting. I can now cut emeralds. There's 34 crafting, which is the level for rubies.
And there's 43 crafting, which is the level for diamonds.
One more, and there we go, level 55 crafting. That is the last level I need to craft the last gem I can craft. I mean, if I had an uncut onyx, I'd be able to craft that. So let's go ahead and bust into the bank here. Let's grab one of these guys, chisel it, and let's clear out a little bake slot. Put that in there, and there we go. Oh, no, and there we go. Have a new bank slot. Okay, we just got our first hard leather. We are one singular baby impling away from getting to level 29, so hopefully we don't go this dry again.
Alright, well, crisis averted. We did get the second hard leather. I did the math and I think it's about 156 left or something like that. So yeah, we're getting a little close, too close for comfort, but we don't have to worry about it ever again.
Alright, I think I have everything I need here. So let's make some bronze nails, specifically bronze nails. And now we can put the hard leather on the shield. Here we go. Chunk task complete. New best in slot. Magic defense. Not that crazy, but very glad that I got this before level 32 hunter. Alright everybody, I have fantastic news. You look on the floor here and we have 4 green easy clues. That means there are 4 completable steps. Let's first head over to the Dwarven Mine. Also a small update here. I was able to get level 4 agility. Just got a count check random not too long ago and got level 4 agility. Alright, here we come up to the closed chests. Oh, talk to the squire in White Knight's castle. Wow, that was close. Oh yeah, I updated my chunk picker with my level 4 agility that I just got, and it gave me another chunk task. So I need to actually come up here while I'm thinking about it, run along this wall, which if you didn't know, there's just a ladder right over there that you can climb up to get up here. You can grapple up to here, I believe from either side, to get from the bottom up to the top, and then you just have to jump down from the top. And apparently jumping from the top of this wall requires level 4 agility. So that's popping up as a chunk task for me. So let's go down this way. Here we go, chunk task complete. Oh, I actually have not been this far up, so I unlocked some music tracks. But this is still within my chunk boundary. Okay, step number 2 wants me to go to a party goer in Falador. Here we go, talk to Lucy. Got another clue, so not a 2-step. Alright, here we go. Do we get a 3-step? We do not. Alright, here we go. Here comes our easy casket. Alright, Ahab, listen here. I'm gonna need you to provide me with some luck. When I open this easy casket, I need there to be at least a unique in there. Oh! 3 uniques, let's go! And the bronze plate body G, blue beret, blue firelighter. That is cool. That is really cool. Alright, well, we have some new fashionscape. Blue beret, not bad. And the bronze plate body. Alright, well, I think this is the new fashionscape. Check that out. Of course, we can make it better by turning our rock golem gold. Look at that, now everything pops. We have a small update incoming. There we go, level 40 farming. That is the first level that gets broadcast to the clan chat as far as levels go. I just continue to plant a bunch of seeds whenever I run by, when I go from Draenor to Falador or back to try to mine some shooting stars. So that's how we're getting our passive progress here.
I just missed 92 woodcutting because I didn't expect the forestry event that I just finished to give me the level, but I think this is where our woodcutting journey is going to end for this chunk. Originally, I was going to chop 107,000 willow logs and make them into willow longbows to get 90 fletching, but I can tell that at this rate, my fletching grind will be done way before my crafting grind. So I started doing some digging, and I think I've come up with another method. Welcome back to Grind Math with RuneScape. Let me break down my progress on these 2 grinds for you. First, we have the Stardust. We've already turned in 121,000. We currently have a little over 64,000 in the bank, which makes our total 185,000. This is only 33.5% of the way to meeting our goal of 552,000. Mind you, this progress includes all of the Stardust we mined on the way to 99 mining, before we ever even rolled the Draenor Village chunk. I probably only made about 20% of this progress in this actual chunk. Next, the willow logs for fletching. We've already fletched about 42,000 willow logs into willow longbows, and I currently have another 23,000 logs sitting in the bank. That means I've already chopped 65,000 of the 107,000 goal, which is over 60% of the way to being finished.
As you can see, my fletching progress is going about 3 times faster than my crafting progress. Since my crafting progress is dependent on the existence of shooting stars actually being in my chunks, I absolutely have to find a solution to this, or I'll just be waiting around for stars to spawn with nothing else to do at the end of my chunk. Before, I mentioned there may be another crafting method that exists in my chunks, and this whole time it's been staring at me right in the face. When you chisel amethyst into one of its products, it actually gives really good crafting XP, and I have the ability to consistently mine amethyst. The only problem is that this requires some pretty high crafting levels as indicated by my chunk task. Once you do get to the minimum level of 83 crafting, you can expect to bank between 5,500 to 6,000 crafting XP per hour while mining amethyst. This is slightly lower than the aforementioned shooting star method of 7.5k XP per hour, but it is not dependent on anything but your mining and crafting levels. So my new goal is to try to combine these 2 grinds. But which product should I choose? At level 83 crafting, I can make amethyst bolt tips. These would be great, but I can't make the broad bolts that they would normally attach to without some serious slayer training. And if you know anything about one chunk accounts, is that we aren't the best slayer masters. At level 85 crafting, I can make amethyst arrow tips. With 82 fletching, which I already have, I can make these into arrows, which I could actually use if I had a magic short bow. There are plenty of ways to get magic logs, so I could realistically be using these in the pretty near future. At level 87 crafting, I can make amethyst javelin heads, which would be pretty useless without a ballista, which I would need to complete Monkey Madness 2 for, and yeah. Amethyst darts themselves would be a fantastic finishing product for most accounts, but since I would really only get the maximum potential out of these things once I get a blowpipe, which... it makes sense not to worry about these right now. Plus, with the 89 crafting requirement to make them, I really can't use them as a method to get there anyway. With all that being said, amethyst arrows are going to be the move. So, how many would I need to make to get to level 90 fletching? As it turns out, it's right around 200,000, a nice even number. This will require about 13,300 amethyst, of which I've already mined 5,300 of. These amethysts will be good for over 800,000 crafting XP once we get to level 85 crafting, which is about the same as 320 bags full of gems or 107 hours waiting around for shooting stars. So we're going to change up the strategy a little bit. We'll still be mining any shooting stars that we can access, but in the meantime we'll be preparing 200,000 headless arrows, mining the rest of the amethyst we need, and trying to get to level 85 crafting as fast as possible so we can boost our progress in both skills. So let's get back to the progress and turn in some of that stardust to get our crafting grind started.
This has been Grind Math with RuneScape. We'll probably see you again soon when we break down the next inevitable grind using a bunch of nerdy math. Now, back to the progress.
Alright, just got back down here from a mining session over in Draenor Village, and I'm happy to announce that I have another clue scroll. Another medium clue scroll, so that is now 4 out of 5. One more step and we're going to have a guaranteed medium clue, which will be the first on our account. So I'm here at the dwarf trader down here in the Falador mine, and I need to sell some of these willow longbows to him in order to make some money. Thankfully I have a bunch of willow longbows for my fletching grind, and right now I'm in need of about 400k for headless arrows for my amethyst arrow tips. And one more should do it. There we go, 400k. With 33k left to our name, we finished buying all the feathers we need for our 200k amethyst arrows, so let's get these arrow shafts made. Guys, we have a huge milestone coming in here in just a few seconds. Finally finished making all of my headless arrows, and right here we're going to have our first stack of over 200,000 headless arrows. Look at that. We also have a lamp here, which is going to get us a really nice agility level. Check that out, level 10 agility. That's a good milestone. We've also been doing really well at our mining. We are up to 90,000 more stardust. I'm also stacking up beginner caskets here, just waiting for the right time to open them. Yeah, so now we're done with our fletching preparation. We are done with our wood cutting. So now all that we have left is just a bunch of mining, and that's going to be either shooting stars whenever they exist, or amethyst over here whenever shooting stars don't exist. Small update here, we just lamped ourselves to level 11 agility, and that actually gives us a new chunk task that we need to complete. Let's go ahead and make what we need. So first, we need a grapple tip. Next, we need a set of mithril bolts. And finally, we need a crossbow limb. We can't make a mithril crossbow just with the resources provided in our chunks because you need a maple stock. And for that, you need a maple log. And for maple logs, you need maple trees. But luckily, we have Hura right here, who is a crossbow salesman. and they sell maple stocks. So you can buy one of those, attach the stock, attach the crossbow string that we can now make through our crafting skill, and we have a mithril crossbow. Now we have some feathers, which we can make mithril bolts. We have a mithril grapple tip, which we can put onto one of these mithril bolts. Now we have a myth grapple, and we have rope from Ned, so we can make a myth grapple. Now the chunk task with 11 agility is actually also going to be a medium Falador diary task. So we're making more progress in Falador than we ever thought that we would. So let's go grapple over that wall. And I just remembered I'm missing a key component of this. Yeah, I don't have 36 range in order to wield this mithril crossbow. So we need to get that. I guess we'll be putting this off for the future.
Editor's note here, I learned that you actually don't need a mithril crossbow in order to shoot a myth grapple. Who would have thunk it?
Well, I have news. Just got my third pet. I just got the other one like 2 days ago. This is wild. Let's take a look at the collection log here. There we go, 3 rock golems. Oh man. Awesome quick update here. We actually have an easy clue that we can get done. So let's get that started. Let's see if this easy clue is a 2-stepper. It is not. All right, easy clue was a 3-stepper. Here we go. Let's see what it is. Ooh, an amulet of magic. Also 9 trout. That is, the trout is good. And amulet of magic is definitely a best in slot for me. Guys, I just got back from one of those Quizmaster random events. I chose the mystery box and I got a rare rune battle axe. This is my first actual rune weapon. So this is wild. This is definitely better than my previous weapon that was an adamant battle axe, and then the other weapon that I was using for just like faster or better DPS in some scenarios was the mithril scimitar. So I guess we can alch this guy. Not going to be needing him anymore. Let's take that out. Hi, alch.
No.
Oh, not the rune. Okay, not the rune. The adamant. Shoo! Release that. And then we pop that right there. Look at that. Best in slot. Good news, everybody. We have another easy clue that we can complete. Alright, let's see what we get. Wow. Okay, I guess we were bound to not get anything good in an easy clue at some point. So, I don't know what happened, but I recorded a clip of me opening 25 beginner clue caskets with Agile Tom watching, and I have no clue what happened to it. So, the clip you're seeing now is where I'm actually going over all the stuff I got, which is not a lot. I got all of the elemental staves, a blue wizard robe, a full set of leather armor thanks to the leather chaps, and the only unique that I got was actually demon feet, which I'm modeling for you here. So, enjoy. So I've had a bit of a realization, and by I've had a bit of a realization, I mean the chunk picker told me that I have a realization. I basically told it that I have a new best in slot item, which was the leather chaps that I got from the beginner clues. And because I have steel bars, an anvil, and the ability to train crafting, I actually have another couple of hidden best in slot items that I can make. So if I come right over here and make a couple steel studs, I can actually attach these to both the leather chaps that I have and the leather body that I have. Not the hard leather body, which is why this hasn't popped up before. I only told the chunk picker that I had a hard leather body. You can put steel studs on both the leather body and the leather chaps to make a studded body and studded legs. So that is actually going to be my new best in slot range items. Let's go ahead and make those. That is really cool. I didn't expect this. Okay, so all we have to do here is attach these studs to my leather body and leather chaps, and there we have it. Our new best in slot range items. That's a new chunk task complete. Now that we have these, I think I'm going to take a break from star and amethyst mining to go ahead and get my range level up. We do have 2 separate milestones to reach. One is level 36 for the mithril crossbow, so we can do that agility and Falador diary task, and the other is level 50 so we can wield an amethyst dart. I normally park myself at cows, but I'm going to change things up a little bit and kill the dark wizards in the Draenor Market chunk. The reason being is that in some of my nearby chunks, some NPCs drop nature runes at equal to or better than 1 in 16, and just in case I roll into one of those chunks, I'd like to get a bit of a head start on gathering a bunch of nature runes by killing these guys. They actually drop 4 nature runes at a rate of about 1 in 18, which is technically better than getting 1 or 2 at a rate of 1 in 16. However, the chunk picker doesn't care about the quantity of the drop, only the rate. So that's why I don't have any smithing tasks related to superheating at the moment. And there is level 30 ranged. Not sure how many we've killed just yet because I didn't reset my loot tracker, but I only have 8 nature runes in the amount of kills that I have so far. Just missed the level, but there's level 36 range. So what do you say we go ahead and go knock out that medium diary task? All right, here we are. Now let's grapple the wall, the super slow climb over onto the wall, and now we jump down. And that is technically 3 chunk tasks completed. We have the diary task, we have the maximum strength level of level 37 that we needed, and also 11 agility. All right, about 2 more kills here, and we are gonna have ourselves a pretty major milestone. There it is, level 40 range and 1,000 total. That is wild. Whew. That took a long time. We got 47 days, 2 hours, and we have 40 range now, obviously, so we can go ahead and upgrade to the U short bow. Alright, well, we have 10 more levels to go until we have level 50, and we'll be done with our range training for this chunk. Shout out to Mr. Box Chunk, who just got 99 mining. He's here buying his 99 cape, and asked in the clan if anybody wanted to swing by, and here I am. This poor man has 5 99s to get in this chunk, so good luck to him. Also, he says subscribe to RuneScape, and he's right. You absolutely should. All right, everybody, we have a pretty cool milestone here. We have 4 more easy clues. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. That means we get a guaranteed easy clue casket. So let's get this started. We also have 10 more beginner caskets to open. That'll get us up to 60 completions in total. All right, let's open these up and let's see what we get. We're gonna do the 10 beginners first. Here we go. Okay. 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 Oh. Okay. Alright, easy clue casket time. Yeah, let's click it. Oh, yes. Ah, beautiful fashionscape. Beautiful fashionscape. Oh, look at that. Classic. Just classic. Well, I just deposited my inventory into my bank to grab a spade because I have another beginner clue that I can do, and I just realized we reached 200,000 Stardust. That is a pretty huge milestone. I have 4 easy clues here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is that one that I'm not entirely sure if I can complete or not, so I kind of maybe have a completable easy clue. Alright, here it is. We're so close. Does it work? Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh, no way. And I can even bring him over here? No, I can't. Alright, well, I'm in my chunk. It's fine. Oh, that is so good. That is so, so good. I was in my chunk the whole time. Let's continue this clue now. Alright, is it a 3-step, please? No. Why? Yes! Oh, so good, so good, so good. Here we go. Casket. Let's open immediately and see what we get. Oh, yes. That's so pretty. Look at it. Oh, it's so good. And I actually... What is the other one I have? Oh yeah, I have the Black Wizard Hat G. So that'd be cool if it was the same one, but it's not. Fashionscape. And a black full helm. Wow. And I get a studded body that I went through painstaking trouble to make. That's funny. So I sent a message to SourceChunk, the creator of the Chunk Picker V2, and told him about this clue step that I was able to complete. And I was like, hey man, you can actually complete this right here on the edge. And he's like, I actually already accounted for that within a chunk picker, and you're not seeing it on your chunk map because you didn't account for the rings that you got from bird nest drops. And I was like, oh, okay, so I just need to manually add those and then I'll see it. And he's like, yep, that should fix it. So I added those. Clap on the causeway to Wizard's Tower. Look at that. So yeah, it's already counted in there. He knows what he's doing. I shouldn't have doubted him. And I added the rest of the rings that I got, including the diamond ring, and now we actually have another chunk task, which we possibly could have had in the last chunk. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, we got our diamond one. But either way, it's 2 magic levels, not a huge deal. but I needed to cast level 4 enchant in order to make that diamond ring into a ring of life. So that's another chunk task that we need to do. Thankfully it's super small, and I'll probably just get that from superheating or something like that.
Okay, so I was having some serious problems with OBS while recording these last few clips, so they're basically unwatchable. However, let me walk you through what's going on in these screenshots. I had just finished mining 13,334 amethysts so I can turn them into 200,000 amethyst arrowheads, but I still needed to get level 85 crafting to actually finish my fletching grind. The gems that were in the bank at this time would have only gotten me to level 76, and since I was finished with amethyst mining, I wanted to see how close I was to actually having 85 crafting banked, so I turned in another 221,000 stardust and 420 unidentified minerals for another 758 bags full of gems. When I banked these, I ended up with a deficit of only 24k XP until level 85, which would only be another 10 bags or 3,000 stardust. I was super happy about this because in the time that it would take me to cut all of the gems, I would easily have more than enough stardust to overcome the deficit. And now I'm going to rush 85 crafting, so those will be some of the next clips that you see since we're going back to live progress. Oh, and somewhere along the way we opened up another 11 bags. I didn't get that clip. There's level 75 crafting, and we're still only cutting sapphires. We've now reached the end of the sapphires. As any good Iron Man should, I'll leave a few uncuts in the bank as well, just in case I ever need them for quests that I'll never be able to do. There's 80 crafting. That is pretty huge. I just wanted to show here that I was actually able to complete the Halloween event this year, since it was held at the Falador farm. And thanks to having Jorinner Village unlocked, I was also able to get all the past year's Halloween cosmetics from Diego. Alright, well that marks the end of the diamonds. So let's go ahead and put those uncuts back and take out some dragon stones. And I have really good news, we are almost to level 85. I only needed like 70 more diamonds to get there, but with these dragon stones, I'm gonna cut that in half. Maybe one inventory is gonna be enough, honestly. But this is gonna be huge, huge milestone. I'm not gonna cut any more gems. All I'm gonna do is make 200,000 amethyst arrow tips, and we're immediately going to get 90 fletching. Okay, here we go. 2 XP remaining. Let's just take out one little uncut dragon stone. There we go, level 85 crafting. Absolutely massive. For weaponry, I believe now. Yep, we could do amethyst arrow tips. So now 13,334 amethysts. Let's do this for the first time. I've never actually done this. Amethyst arrow tips. Let's make sure we're making the right things. There we go, 60 crafting XP each. Because as soon as we get these done, we can put them on all of our headless arrows, and that's going to give us our level 90 fletching requirement that we need for this chunk. Had to take a break from fletching because I had a new shooting star that I could mine, and I actually just hit 25 million mining XP. That's absolutely insane. Alright, with this beginner casket, that will give us 15 additional ones, which will bring our total up to 75. So I think that that's a nice round number. Let's go ahead and open these up. Let's see what we get. Hey, mug top. Very nice. Another Zamorak kit. One more. Alright, we got the monk robe top. That is really cool. Best in slot prayer. Freaking sweet. And there is level 87 crafting. That right there is pretty huge. We've been making all of these amethyst arrow tips, and we only have like 1.3k left, so this is not going to get us another level. From my latest calculations, we need about 90k additional stardust in the bank, and we're sitting, oh, we're at 53.6k. Nice, so we're getting there. We basically need 300 more bags full of gems in order to get to level 89 crafting, and that might decrease down to like 299 based off of what gems we get in the other bags, or what sort of gems we get while mining for the rest of the stardust. I stayed up to make sure that I finish off all this amethyst tonight, and I have 22 left. We're gonna leave this nice little placeholder right here, and let's make our last amethyst arrow tips. Yeah, this is it. I don't ever foresee myself coming back to amethyst, but who knows. And here we have the labor of our efforts, exactly what we need to get ourselves up to level 90 fletching, and all of this is just going to remain in my inventory from now on. And with this last arrow set, we now have 85 fletching. That is a pretty nice milestone. I missed it again, but there's 86. This is literally like 500k XP an hour. I'm getting 400k XP an hour just doing this like brainlessly. There's 87 fletching. Okay, and with this, we are going to reach the halfway point very soon here. 100k all the way across, and then 99990. There we go. We are over halfway there.
All right, here comes level 88 fletching. There we go. 2 more levels to go. There's 89 fletching, 1 more to go, and yeah, we're gonna have a lot of leftover arrows here. There is a 95 fletching requirement, you know, sort of looming around the corner for pretty much every chunk man once you start being able to get dragon dart tips. Also, 99 fletching is like 2 chunks away for me. I have Catherby right here, and then I could roll right here, and here's the archery shop where I'd have to get 99 fletching. So, you know, is what it is. With 1 more set here, we're finally going to achieve our level, the biggest level requirement of this chunk, level 90 fletching. That is huge. And we have 14.4k leftover amethyst arrows. And with this, we will be completing our 200,000 amethyst arrows. This didn't take too long. Making all the shafts and putting the feathers on them was a bit of a slog because it's like a lot of work for not a lot of XP. But I mean, look at that, 5.5 million XP. And here we are with our 200,000 amethyst arrows. And that's a GE average of 30 mil. So that is sick. Okay, so we have now reached the point where one of our big tasks is done. And we're sitting at 57,677, so a little over 32,000 more Stardust to go. Hopefully that doesn't take too long, but yeah, we got a couple other things to do, so I'm feeling like we go ahead and go knock out the ranged element of this chunk. As before, I'm just going to be killing these dark wizards because of all the nice runes that they drop, especially the nature runes, which I hopefully won't be needing in the future, but I possibly will be needing in the future. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look. This is medium clue number 5. So that is a guaranteed medium casket, and that's the first one. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I get to stop juggling these, well, if I get a 5-step. All right, we're gonna start this. Let's go ahead and get this first step out of the way. We're gonna skip continuously working on this star. And here we go. All right, we get it back to back. Oh, that's actually pretty close. It's Ham Hideout, which is right here. This is exciting. This is my first medium clue. All right, last step here. The same spot that's actually a beginner clue spot. Really weird. There it is, the first medium casket. What do you think about that, Spoon?
Oh, that's gotta feel good, dude. Honestly, I'm jealous. Extremely jealous.
I've been having medium clues on the ground since the beginning of this freaking account. 9 months now? Just been juggling medium clues for 1 casket. It's the one chunk life.
It's extremely impressive that you haven't let those disappear.
Them? Yes.
Yeah. Extremely impressive.
Yeah. That's why I was so eager to just get this thing dug up and see what's in it. It was actually this star right here that gave me that last clue. So thank you, star.
Love
All right, what are our predictions? We did one of these before when I had a bunch of beginner caskets and you said cabbages, and I recorded it, but then I forgot to. Let me actually double check. Yes, I'm recording desktop audio this time.
I'm gonna stick with the cabbage theme, but you're gonna get the cabbage round shield. I'm going for a dark horse on this one.
Oh, okay.
A nice, unique, yeah, fashionscape.
I told you earlier, my accounts have been fairly lucky with spiked manacles for some reason, so that's what I'm thinking. But, you know, it's my first ever medium clue. This is the chance where I have the highest chance to get any unique, right?
That's fair. That's actually true.
No collection logs unlocked yet, so 3,
Good luck.
2, 1. Okay.
It's a
hyped it up.
Collection log.
Yeah, it's a clog. You know what it was? I didn't say pause in the clan chat. That's what it was. Damn it. Threw that one out the window. An adamant battle axe, you know, that was my biggest unlock in Port Sarim on my ever first chunk. So, damn. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted your time. I mean,
it's never a waste of time with you.
Hey, thanks, man.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
All right, I'm just gonna go cry in the corner. Okay, I'll catch you later. All right, after a lot of world hopping, I do believe that this is going to be it. There we go, 50 ranged. And that is our chunk requirement. Done. Well, the level, at least. But as soon as we craft that amethyst dart, we're going to be able to wield it. Man, I am glad that's done. Let's take a look at the loot tracker from 1907 dark wizards. We've gotten 448 nature runes. Let's see what we have in the bank, because these are going to be useful for our other small chunk tasks that we need to do. All right, 472 nature runes. That's really nice. And I did the calculations the other day. If I pull up over here, go to magic, and then go to 57, superheat item, we need 445 superheated items. So that is perfect. So what I'm gonna do is just sit here and superheat myself 445 adamant bars, I'd say, and that'll give us some nice bars to actually train with. All right, and with this last inventory, 3 more, 2 more, 1 more, and there we go. There's level 57 magic. So now I can enchant diamond jewelry and diamond tipped crossbow bolts. And that is actually our chunk task. Oh, I was wrong. It is actually to cast level 4 enchant, which is enchanting diamonds, but it's actually diamond jewelry. So let's get that done. I don't know if everybody does this, but I can't be asked to remember every possible combination of runes that basically does an enchanting. So I just sort of take everything out and then cast enchant, and here we have a Ring of Life. And that is a chunk task complete. Well, now that that chunk task is done, the only thing we have to do now is to make and wield the amethyst dart. That is the very, very last thing. All right, well, here I am just mining away on some stars, and we're about to reach a pretty insane milestone. Boom. 106 mining. As many of you know, RuneScape skills double in XP every 7 levels, so 99 plus 7 is 106, which means we basically just got 99 twice. That's just insane. I was looking at the high scores for the One Chunk clan, and let me pull those up when it comes to mining. All right, so if you're here on the wiseoldman.net, you go to the One Chunk clan, come over here to leaderboards, and then click on overall, filter by mining skill. We are rank 2 on mining. We just reached 26 million XP, and we're global rank 865. I believe that's among Ironmen. I don't think we're gonna quite get to rank 1, at least not in this chunk. Maybe if we end up getting the 99 smithing requirement here soon, then we probably will. But yeah, 26 million XP, that is wild. Rank 2, who would have thought? All right, we have been mining our asses off. The last few days there've been a lot of mining AFK going on, and we're currently sitting at 82,362 Stardust. Along with that, we had some additional gems that we just sort of been cutting along the way. I really want to know how close I am to actually finishing and whether I need 90,000 Stardust or not. So I actually want to go and turn the rest of this in. All right, Desuri, how many are we gonna get? Oh yeah, crap. Now let's go back over here and let's get a few more, shall we? Look, that edit took me 4 hours. Of course I'm going to reuse it. All right, level 89 requires 54,009 XP, with every bag full of gems being about 2,500 XP. That's 22 bags of gems rounded up, and that's another 6,600 Stardust. So that's our new goal, 6,600. That's it, and then we're done. Oh my gosh, we're rolling this week. I can't believe it. Oh, it's been so long. Back to mining stars, as long as there is one. There's not. So let's start cutting some gems again. Yay. All right, well, it's almost poetic that I'm getting close to finishing this chunk up, and I am probably going to have 0 easy clues remaining. I just got this for mining another shooting star, so let's see. All right, here comes step 3, and it is a 3-step. All right, what are we expecting here, Tom? We were just talking about this. Lucky number 7 for both of us. It was my baseball number and your soccer number.
Zamrock stole. What did he steal? I don't know, but we'll see.
We'll find out. I don't even want to call anything. It was literally like, oh, I'll probably get spiked manacles for my first medium blue, and it was salmon or something. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, collection log.
Oh no, collection log. Oh, actually, a quaff. That's an upgrade.
Quaff?
Yeah, quaff.
Who calls it a quaff?
It's actually pronounced quaff.
Didn't Goody called it a quaff too in his latest video, I think.
It's because it's actually pronounced quaff. I always called it coif. It's not.
God damn. Why can't we just make things simple?
Well, thanks for being bad luck on both easy and beginner clue.
Hey, you know what? You got a quaff, so can't be too mad.
I did get a quaff. We learned something today.
I will not be calling it that.
Yeah, just stubborn.
No way in hell I'd call it that.
Quaff.
Wow. Okay, that was fast. As you can see, I have 6.7k Stardust. All we needed was 6,600. Let's go turn these in and see if we're going to have enough XP to get to level 89. All right, here we go. 10 there, 10 there. All right, and this should be 2 more. All right, let's put them into the bank and check that bank XP plugin. Banked XP, crafting. Ha! Oh, there it is, 89. Man. All right, well, we're done mining. That's wild. So let's get started on our last bit of the grind. All right, and with this inventory, we're going to get our next to last level of this grind. And there we go, level 88 crafting. We can now make Huey Coddle bodies. Wow, if I ever get there. All right. We are here with our very last inventory of Dragonstones. This is going to get us to level 89 crafting, and it's going to be completing the chunk. We have some people here on stream. Say hello, everybody, if you wish. And we're going to cut this, get ourselves level 89 crafting. This has been such a long way coming. Shout out to Kitty right here, new Sapphire member, and also pretty awesome Ironman with the flex. Look at this. Wild. And there it is, level 89 crafting. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Oh, man. This honestly snuck up on me. I was not expecting that to happen like anytime soon. And it just, all of a sudden, I had all the gems that I needed. Members can now cut Zenite, craft Zenite rings, and what we're here for, craft Amethyst Dart tips. Now let's do the actual chunk tasks. And I think the chisel's going to do for the Amethyst, and we don't have any Amethyst here. So we need to just come over here. Hope that we can steal one of these amethysts from one of these kind folks over here, who certainly are not going to be upset at us for taking one. Honestly, you probably should have put the old celestial ring on. Oh yeah, just come and invade them with your third age pick. That's funny. There we go. All right, we got it. Now let's finally make the amethyst dart tip. Craft amethyst dart tip. Chunk task complete. Use feather on the amethyst dart tip. Chunk task complete. Wield the amethyst dart. Chunk task complete. Everybody, chunk complete. Let's go. Oh. All right, we did it. We did it. I'm gonna switch over to chunk picker and we're gonna roll. We're just gonna roll. We're gonna see how it goes. All right, quick recap. 1 is nothing, 2 is nothing because we can't get into Draenor without number 3, which is an agility grind. 4 is basically nothing. 5 is some smithing. 6 is like kind of death, but also good, but also smithing, but also death. 7 is death because of smithing. 8 is nothing. 9 is furnace, which would be kind of okay, but also mole in the background. 10 is just water. 11 is decent fishing. 12 is 95 cooking. Let's stay away from that. 13 is Entrana, which is a furnace on an island that we had to sail to, and fishing, but also a decent fishing method. 14 is Candle from the Candle Maker, and nothing else, but the candle does give us a light source, which then means we could do mole. 15 is Port Gazard, fishing trawler, and of course all the fishing and cooking and everything that comes with that. 16 is nothing at Corsair Cove. 17 is Void Knight Outpost, which kind of don't even think that I could really go to without sort of breaking the rules, but we'll see, and I would love that. 18, Port Piscarius is nothing. All right, countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick chunk. Ooh, what do we get? Oh, water! Yes! Water! Yes! Ah, amazing. Oh, I forgot to complete my tasks. Damn it. What we have to do in this scenario is actually blacklist is going to be chunks that I have rolled that are water. But now we have 3 water adjacent chunks that we can roll. And nothing else really has changed. So, yeah, let's roll again. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No! Oh. Okay. Ooh, him. So, Entrana, the place where monks go to roam and dreams go to die. This quaint little island is home to our first and only furnace on the account, but that's not where the buck stops with this Saradominus sanctuary. Let's rip off the band-aid and get right to the chunk tasks. First things first, we'll be completing a Falador Easy Diary task when we sail to Entrana. Next, from the river that flows through the center of the island, we'll be able to catch a salmon at level 30 fishing. Besides that, it's basically all smithing. Obviously the end goal here would be to get level 99 smithing so we can smith a rune plate body. We'll also have to get level 61 range to wield a rune crossbow and 40 strength for a rune warhammer, both of which we'll be able to create on the way to 99 smithing. Besides that, we have multiple best in slot tasks that we'll be completing along the way, all from smithing. One piece of kit to call out in particular is the Rune Felling Axe, which we'll be happy to create with our Felling Axe handle now that we'll be getting our first Rune Axe at level 86 smithing. Another notable best in slot task is obtaining an adamant plate body, which, if smithed in the Draenor sewers, completes an elite diary task for the Lumbridge and Draenor achievement diaries. Speaking of achievement diaries, I sort of forgot one that was semi-accessible to us, placing a scarecrow in the Falador Farm flower patch, which is a Falador medium diary task. Although this will require us to train up our passive farming skill a bit higher to level 47 so that we can grow our own watermelons. That's it for the chunk test in the moment, but as I said, there's more than meets the eye with this holy haven. Why don't we jump into the in-game progress so we can get our first easy task completed, then I'll see you right back here in about 25 seconds. Okay? Go! Alright, here we are at the docks of Entrana, about to take our boat to Entrana totally for the first time ever. Oh my gosh, we're here for the first time ever. Look! Diary task complete. Chunk task complete. For the first time. Oh, steel candles? There it is. Damn it. Why? You may be wondering why I'm upset that I have a candle spawn here. I mean, they're just candles, right? What could I possibly have against candles? Well, one of the chunks that I'm able to roll is West Falador, which has the giant mole boss in it. And if you didn't know, the giant mole requires a light source in order to kill it. And before picking up this candle, I didn't have one. So now whenever I roll West Falador, I'll have to complete all possible giant mole tasks, which includes getting a 1 in 3,000 pet drop. I wouldn't normally be too scared about this grind, but I did get the baby mole pet at 20 KC on my Ironman while going for the combat achievements. So I feel like I'm due to go another 6,000 or so kills before I see a second one in my lifetime. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I didn't even realize, but I wasn't recording. I was just streaming this, but I got my salmon, so that's a chunk task complete. Let's go. And there's level 70 cooking on the account. That wasn't necessary at all, but it's a nice boost to the total levels. And we can always come back here if we want to do more. Alright, I just lamped myself to 26 agility. So that means that we have a new chunk test that we can do. We run ourselves all the way over here to the southern end of the Falador wall, right here at this underwall tunnel that is level 26 agility. So there we go. That is a new chunk task complete. So now that I got to level 26 agility, I'm sort of contemplating what I'm going to do as far as lamping goes. I looked it up, and using the OSRS Genie Lamp and Books of Knowledge calculator, I would need 106 lamps or 71 books in order to get from level 26 to level 42 agility, which is what the requirement is for this particular tunnel. And I can tell you this tunnel would probably save me a decent amount of time. I know that they made this quicker. I'd go right to the bank, be able to hit the tunnel, run right through the tunnel, run right over here, and not have to go all throughout all these bushes and all these trees and then finagle my way down through here, through the market. I'm thinking I should just continue lamping agility. I need to put the lamp somewhere, and I'm going to be here a long time, so might as well do it there. Well, hello everybody. I bet you can't tell where I am. That's right, we're back at Motherlode Mine. If you recall, long ago back in episode 2, I said I didn't want the broken struts to count as a smithing method for me due to numerous reasons, which I'll let past RuneScape give you a refresher on now.
Reason number 1, the chunk provides us with a couple huge future grinds that I feel make up for potentially skipping this 99 smithing requirement at the moment. I'm all for getting 99s when I've been given the chunk with the skill cape. The smithing skill cape is actually pretty close. It's an easy 2 chunks away from here at Boosa Point. That makes reason number 2 my proximity to the smithing cape. Reason number 3, it relates to one of my original chunk rules outlined in episode 0. Picture this. You've just spent 1,000 hours clicking rocks, maxing out one of RuneScape's most boring skills, stacking up over 100,000 ores in your bank, all ready to be used to create some of the finest Chad armor you've ever seen. However, you say screw all that ore, and decide to click on a strut for another 1,000 hours, maxing that skill instead, without putting even a dent in the stack of ores you painstakingly ripped from the walls of these mines. What a freaking meme, man. I want to be able to use the resources I gather to process the account in a meaningful manner, not have them just sit in the bank.
So, needless to say, I have my reasons for not getting 99 smithing already, and based on the comments I received from that video, the vast majority of you agreed that leaving smithing for another day was the right move. Many of you even said I should just wait until I get the cape chunk, but we'll come back to that later. I intentionally wanted to play back that segment for you so you can hold me accountable. Repairing broken struts can be up to 10 times faster than smelting bars, at least with my Entrana method, so I'll definitely still use the broken strut method when I can, but just to ensure we actually finish this chunk with a ton of bars in the bank, I will be serving my time taking trips back and forth to the Entrana furnace regardless of how slow it is. Okay, I completely missed the level up message, like I didn't even get it in chat here, but I just got level 73 smithing from repairing broken struts. I just reached 1,000 adamant bars. That's super exciting. These are taking a very long time. Normally at this point I'd want to make a grind math with RuneScape segment just to give you some perspective about how long this grind will take, but that will be allocating even more time to this grind. So I'll just have a friend give you the info you need in the most agile way possible.
Hey everyone, my name is Agile Tom, and for some reason RuneScape has allocated his math segment to me this episode. Probably because I'm more eloquent and articulated than him, or he just had too many brews at the bar last night. I guess we'll never know. Anyway, if you're familiar with the way I like to play my Xtreme One Chunk count, I'd rather just start the chunk task and take care of the math stuff later. But this grind made me glad that RuneScape is not that guy, because this grind is terrible. You would think that unlocking a furnace would be a godsend, and SailingChunk would be a happy boy doing his smithing grinds, but no. The old archaic ways of doing smithing in this game are broken. Don't even get me started on that. Not to mention the walk to Narnia to get there, and the extra ores to mine. Has this man not mined enough already? Look at that cape on his back. Just to summarize it, using the furnace and anvil to finish the smithing task would take thousands of trips back and forth, adding up to many arduous hours of work, leading to the kicker, which is that fixing struts in the Motherlode mine is still the top choice for getting this chunk man his 99 smithing cape. What a beautifully messed up game we play.
A huge thanks to Agile Tom for lending his time and voice to this video. I don't know if he's more articulated than I am, but I'm definitely more eloquent. Alright, we're going to be using up the last of the iron ore that I have here. I actually changed the inventory tag color on the iron ore in my inventory because I kept getting all the way to Entrana Furnace and realizing I forgot either iron or coal. And this was an easy way for me to visually make sure I brought the correct things. I previously made all the iron into steel bars, but for this last trip, I'm going to go ahead and make some iron bars instead, just so I have some in the bank. But after this, I'm going to start making gold bars. I was able to make 14 out of the 24 iron ore into bars, which is a little lucky, but let's not talk about the ruby rings I have in my bank that I could have made into rings of forging. There's level 74 smithing while smelting gold bars. Here's a small milestone of less than 20k gold ore left to smelt, and I realize I actually got level 75 smithing quite a while ago. Anyway, I'm going to keep going with these gold bars. It's kinda chill. I don't know how much I'm going to do, but for now, I'll keep going. Keeping up on the farm runs when I can, we now have level 44 farming. 3 more levels to go until level 47 for that chunk task. So, let's talk about this 99 smithing task. When I first rolled Entrana, I was debating on whether I should level smithing all the way to 99, or if some other level would make more sense to help break up the progress on the account. At first, I settled on going ahead and getting 99 smithing, but at this point in the account, I started having second thoughts. Whoa, I know what you're thinking. What kind of fake Xtreme One Chunk Ironman skips out on this extreme grind, blah blah blah. Those are the cards that you were given and that you signed up for, blah blah blah. Well, it was around this time that I was dealt a card in my life that I had never thought I'd be handed. If you saw my last episode, I mentioned the reason why it had been a few months since my previous upload. Long story short, it was due to a botched plumbing job, which ended up making my house uninhabitable for me and my family for a total of 3 months. And that span of time, I was spending multiple hours per week, every week, for 3 months dealing with this issue. My family and I missed celebrating Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, and New Year's in our home. My family needed a ton of support from me during this time, and personally, I needed a win. Oddly enough, one of the things that kept me going was playing old school RuneScape, and more specifically playing this chunk account. However, something had to give. The time I had to play was significantly reduced, since obviously I had other things to worry about. When I did play, I felt that the end goal of 99 was just so distant, so unobtainable, that it made me not even want to play the account during this extremely difficult time in my life. I was already dealing with a seemingly never-ending real-life grind. Why would I keep subjecting myself to a never-ending in-game grind as well? As I said, I needed a win. I thought back to all the comments supporting me back when I rolled East Falador as my 3rd ever chunk on the account. I thought back to some of you saying I should just wait for the Cape task so that all that work could actually mean something. So, I made a tough decision. The words you never want to hear come out of an Xtreme One Chunk Ironman's mouth. I made an exception. I'm not going to get 99 smithing in the Intrana chunk, but we will be getting it in the future whenever we roll either Remington or Southport Sarim, since that does give us direct access to the smithing skill cape and the chunk we already have unlocked. And I'm sure you've seen the title of this video, but for now, let's pretend we don't know what's coming and focus on what progress you're going to see before the next chunk roll later in the video. Originally, I was thinking we could stop at 85 smithing so we can smelt a rune bar, but I felt like that wasn't good enough, especially since I said no to the broken strut smithing in the past. I took a look back at my extra task list, and the answer was written right there on my backlog. Smithing an adamant plate body in Draenor sewers is commonly one of the last ones that an account will complete while going for the elite Lumbridge and Draenor achievement diaries, since it requires a massive 88 smithing. To pass RuneScape going through hell in real life, this was the magic number. It wasn't a measly 85, it wasn't 99, it wasn't an arbitrary halfway point like 92, it was a purposeful, meaningful, achievable 88. So that's what we're gonna do. And if you're a hardcore chunk enthusiast, a purist even, and you get upset at me saying I'm an Xtreme One Chunk Ironman, just know I like to think that you can't pronounce the word extreme without at the beginning. Anyway, let's talk about how this is going to impact our chunk tasks. So, we will still need 61 range, but just to wield runite bolts, since we won't be able to make a rune crossbow. We won't be needing 40 strength for anything, since we won't be able to make a rune warhammer, although we already have 40 strength, so this doesn't matter much. Our task to obtain an adamant plate body switches to smith an adamant plate body, and gets us our highest level 88 smithing requirement tacked onto it. Obviously, we're going to lose a ton of best in slot rune tasks since we won't be able to make most of them, but we can replace some of them with slightly worse best in slot tasks. But this does give us room to add the agility task we already completed to this list. Now with a slight reconfiguration here, I think we're ready to get on with the progress. Okay, so now with my new goal of finishing this chunk after 88 smithing, I have a new chunk task to complete after getting level 75. Let's craft ourselves an adamant scimitar to complete one of those new best in slot tasks. There we go, chunk task complete. I missed the level again, but there's 76 smithing. I'm kind of doing this passively while resting a bit, so it's easy for me to miss the levels. At this point, I honestly think I'll just end up making all of the gold ore into bars. It's definitely going to take a while, but I think it'll be nice to do something chill right now. Quick update, we're now down to a stack of just under 10,000 gold ore. Oof, we missed it again. 77 smithing, let's go. Okay, let's go ahead and harvest this rosemary, which will get us level 47 farming. Now since we'll be planting watermelons, we're going to go ahead and get a nasturtium going, since the watermelons will automatically be protected. So let's go ahead and get these watermelons planted, and we'll just keep watering them until the nasturtium fully grows. Oh, look at that, the chunk test plugin actually completed the task, but it's not completed just yet. I technically have to harvest the watermelons, not just plant them. Well, I've super composted my watermelons thanks to the pineapples I can buy from the charter ship crew members on the Moosa Point docks, but the nasturtiums already grew, so we are fully protected now. I'm going to go ahead and go to the bank to grab what I need to make the scarecrow for that other chunk task. We need a bronze spear, which I got from killing goblins in Port Sarim, plus a single coin so we can buy a sack from Sarah. So let's get this sack purchased. Okay, now we fill it with hay. Then use the spear on the hay sack, giving us Haystack, okay? But this one has the spear in it. And while I wait the last few minutes for the watermelons to finish, I'm going to take another load of gold to Intrana, and I should be able to take this haystack with me since you can't revert it and get the spear back, although that would be kind of cool. Okay, the watermelons have grown, so let's get these harvested. Alright, harvest a watermelon chunk task complete. Now let's put a watermelon on a haystack with the spear in it to complete the scarecrow. And let's remove the nasturtium to make room for the scarecrow. Place the scarecrow in the patch, and there we go. A medium Falador task completed and another chunk task complete. Okay, well, I'm not going to miss it this time. So there's level 78 smithing. We have about 1.5k gold ore left in the bank, and that is not going to get us to the next level. So I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do next. Guess we'll find out. Well, here's something I never thought I'd actually do. I ended up making all of the gold ore I have into gold bars. Well, except for that one. But there are over 26,000 gold bars in my bank. Besides from a few random events, every single one of those was made on Intrana. Almost 1,000 trips back and forth, well over 60 hours if I had to guess. Wow. Well, anyway, now that that's done, it's time to take a break from smithing and take care of the last non-smithing task we need to do in this chunk, and that's getting level 61 range for our chunk task. I could go back to killing the dark wizards for more nature runes, but honestly, I can't be asked to do a lot more world hopping at the moment, and cows drop beginner clues, which I'd like to get at least one more of so we can have a small opening of 10 beginner caskets here soon. This is the best gear I've got, and no upgrades are going to be made along the way, so to make this interesting, why don't we cue the ranging montage. Editor's note here, this montage actually got a little copyright strike the first time that I posted it, so I'm just going to sing over it, and if you want to see the original, go check that out in episode 8. Hey, there's the last step I need for another guaranteed beginner clue. Let's get this casket and do a quick opening. Casket acquired, now let's open these 10 caskets. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Hey, let's go! Monk's Robe bottom tee. Now we have the full set. Do we get anything else? No way, another Monk's Robe bottom. Wow. Oh, and a dupe sandwich lady bottom. And nothing else. Wow, okay. Check it out. A full set of Monk's Robes. That's huge for the prayer gear. Alright, back to the montage. Yeah, if you're still here watching this video, you deserve that, and I hope you enjoyed. We did get one more beginner clue that we can keep in the bank, but we shouldn't be getting any more clues since we only have smithing left at the moment. Unfortunately, we can't complete the chunk task just yet because we don't have the runite bolts. We'll have to wait till right at the very end of the chunk to do that, since they require level 88 smithing to make. Before we get fully back into smithing training, we do have one chunk task that we can complete, which is making an addy knife. There we go, chunk task complete. Small smithing update, I've reached 1000 addy bars. I have made over 2000 mithril bars and over 2000 steel bars, although I use some of the steel bars to make steel arrows. And let's not forget about the 26,000 gold bars. I'm definitely paying penance for skipping out on the broken struck grind from before, but I am glad that I'm actually able to use some of my resources. This is still just abysmal XP per hour. I've now reached over 3200 mithril bars, which is a totally insignificant number, but I am going to take a break and go repair some broken struts again. Same night at the broken struts, we are now level 79 smithing. This is the complete opposite of abysmal XP per hour. Before I stopped to make this clip, we were getting 47,000 XP per hour. I so wish the world hop limit wasn't a thing, because I would just force myself through this grind so I could be done with it. 80 smithing, 81 smithing. I've been making some mithril arrow tips while giving the world hop timer some time to refresh, and we're now up to over 48,000 arrow tips. That's going to be really good for future fletching training. So yesterday was the release of the 2025 birthday event, so let me give you a quick walkthrough. And there we are, that was the event. I don't care much for the items from this event, but I did unlock a lot of new things from Diango, so let's go grab some of those. You all might not care about these cosmetics, but they're really cool to have on a one chunk man. I think out of everything that I got, my favorite item is this sword, which, does it look familiar to you? No? Maybe if I turn it like this? What if I play this? But that's not why it's my favorite. It's my favorite because it could do this. That's so cool. RS. I love it. There's 82 smithing. With 82 smithing, we can now finish a chunk task here. We can make an adamant kite shield. So that's a chunk task complete. There's 83 smithing. There we go, 84 smithing. Wow, okay, apparently I missed it by a lot. I have less than 10,000 struts to repair until I get to level 88, and that doesn't even count any of the rune bars that I'm gonna make. XP goes up whenever you get higher levels in smithing, so it's definitely less than 10,000. Even less than this number. Okay, I'll admit it, this one snuck up on me. But 85 smithing. Here we go, level 86 smithing. And we can now make adamant plate legs, adamant plate skirts, and finally I can make rune axes. And I've been holding off on making any felling axes from my forestry grind, but that is going to change today. So let's get ourselves equipped. We do have to make our first rune bar. We still haven't done that yet, but I think that we have plenty of materials to do that. All right, let's do what we've done a lot. Take this boat over to Intrana and make our first rune bars. Unfortunately, you can only make 6 per inventory, and that's with the coal bag. So yeah, a lot of coal to be used here. Not very much XP to gain. Here we go. Runite bars on the account. Fantastic. Go ahead and make 1 inventory full here. Yeah, we'll have plenty to make ourselves a rune axe. All right, we have everything in our inventory. Let's head on down to the sewers, get some chunk tasks complete. All right, let's make 2 axes. One I'm going to use for clue steps, and the other one I can actually make into a felling axe. So let's make this. Yes, convert it into a felling axe. And there we go. That is a chunk task complete. Also, if you guys didn't know, under normal circumstances, these are actually the exact same. The only way that the felling axe gains its additional log cutting bonus that it has is if you actually have forester's rations. So then let's also make 1 adamant plate legs. There we go, chunk task complete. And I also want to make an adamant plate skirt. All right, so that's it. Just 2 more levels to go. We are out of here. I realize I never made an adamant full helm. Oh, good news. I brought an extra hammer just in case the first one breaks. Here we go. Adamant full helm. Okay, got it. Okay, I am going to commit myself to make 1,000 rune bars. It's gonna suck. It's gonna take a long time. I can only make 6 per inventory, but let's do it.
Approximately 10 hours later.
Okay, and that is the last of the runite ore that I'm going to make into bars right now. I always like to keep a little bit extra here. So yeah, we're done. 57k XP for 11 hours worth of work. 5k XP an hour. Of course, I banked, 1,100 runite bars, but running back and forth between here and Trana just is not worth it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just go back to the struts. Okay, so I just played the Sailing Alpha, and I did a bunch of testing during the Pandemonium quest. and I figured out exactly which chunks are accessible and which are needed to unlock the sailing skill itself. So first let me show you this map I created. Anyone can go look at this on the Chunk Picker V2 website, it's just map code SHKA. First things first, the chunks that are marked as unlocked being Port Sarim North and South, the one with the gem, Temperos, which is going to be replaced with Pandemonium, and the empty water chunk to the east of what is now Temperos. These are all required chunks to complete the Pandemonium quest. The chunk with the gem is where you get kicked off the boat during the quest, so you need to get there somehow, and you can actually get there in one of two ways. The most obvious way is going straight down from Port Sarim, using the chunk that I have labeled with a 1, but you can also technically go all the way around Tutorial Island and never have to go into chunk 1. So that's path number 2. All the rest of the chunks you see marked with blue flags are chunks that you're actually able to sail into at the beginning of the quest before you're rewarded with your own boat. If you go beyond these boundaries, then you and the boat just get reset back to Port Sarim, so you can't sail any further than that. So I wanted to bring this up to say that there's going to be a slight change to my chunk rolling strategy. Since the Pandemonium quest is required to unlock sailing, there's no reason to unlock water adjacent chunks outside of the ones that you can sail to during the quest. So in order to ensure that whatever water adjacent chunks I unlock will actually provide me with saleable area, until I've unlocked any of the combination of chunks required in order to complete the quest, I'm going to be very selective with the water adjacent chunks that I allow to be rolled. Let me show you what I mean. Since I just rolled in Trana, I previously had chunks 21 and 22 as rollable. However, both of these cannot be accessed directly via land, and I won't be able to sail to them until after I complete the quest. So I'm going to remove them from my chunk rolls. Hopefully this helps me unlock the correct water chunks I need before the sailing skill actually gets here, but who knows. I might get unlucky with another chunk roll, which you should be seeing in just a few minutes if I've edited this video correctly. Okay, and with this strut right here, we get level 87 smithing. I can now make rune maces, which is one of the best in slot tasks that I have to do. So let's go ahead and make that. We have one more level to go, and then we can roll another chunk. Very excited about this. Okay, here we are. Gonna make ourselves a rune mace, and there we go, chunk task complete. Here we go, level 88 smithing incoming. There we go, 88 smithing. Honestly, a very long time coming. I have spent so long in this chunk. You'll see when we switch over to the chunk map. I rolled on November 2nd. Well, here we are, the final destination for this particular chunk. I have everything that I need in order to finish this off. So let's get the bolts out of the way first. There we go. There's runite bolts. Let's make a medium helm. That's a chunk task complete. Wielding the runite bolts is a chunk task complete. And making the adamant plate body down here in the Draenor sewers is a chunk task complete. Yeah, that's everything done. That's a chunk complete. Alright, we're going to go over quickly what all these different chunks mean to us. Chunk number 1 doesn't really do anything, but it does get us closer to the monastery, which would absolutely suck for me. 2 is Draenor Village, Draenor Manor, which doesn't really give us anything because I can't get in there without 3. 3 gives us agility, which is really good. I would like that. It would give us like a wheat field, so others would do Puro Puro. I'm not going to do Puro Puro until I actually unlock Xanaris by doing the quest, because I'm only like 3 chunks away from that anyway. 4 is really nothing. 5 is really nothing. 6 is like the death chunk of 99 smithing, plus all the giant bosses and everything, but it would give me, 1 chunk that I'd need for sailing. Number 7 is 99 smithing, but going the other way. I don't really want this because then it also opens up the Rivington House portal, and that's a whole other thing that I would have to deal with. Not looking forward to that. 8 is really nothing. 9 is Giant Mole, because I have candles from Entrana now. So I have light source and I can do Giant Mole. Although, it does give me a much closer furnace, and I would be very happy with that. Number 10, the rest of Moosa Point. That'd be a small fishing grind, just some collection logs. 11 would be like 95 cooking, because I could actually grow apple tree right here in that patch. 12 is over here in Catherby. I don't think it does anything for me, but it would put me right next to 99 fletching, which I have like kind of started to prepare for. 13 is Port Khazard. This would be really nice because I'd be right here next to an anvil from a bank. This would be my closest one, and I would like to have that. It would be pretty large grind, I believe 91 cooking and like another big fishing requirement, but I wouldn't mind it. Corsair Cove would be pretty cool. Doesn't really have anything right now. I would love to get Void Knight's Outpost, both because of the anvil proximity And I'd really like to get some combat going on this account. Port Piscarilius. Yeah, 17 is water, 18 is water, 19 is water, 20 is the left side of Entrana. There's like a bear over here, so I don't think it gives us anything. And finally, 21 is corner content, but of course it would unlock a future 99 fletching. All right, well, it's that time. I'm a little nervous. I'm thinking it's going to be 6. I just feel like it's going to be 6. All right, here we go. Gonna count down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, okay. West Catherby. I'm not sure even what the tasks are there. I have a couple diary tasks. Buy a candle from the candle maker. Not a big deal since I already had candles. Ooh, a yew longbow from scratch around Sears Village. Can I actually do that? I mean, I'm gonna try. We're gonna hop back in the game. All right. Sad part about this is that I have to basically go to Karumja and then charter to Catherby. Here we are, Catherby. First things first, need to buy a candle. Oh my gosh, chunk task complete.
I'll save you all the turmoil of watching me try to complete this other task of fletching a yew longbow from scratch in Sears Village. Apparently this was on the chunk picker because they thought that it was possible, but after many trials and tribulations, it is not possible, and Source actually changed it like the very next day. So that's a chunk complete with only the candle task.
Alright, well, we can get 99 fire making now. Yay! Okay, I don't even know what this one does. Oh, Merlin's Crystal, step 1, okay. Kandarin Diary. Oh, to teleport. That'd be my first teleport. That'd be awesome, actually. And we're gonna roll again, everybody. I didn't think this was gonna happen. What a weird looking map. Gonna roll another time. I still think 6 is gonna happen. It can't not happen, right? Right? Surely I'm gonna be punished for kicking this grind down the road. Alright, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No! Oh! Oh no! Oh! What did I say? Surely I'm gonna be punished? Why? Oh! Oh! Can we just restart? Like, you guys could just pretend like you didn't see that, and we could just roll again. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, well, good news is I get some unlocks for molds and stuff. So that's cool. All right, so first thing we need to do is actually come over here to the activity advisor and shout out to Josh Isn't Gaming, who worked with Source to get this meme grind limiter added. And yeah, we can just remove this now. I think I can just put 99 and I'll put this up to 88. Save levels, calculate tasks. There it is. Buy the smithing cape. All right, well, I can fill this in. And now we have future 99 construction just sitting there, menacing.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
Good news is that I can actually unblacklist this and unlock it and remove the sticker because I basically have it, the whole thing unlocked now. Yeah, the crafting shop is dope. We can actually get a combat bracelet. This is a heck of a chonky task. Look at this. Or a chonky list. Look at this. You know what? I'm happy with it. I was kind of potentially maybe feeling a little funny about not necessarily just doing 99, but now I have the cape. I wanted to get the cape and I have the ability to get the cape. So yeah, this feels right. Alright, time to bring back those tasks that we got rid of earlier. It was only a matter of time. Before adding any new tasks, let's first take a look at the extra task list. I'm happy to report that thanks to having to get 99 smithing, we'll automatically complete the backlog task of obtaining a trim skill cape. So we could just remove that. And that means that our only other backlog task of getting 99 smithing is no longer backlogged. So let's add that to the main task list. Next, thanks to being able to craft Dragonstone jewelry with our new crafting bolts, which I'll get into in a bit, we can now cast level 5 enchant to enchant that type of jewelry. This will require us to get level 68 magic. A bit of an odd task, but we can now craft an air tiara since we have a tiara mold. Crafting an air tiara requires a tiara and an air talisman. Although this does grant runecraft XP, it's not a valid training method for me at the moment, since not only do I lack a 1 in 16 or better method of getting air talismans, but I only have a single method of getting a silver bar, which is a 1 in 100 drop from a baby impling. I only got one of these on my entire baby impling grind back when I was looking for 2 hard leathers, so this is a bit of a problem for me, which we'll come back to later. Next, since I can do Skippy and the Mogres in this chunk, I'm going to go ahead and get level 58 farming so I can +3 boost to grow a snake grass, since 1 is needed for the mini quest. After that, we have 3 best in slot amulets we can now craft, being the Amulet of Defense, Amulet of Strength, and an Amulet of Glory, which is huge for the account. Another huge upgrade is going to be a combat bracelet, and oddly enough, I do get a new boots best in slot now since I can dig up the ornate boots and gloves southeast of Remington. Our final best in slot item is for ranged defense, coming in at a massive +1 bonus. The silver sickle is our next chunk task. Also, do you see a problem here? We now have 2 silver item tasks, but I currently only have 1 silver bar in the bank. And since we can only get a silver bar as a rare drop from a baby impling, we're bringing back the 32 hunter impling countdown timer. More on that later. Finally, we can complete our first quest and mini quest, being Witch's Potion and Skippy and the Mogres respectively. We don't have a spot to put them right now, so we'll just let them hang out right here until we knock out some of the more simple tasks. And that's it. Let's get back to the stream clips where I get started on my new task list. Alright, well, here we are in the chunk. We have a lot of stuff that we can do. I guess first, let's go and check out our new crafting store, which I am pretty excited for. Remold. Got it. Necklace mold. Got it. Amulet mold. Got it. Needle and thread, which I can just buy now, which is very cool. Let's head over to Entrana and we'll make some jewelry. I will not be able to enchant everything just yet. No weapons or armor. Alright, let's do the sickle. That's best in slot. That's a chunk task complete. 1 strength ammy, 1 defense ammy, 1 glory, and 1 combat bracelet. Alright, I have these now. Walk past those monks with a sickle and they were probably like, bro, what did we just tell you? Alright, well, here we are. The cause for my troubles over the next few months. This guy. It's happening. But before it happens, we can delay by just a little bit because we can actually come up here and get a few more chunk tasks completed. Right here, I believe. I dig. It's not the right spot. But this one? Aha! Got it. Alright. Chunk tasks complete. Ornate boots and ornate gloves. Okay, now that we completed these 2 that don't really matter, let's just go ahead and move those away and put the 2 quest ones here. And let's do Skippy and the Mogres, I think. Bucket of water on Skippy. Alright, I need nettle tea. I'll give him the nettle tea, and then I'll have to wait on the rest of the hangover cure, but I can make like the chocolate milk. Okay, we have the bucket of milk. Let's use the chocolate dust on here. Now we have chocolatey milk, which we're not going to ever drink. Click use, and we will save that for when we have snape grass. Alright, jewelry enchant. Let's do defense, and that's a chunk task complete. Strength amulet. That's a chunk task complete. And we can't do this yet because we need 68 magic. Have nettle water. There we go. Nettle tea. And we can go ahead and give the nettle tea to our friend. Okay, we gave the nettle tea to Skippy, and we're all done for the time being because we need the chocolate dust and the bucket of milk, which we already did, but we also need the snape grass. So we'll come back to this. But let's go ahead and start Witch's Potion. I'm in search of a quest. This is going to be my first quest. Bonk this rat real quick. Take the rat tail, and then we have to come over here and burn this meat. Got the ingredients, have everything, pass the ingredients over, and drink from the cauldron. There we go. Witch's Potion. First quest complete. Alright, so I just reached the hop limit while repairing broken struts, which I do quite often. And something I could be doing while waiting for my hop limit to refresh is training up my magic. However, I need to buy a bunch of runes for that, and in order to buy runes, I need money. So to make money, I'm going to head to Draenor Village and smith and alch some adamant plate bodies. So when I come down here to make my adamant plate bodies, I can only make 5 per inventory. So what I'm going to do for these last 2 is actually make some adamant bolts, because these are going to be extremely useful for all sorts of PVM. Obviously I have a ton of diamonds and rubies And at the end of this chunk, I didn't actually think about this until just recently, I am going to have a rune crossbow. So, you know, that's a really good range upgrade. I mean, heck, that's actually the best range weapon that I have on my main Ironman account right now. Okay, here's the first baby impling, hopefully, that I can catch if it doesn't run away too far. Alright, cheese. I don't want cheese. Alright, I have myself 56 adamant plate bodies. So let's go ahead and take out like, I don't know, 45 of these. And let's make some money. This is going to make us a good bit of money. Probably the most money we've actually ever had on the account. And we're up to 792k. And we're going to just go ahead and go buy the runes. Get this over with. Okay, so small change of plans. I was originally going to cast 13,700 plus casts of Curse, but that would be a lot of manual clicking, and 13,700 times is a lot to do that. So I was looking for some alternatives, and I immediately found that I can spend just an extra 180,000 coins in order to just be able to cast Wind Strike. So yeah, I could splash Wind Strike 72,500 times instead of manually casting Curse like 13.7 thousand times, and that seems a lot better to me. 72,500 plus casts of Airstrike at 5 ticks each, which is 3 seconds in game, is going to be over 60 hours of splashing. So it's going to take a while, but it's also going to be relatively easy. Alright, I have now purchased all of the runes that I need. 73,000 of each, that's plenty more than I need. But I just did a bunch of world hopping, and it seems that maybe my world hop limit has reset. So instead of sitting here and AFKing, we're going to go and train some more smithing. Alright, I once again hit the hop limit, so now we come over here and begin our splashing journey on these seagulls. 68 magic in 60 hours. There we go, first smithing level on this grind, level 89 smithing. It's the first farming milestone that we have on this grind. There we go, level 50 farming. I'm definitely going to have to go to the master farmers and thieve some much better seeds, because I'm literally getting about like maybe 400 XP per hour. Alrighty folks, well it is finally happening. We've been sat here doing a bunch of splashing for 60 hours or something like that, but we are just a few casts away from getting level 68 magic. There we go, level 68 magic. That is a, well, chunk level complete for a chunk task. I can now enchant Dragonstone jewelry and enchant Dragonstone tip crossbow bolts. So we have the level that we need in order to make a couple new things. Let's go do that. That is going to be huge. I never thought that I would be on an Ironman account where I would have like an Amulet of Glory and a combat bracelet before I even had any rune armor. Yeah, so let's get out of our splashing gear because we don't have to do this anymore. We have our Dragonstone Amulet and our combat bracelet. And let's see, we're gonna complete a couple chunk tasks here. Cast level 5 enchant on the Dragonstone Amulet, giving us an Amulet of Glory, completing that chunk task. And we just cast the level 68 spell, so that completes another chunk task. And then let's also do the combat bracelet. There we go, obtain a combat bracelet. Chunk task complete. Check this out, Amulet of Glory on a 1 chunk account. That is very, very nice. And a combat bracelet as well. We also did end up with 61 combat, so that is very nice. And now we can just focus on some of these other things that we need to get done. While we're already completing some chunk tasks, I figured let's come down here and flex our new level 89 smithing. Make myself a rune sword, which is a best in slot task for me. And that's another chunk task complete. Alright, well this level snuck up on me a little bit, but let's repair one more of those. And one more of these, and there we go, 90 smithing. That is an absolutely huge level, and with that we can actually make a rune scimitar, which is pretty freaking cool. Alright, I figured since I have my 90 smithing now, I might as well go ahead and make one of the most iconic low-level weapons in all of RuneScape, the rune scimitar. Look at that. That is absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy to have one of these. And I have a little surprise for those who don't know. Give me 1 sec. If we look here in the bank, we have a rune scimitar ornament kit that we got from some beginner clues. So let's slap that bad boy on. Now we have a Zamarakian rune scimitar. That is so cool. And I almost forgot to say it, but chunk task complete. Small update here. I was almost to level 91 smithing, and unfortunately I hit the world tile limit. So I'm going to go ahead and finish off level 55 farming. Alright, everything is grown, so with this I should get my farming level 55, there we go. I can now grow mahogany trees, cacti, and noxifer. I will certainly be doing noxifer very, very soon. Okay, one more strut repair, and there we go. That's level 91 smithing. This is a huge level because I can now make a rune crossbow limb. Let's actually go ahead and make that. Alright, and here we are. Let's select the runite limbs, make that, put that on the stock, and now use the crossbow string on this, and we have a rune crossbow on the Xtreme One Chunk Ironman. That is absolutely massive. Now, especially with my Amulet of Glory and the combat bracelet that I've made, this chunk has actually been really beneficial for my PVM setup. It doesn't show up as a chunk task because I guess technically, rune knives are better, but this is definitely an upgrade. Don't get me wrong. Plus with my ability to enchant some gem tip bolts, I basically have like a real weapon now. Okay, so we are in the special place where we only have 67 XP remaining, and we have easily over that ready to claim from our farming patch. So yeah, we're going to be getting 58 here in just a little bit, and in order to plant the snapegrass seeds, I first need to make my pie boost, but now I have 3, and I can +3 boost. Alright, here we are at the farming patch, and all I really have to do is just pick these nasturtiums. And there we go, that is level 58 farming. I can grow white lilies, although I don't have any seeds. Eat garden pie, plant snapegrass. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now all we have to do is just wait for the snapegrass to grow, and we'll be able to finish Skippy and the Mogres. Okay, well, I am logging back in here, and should have grown snapegrass if I'm lucky. Yes. Oh, the nasturtium died, but I do have snapegrass. Awesome. Okay, so let's see if we can actually harvest this without the garden pie. Oh, we can. Sweet. I don't even have to use another garden pie, so it's just for the planting. That is officially chunk task complete. I'm just going to leave this dead nasturtium in there as a reminder. I think I did plenty of active farming for a skill that's supposed to be passive for me. So just to be certain, let's make sure we pull up our quest helper, and now I just have to use the snapegrass on the chocolatey milk. And now I have the hangover cure. I think that is all that I need, yeah. Alright, here we go. Use the hangover cure on Skippy. Alright, well that is Skippy and the Mogres completed. There we go. So that is another chunk task complete. Alright, one more and we'll have another milestone here. There we go. Level 92 smithing. That is officially halfway to 99, which is terrifying because I have so much longer to go and I've been at this for so long. But I can now make rune full helms and rune throwing knives. And those are actually 2 best in slot tasks. Alright, here we are. So let's go ahead and make a rune full helm. That is a chunk task complete. And let's go ahead and make a rune knife. Well, 5 of them. And that is another chunk task complete. 2 more down, a few more to go. And there we go, 93 smithing. Another huge milestone. I can now make rune square shields, which doesn't necessarily pop up as a best in slot task, but I know that it kind of is because it's like the most defense that I can have while, ranging. So I am going to go make one of those just to have it. Alright, here we are. Alright, well, there we go. That's a new item. And as always, we keep going. Yay. I'm actually going to keep it as a part of my fit, just as a reminder of how far I've come. Isn't that sweet? So earlier I ran out of login attempts, as I do very often. When I do that, sometimes I come over here and do some smithing. I've been making more gold ore, and as you can see, this is going to be my last inventory. Let's go make our last inventory of gold ore again. And if I ever go back to Motherlode Mine, then I guess I'll have more gold ore to smith. And there we have it. Last of the gold ore. Well, I guess I'll take a break now. The coal and other things like that, not fun to do on Entrana. Gold, not too bad. Alright, here's going to be another huge milestone. Level 94 smithing. That is a big one, because I can actually now make rune warhammers. So even though that is not a best in slot item, we do get to check off a chunk task for that. So let's go ahead and go make a rune warhammer. Also, I always do this. I just bring an extra hammer forgetting that I had a hammer in my inventory. Whatever. But here we go. Alright, Rune Warhammer, here we go. Equipping the Rune Warhammer. That is a chunk task complete. 40 strength requirement done, because, you know, I already had that. Alright, we're gonna put these in the bank. And, yeah, onwards to 95. The actual next big milestone for me isn't going to come until level 96. Level 95 gives me a Rune Battle Axe, which I already had. And then level 96 is actually a Rune Chain Body. So that's gonna be cool. There's level 95 smithing. As I said, no big unlocks because it's just a Rune Battle Axe, which I already have. And there we go. There is level 96. We're getting there. 3 more levels to go. And if you didn't know, this is the first level where you actually have to get 1,000,000 XP to get to the next level. This is also the first level where you get 8-digit numbers for your XP. And we can also make Rune Chain Bodies, which is a chunk task. Alright, we're at the anvil, chain body. There we go. I have now obtained a Rune Chain Body. So there's a chunk task complete. And now just 3 more levels separate us from the end of this chunk. Alright, here is a huge update. With this strut, we get level 97 smithing. That's so huge. 2 more levels to go and we'll have level 99. And unfortunately, this is actually like the last milestone that I really care about, because I can make rune kite shields, and then at level 98 I can't make anything worthwhile. So the only next step is level 99. Alright, here we are for the last time before our major goals are done. But we can go ahead and make ourselves a rune kite shield, which is a chunk task. Let's equip that. Be reminded now of how far we've come by wielding this thing all the time. Chunk task complete. Okay, scary milestone here. With that baby impling, I now get level 31 hunter. So that's 1 level away from level 32. And I've discussed it before, but level 32 does provide me the opportunity to barehand young implings, which opens up a whole can of worms when it comes to rune essence and pure essence and all sorts of stuff like that. And I do have the air altar right here, so yeah, we just don't want to think about that. As a reminder, I'm catching baby implings for the 1 in 100 silver bar drop, so I can make an air tiara as a chunk task. Holy shit, guys. I have been hunting implings on and off for so long while doing some trips back and forth to Entrana. I've got my main here. Well, you know, Ironman, whatever. He's been scouting. He just had this baby impling in the area. He pulled him from over here. I probably cast Dark Lure on him, I don't know, 12 times or something. And I have my second silver bar. And I just caught my last baby impling at 837 XP away from level 32, which I had 42 chances left before I got the next level. Good, that's so good. I don't have to get any more hunter XP whatsoever. Now, I need to go make this air tiara. And now let's craft a tiara. Nice, let's put it on at the moment while it's nice and shiny. Alright, use the talisman on a mysterious rune, or ruins. Okay, here we are. Yep, new music track, Serene. Use the tiara on the altar. And there we go, I have now crafted an air tiara. And that gave me 25 XP. Alright folks, last huge milestone before the huge milestone. We're gonna click this button, and we're gonna get 98 smithing. Literally have goosebumps right now. Oh, it's almost over. We have a lot more strut clicking to do. Let's see exactly how much. 8,358 more struts to repair until level 99. Alright, it's coming soon. Coming very soon. 5 months, ye say? Aye, life's a cruel tide, lad. Has a habit of pulling ye under when ye least expect it. Ye don't know the half of it. I let me people down. Got cold feet over smithing, same as ye once did. Now I'm nearly as much of a washed-up sea dog as you. Harsh words, but I'll weather 'em. Still, ye did master the skill, didn't ye? Aye, I did. But life's been a storm without end. Sailing's been out over a month now, and I have yet to spin a single tale of it to the masses. And yet you've sailed far since, fought hard, learned much. All you need do now is tell it proper.
That's rich coming from a man who's been telling tales since 2005 with nary a soul listening. These days, people only stop by to hire old Jim for their crews. Oi, me name's got legs. Once again, rude. But true or not, your story's got fire, got motion. You've seen more of the world than I ever will. Well, that's because I can still stand up from me chair. Thanks, Ahab. Truly, it's time I caught the people up. Aye, fair luck to ye then, and congrats on all you've conquered so far. Wish I could say the same, Ahab. Fair winds. Right, fair winds then. No need to twist the knife, lad. Ungrateful pups, the lot of them.
Alright. We're gonna do it, everybody. We are 48 XP away from level 99 smithing. First time ever getting this on any account. With this set of adamant bolts, we are going to be getting level 99 smithing. Woo! Oh, and it immediately trimmed my mining cape. Two things that we need to do. We need to make rune plate body that I can't wear. There we go. Rune plate legs. Chunk task complete. Let's talk to Thurgo. Can we talk about skill capes? Now that I am so skilled in smithing, can I buy a skill cape of smithing from you? I reckon so. We master smiths must stick together. I'll give it to you for just 99k. Buy the smithing cape. That is a chunk task complete. And that is a chunk complete, everybody. Alright. We have done it. We have completed the chunk. Now all we have to do is roll another one. Let's talk about this chunk map. Since there's 22 rollable chunks, I went ahead and simplified everything down to a few key colors. A green chunk means that the chunk either has no real grinds or it's a very good unlock for the account and is a chunk I want the most. When I say no real grinds, you can think of this chunk in terms of days to completion. An example of this is the North Draenor Village chunk, which unlocks agility for me. An orange chunk means the chunk has a grind, which will take me a few weeks to complete. There are only 3 of these, being the Lumbridge Castle Backyard chunk for its tree patch that would allow me to grow my first maple and magic trees, giving me a few forestry unlocks, Pest Control Island for the 100 combat requirement to board the Veteran Lander, and the Port Khazard chunk. While this chunk is also marked as green, since it unlocks a really close anvil to a bank and an awesome skilling outfit, it would be a weeks long grind since it requires a high fishing and cooking level. A red chunk is a chunk that would take months to complete, such as the Giant Mole / 99 construction with bagged plants chunk of East Valador, or even the Royal Titans chunk for all its boss uniques, including the pet. I clearly have a lot of mixed feelings about this chunk, since it's also marked as both green and blue. It's green because I need it for the Pandemonium quest to unlock sailing, and it's blue because it's sailable during a quest, obviously. The other blue chunks also represent chunks that are sailable during a quest. As it stands, we currently have a 13 out of 22 or a 59% chance to roll a green chunk, a 3 out of 22 or a 13.6% chance to roll an orange chunk, a 5 out of 22 or a 22.7% chance to roll a red chunk, and the same chance to roll a blue chunk. So, let's see what we get. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick chunk. Oh, the heart sinks every time. Oh, Port Khazard. Okay. Well, that's a really good anvil, but that's a lot of fishing and cooking. Well, I just mentioned in the chunk overview, but Port Khazard gives us some large fishing and cooking tasks, namely to catch a manta ray while out on a fishing trawler, which requires level 81 fishing. If you don't know what the fishing trawler is, don't worry, I'll get to that in a bit. Next, cooking that manta ray requires level 91 fishing, so we'll have to do that as well. Doing these sequentially and being sure to cook the manta ray in Port Khazard itself is also an elite Arduin diary task. Also from the fishing trawler, we have the ability to obtain the 4 angler outfit pieces, being the hat, top, waders, and boots. While equipped, each piece gives you a small XP bonus for fishing XP, with a total of 2.5% extra XP granted with the entire set. And no, there's no gloves for this set, even though the trawling trolls will do their best to try and convince you otherwise. Each piece is a collection log slot, so each piece is its own task, but we'll just lump it into one for the sake of presentation. In addition, there are 3 other Arduin diary tasks, being go out on the fishing trawler, which we'll be completing very soon, have Tyndall Marchant identify a rusty sword, which we'll have to get as a drop from the fishing trawler itself, and finally, a hard task that's often a brick wall for early game Ironman, smithing a mithril plate body near Arduin, which we can now easily do with our 99 smithing at the aforementioned anvil here in Port Khazard. And that's actually it. There's not a ton of tasks here, but definitely some big ones that will take us some time. It might even involve a grind with some math, so look forward to that. Anyway, let's quickly make that mithril plate body and then get started on the most logical thing we could do at the moment, which is try to get the angler outfit as soon as possible. We have a lot of fishing ahead of us, so we might as well get the most XP that we can from it.
See you in the next 2 or 3 months, more or less. I don't know, I feel pretty confident about it. I have been Toronto fishing, so I could do like the river stuff really easily. Oh, I have a mini game telly. That's a fantastic point. Oh my gosh, it's my first telly. That's huge. Does that unlock in Toronto Dungeon? Oh, it does. Good call, good call. Hang on. Let's see if that changes anything on our task list. Yeah, it doesn't change anything. All right, well, let's get our first task done. I can smith mithril plate body here. Well, let's do this first. Let's open up the beginner. 3, 2, 1, open. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Oh god, it's so nice having such a close anvil now. Okay, mithril plate body. That's a chunk task complete. Yeah, so I basically just had to go out on a fishing trawler. That's it. Is everybody on the boat? I can't take the... Oh, I can't take the follower. No! It might get wet. It's a rock. Who cares?
Editing RuneScape cutting in here to say, I'm including a bit more of the chunk rolling stream clips than usual since we made a lot of progress during the stream. If you ever want to attend a chunk roll stream, just keep a lookout on the YouTube channel, make sure you're subscribed, and watch for a thumbnail that looks similar to this one. Also, this is a good moment to mention that I've been streaming my chunk rolls on Twitch as well, so head over there and drop a follow. The link will be in the description.
10 seconds. First game. There we go. Easy task done. Chunk task complete. I mean, it's more boat content. So that's cool. Fits the theme, right? All right, first game complete. Let's see if we get super lucky with an angler piece. That would be cool. What we got? We do not. All right, bank those. How much fishing XP was that? 972? Okay, whatever. Definitely not the best fishing method. Oh no, my clue scroll! No one reminded me. I can't leave this, can I? Unless I minigame teleport out. Let's do that. Let's try to save it. Too far from shore? I mean, it's just a single easy clue. Yeah, so it's either leave my chunk or let a single easy clue despawn. Take a guess at which one I'm going to do. Rip chunk, yeah. Exception time, save the clue. I got flamed already by some people for making an exception. Somebody was like, well, if you make the first exception, how do we know that you're even gonna, like, continue the other grind if you get punished? I'm like, watch the rest of the video, dude. I was like, I did the thing. I paid my penance. I said I'm sorry. Most of the people in the comments were like, you're fine, like, I'm glad that you actually made a reasonable choice here because it shows your human side, not your just, like, autistic machine. Like, I don't even have autism. I'm at a disadvantage here compared to many other chunkers. Didn't my parents know that I was gonna turn into a very part-time old-school RuneScape creator, so I needed to be given all the autism possible? Alright everybody, well there's the first piece of angler. We're gonna take that out and bank the rest. And now we get a little bit of bonus with our fishing XP. Alright, there's our second piece of angler already. Well, that's 2 out of 4 in 9 trawls, so that's pretty good. We still needed the rusty sword, and we still needed the hat and boots. And I hope that I get the boots next, because I'd like to continue wearing my eye patch for a little while. When we finish this trawler, we should get enough fishing XP to get us our first level of this grind, and consequently, a new total level milestone. Let's check it out. Oh, nice! We got the angler boots as well. Okay. Oh, and a rusty sword! That's awesome! We did not get the level. We're 132 XP away. But we got the level and the rusty sword. But we got the boots. That's cool. That's the one that I wanted. I wanted to have the hat last because check it out. We get to keep the eye patch. Alright, that is 3 out of 4 in 21 trawls. That's good. We can talk to Tyndall Marchant and give a sword. And that is an easy task in the Arduin Diary complete. Man, 132 XP away. That stinks. There we go, level 59 fishing and 1200 total level. Absolutely huge. First level of the fishing grind. And we are done. Well, we're not done. By any means, we're done with the stream.
So let's talk about this minigame. Originally released back in 2003, the update blog, well, more of a post really, mentions that Murphy recently showed up to Port Khazard eager to take adventurers on a fishing trip aboard his leaky boat. Since this boat is so ragged, players have to help him patch leaks, fix torn trawling nets, and fend off attacks from a vicious attacking kraken. No, not that kraken. Still no, not the right kraken. Ah, there we go. Yes, that's all we get to see of it. Well, we do get to see 2 of these tentacles, even though one was facing away from the boat up until a little over a year ago. Anyway, for 5 minutes straight, previously 10 minutes, players just help out around the boat in the aforementioned ways, and the more they help out, the more fish they'll receive at the end of the boat's voyage. If the help is substandard and the boat takes on too much water, the boat sinks, and you must swim your way to shore, which pops you up in a chunk to the north of the docks, one which I don't have unlocked. So let's hope we don't fail any of these trawls. When you complete a successful trawl, you can gather your portion of the haul from the trawling net on the dock. This net awards you with raw fish, some junk, and a chance at obtaining the angler's outfit. This outfit, which was originally called the trawler outfit in the blogs that introduced it, and previously the trawler suit by the original designer, is obtained at a rate of 1 in 12 trawls, previously 1 in 8. So at a 1 in 12 rate, and with each game taking 5 minutes, plus the 1 minute in between rounds and 15 seconds of cutscenes a player must wait through, this outfit is expected to take around 6 hours to obtain. It's often considered well worth it though, as the bonus fishing XP is nice, and the outfit is required for a few things in the game. There's an activity called minnow fishing, which requires showing the activity manager the full outfit. And if you ever wish to do Temporos, the pieces of this outfit can be upgraded into spirit angler outfit pieces, which add a nice quality of life benefit for the Temporos fight itself. There's much more to learn about the fishing trawler, but if you're interested in that, I highly recommend going to check out my buddy Josh's Gaming's video back from when he exploited the minigame to get a massive amount of fishing XP per hour. Do that after watching this video, of course. Let's get back to the progress and hope we get lucky. So there we go, that is our last piece of angler. The angler hat, and we actually got pretty lucky. That's only 31 trawls when we would expect it at 48, so I'm definitely happy about that. That's another chunk task complete. Alright, now that we are done with fishing trawler for the moment, we can go ahead and actually get started on some real fishing XP, because this is very slow, very abysmal. It's getting about 6.5k XP per hour. Not good. Not good at all. Alright, so we are here on Intrana, and this is where we're going to do the majority of our fishing training. I don't really see myself going back to the fishing trawler until at least I can catch a manta ray. I have my world cycle plugin set up to switch between the different worlds that's on my side of the country. The thing that I'm going to do is whenever there's not one of these fishing spots on this side, then I will switch to using this side. If you see on my back, I brought my forester's kit with me, and in this kit are a bunch of different leaves. Oak leaves, willow leaves, maple leaves, and yew leaves. So I have a ton of willow leaves, obviously. Basically, all of these can be combined with cooked fish for even more cooking XP, and it just gets rid of the fish. So I can sort of double down on my cooking here, whereas normally I would want to save all these and put them into the bank, which would require me to run over to the boat, go to Port Sarim, put the fish into the deposit box, and then come back to Intrana and repeat. I could basically just cook the fish, and then since I have my forester's backpack on me, I could make the forester's rations. That's a nice way to just constantly be in this same area, not have to do much, and you know, it takes a little bit of time, but I get a ton of cooking XP for it, 51 per, so that's pretty good. I like that a lot. And yeah, don't even have to take the backpack off. As soon as I want more leaves, I can just go into view and I can withdraw just like that. Here's a bit of a milestone, level 60 fishing. I can now catch those things. See if the clan has anything to say about it. Oh, they do. Let's see if Agile Tom has anything to say about it.
Then you can actually log out, and then when you log back in, it'll be the next wave. Is how it works when you log out in the Inferno. To pick up his stuff, and even with picking up his stuff, he's gonna lose so many rings. Where's my GZ for 60 fishing? You're not gonna get it, you know? 60? 60 is nothing. You kidding? I mean, if it was like 70, maybe I'd grats you. If it was 80, I would definitely grats you. But 60? You gotta be kidding me. No GZ. You don't deserve it. I hope you got that on recording.
Okay, a little bit later, I now have my first cooking level milestone, level 71 cooking. Our cooking level is definitely growing faster than our fishing level, which is good since I need 91 cooking and only 81 fishing. But what cooking level should I expect by the time I reach 81 fishing? Well, there's only one way to find out.
It's time for Grind Math with RuneScape. The segment where we go into way too much detail about how I'm going to make these self-imposed account restrictions not suck as much as they should.
Fly fishing works on a 5-tick cycle, which means while you're fishing, something happens every 3 seconds. For me, at level 60, while fishing for trout and salmon, that something is a 37.6% chance to catch a trout, a 25.4% chance to catch a salmon, and a 37% chance to catch nothing. These percentages change at every fishing level, so figuring out something like what cooking level should I expect by 81 fishing is somewhat of a difficult calculation to make. But it's no match for RuneScape. You know, me, the grind math guy. Anyway, I'll save you all the boring stuff, but plugging this into a formula that takes the level changes into account with my angular outfit bonus, I expect to receive 17,943 trout and 12,833 salmon on my way to 81 fishing. Since I don't burn either of these fish at my cooking level, we can immediately multiply all of these fish by their respective cooking XP, then add the over 16.4 thousand Forester's rations into the mix at 51.1 XP each, and we get a total of over 3.25 million XP. Add this to my current XP, and we get just over 3.98 million XP, which is just enough to get to level 87 cooking. So once I complete the fishing grind, I'll still have a decent way to go, needing to get 4 more levels to get to level 91 cooking. And there we go. See? Math isn't so bad when you hide all the complex bits from your presentation.
This has been Grind Math with RuneScape. We'll probably see you again soon when we break down the next inevitable grind using a bunch of nerdy math. Now, back to the progress.
And here's a decent milestone, level 70 fishing. I can now catch leaping sturgeon if I had the ability to do barbarian fishing, which I don't. We're about 25% of the way through the fishing part of this, and 20% of the way through the cooking. We are really getting somewhere now. We have level 80 cooking. Unfortunately, that's still only 24% of the way to level 91, but yeah, we're getting there. All right, quick check-in here with a couple more fish. We'll be getting level 7. Nope. Oh, hang on. There we go, level 75 fishing. I can now catch those things, but those are raids fish, so not now. But yeah, 6 more levels to go. Then we'll be done with the fishing grind. Okay, truly a sad moment on my fishing and cooking grind. I'm going to be using the last of my leaves, all of the leaves that I had in my forestry kit. I think I had like 16,000 something willow leaves, but now they're all going to be gone, and that means that I have to do something with this food. I can't make it into Forester's rations anymore, so I think what I'm going to do is just bank it all, because it's going to be pretty worthwhile, I'd say, having a lot of fish in the bank. I really don't have like a good source of fish at the moment, or any kind of food for that matter. And if I roll anything next that's going to be any sort of like combat grind or bossing even, you know, I might need some food. So we're going to do that. At the end of this, we did end up with over 100,000 Forester's rations, so that's nice. We are going to be able to just pop that right here into the forestry kit, and now we have 2 more slots opened up for fishing purposes, which is going to be good because, you know, we're going to be making lots of trips. But yeah, could just deposit inventory here. Now we just have to fish a lot more. So let's go back to Intrana. We're also approaching level 84 cooking, which I guess I'll be back with in just a little bit. Okay, so I think I'm going to implement a new plan. I really don't need to spend the time walking over to this range and cooking it here, and then running to the boat, and then doing everything that I need to do there. The fishing goal is going to be completed long before the cooking goal. I could just run the fish that I get all the way to the boat, head over to Port Sarim, put them into the deposit box, and then come back and just pretty much only do fishing. And I think that that would be fine because, you know, I don't burn these regardless of what I cook them on. So I can even like go here at the Draenor Village Bank, which I think there's a bank chest like 2 tiles away from where you can actually light a fire. And I'll just like go to a world where somebody's lighting a bunch of fires or something and just do cooking like that. So I'll save a bunch of time running across tiles and whatnot. I'll only have to focus on one activity at a time that way too, so that might help out with how this is going to feel. All right, big moment, big moment. We get a genie lamp, and with this genie lamp we can finally get level 42 agility, and that is actually huge because it gives us a new task that we can do. You can now use Dwarven Mine Narrow Crevice Agility Shortcut and climb the wall at Draenor towards Port Sarim. So this other one, this first one here, it's actually a diary task. So let's go get that done really quick. All right, this isn't actually the chunk task, but we can go under this tunnel, which is awesome. If we ever have to do a bunch of running back and forth through Intrana, then this will surely be helpful. Let's go to the Dwarven Mine and do the actual chunk task. Okay, here we are. Squeeze through the crevice. And there we go, that is a chunk task complete, medium Valador diary task complete. Let's get back to fishing. So I actually just got my first lamp from a count check random event, and this was the very next random event after the genie that got me level 42 agility. And I was thinking, in the meantime, of what I wanted to actually start lamping again. I'm not sure I want to continue in agility because the next milestone, for me at least, is going to be level 50 for the Falador course, and that's just not important at the moment. Additional agility levels really aren't important. I also have the opportunity to roll different chunks that actually give me agility training methods, like the north side of Draenor. I can't do anything with construction because I don't have it unlocked. I can't do anything with runecraft. I don't have rune mysteries, so you can't put lamps into that yet. So really the only other thing for me, I think, is going to be Slayer. Here we go, first bit of Slayer XP, 10 XP, and now we're 8 lamps away from getting level 2. Alright, we are only a few fish away, maybe 2 more, and there we go, level 80 fishing. That is 1 level away from our final goal of level 81. And yeah, 1 level away. Only 206,000 XP remain between us and a bunch of cooking. Speaking of cooking, I don't know why I didn't think of this before, but at Port Gazard, we actually have a really good spot to do some cooking. There's actually a fire right here next to the bank chest. I think it's like right here. So just a few tiles away, ever burning. So we're going to cook all the fish that we fished up from this grind, and then we'll be able to see exactly how much XP we're going to need to get ourselves up to level 91. Alrighty folks, well we are approaching Entrana for the last time, at least right now. We are 95 XP away from finishing our goal of level 81 fishing, and that should only be 2 fish. So here we go, 1 and 2. There we go, level 81 fishing. I can now catch manta rays, and we're going to go do exactly that. Usually you wouldn't want to try to complete this sort of diary task, you know, 1 piece at a time by catching the manta ray and then later getting the level to cook it. But the only way that the progress is supposed to stop in between those two is if you actually complete another task from another diary. And, you know, I don't have that opportunity. First things first, now that we're done with our fishing, I do want to go and see how close my estimates were on what my cooking XP is going to be that I have banked. So yeah, let's go check that out. We actually can just teleport straight over to the fishing trawler. And this is actually the fire that I'm talking about. This can be very simple, very easy to cook with. Just looking back at my previous estimate, it looks like I was going to have 3.989 million XP banked once I'm all done. So let's go ahead, put these in there, banked XP plugin, cooking 4153226. Okay, cool. So it's actually more than I was expecting. So yeah, that's going to get us to level 87 cooking. Of course, I actually have, you know, swordfish and the tuna. I do have raw anchovies and a single raw herring if I wanted to cook it. But yeah, 4.2 million XP. That's pretty dang good. Plus I need to go out on 1 more trawl here so I can get that manta ray and have it in the bank. And we're going to get some fish from that too. Catching the manta ray will also let us complete a chunk task. So let's go do that real quick. Okay, we are ending our game here for the first time with max contribution. Hopefully that gives us some freaking manta rays, but let's see what we get. Hey, manta rays, let's go. That's a chunk task complete, everybody. And we got some sea turtles, those are new. There we go, we have 16 chances as well, so hopefully we don't burn 16 straight. That'd be really nice. In celebration of our newly caught manta ray, it's time for a brand new segment. In what order? Welcome to In What Order, the old school RuneScape quiz show where we test your knowledge of the past. Today's contestant should have no problem answering this one question, thanks to his extremely in-depth knowledge of the fishing trawler. You know him, you love him, you wished he gamed more often. It's Josh Isn't Gaming! Welcome, Mr. Josh.
Hello, excited to be here and ready to not game.
Now, I've explained a bit of what you'll be seeing in today's single question quiz, but just to reiterate, you need to put things in order. Do you understand?
I do understand. Ready to put things in order.
Wonderful. You have exactly 48 seconds to submit your answer. You get multiple tries to get it right, but the longer you take, the lower your score will be. Any questions?
Just one. Why 48 seconds?
Because that's exactly how long my jaunty background jazz tune is.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. All right, well then, I guess I'm ready.
Okay, then here we go. The manta ray was originally released into the game back in July of 2003 alongside the fishing trawler. Until September of 2017, the fishing trawler was the only source for raw manta rays. In what order did these updates bring new sources of raw manta rays into the game?
Okay, we're going to start off here killing a manta ray. That was out of sailing, so we'll put that at the bottom. Leviathan, I think, came before that. And then I see Laren's chest, and I don't know when these were added. I think Tombs of Ascot looks like it's basically in the right place. Maybe like Mimic first, Fossil Island. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, those are good. Those are good. Laren's chest was close. Let's see. Maybe was Brimstone chest like weirdly? How about that? Okay, no, Laren's was earlier. I think I had it there. Brimstone chest second. Let's see, how's that? Okay, we're close. We're close. None of these are even close, so it's got to be like this. And oh wait. Oh. Uh-oh. Wait. I got it right in the right order at the last second. We got there. Nice. Nice. All right. I'll call that a win. I'll call that a win.
Well, it seems like you really know your stuff about raw manta rays. Who would have thought? I didn't strike you as a fun fact kind of guy.
Wait, what do you mean?
Thanks to Joss Isn't Gaming for being our very first contestant on... In What Order? Let us know who you'd like to see as the next contestant down in the comments. Now, back to the progress. I barely missed it, but there's level 84 cooking. That is halfway to level 91 in terms of XP. And I can now cook anglerfish if I had access to them. But yeah, not halfway on this grind, but halfway at least in terms of XP. So not too bad. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with all of the math, but I will show you my different options for getting 91 cooking. I have sardines, which I can very easily buy from Garrett in Port Sarim. They're 10 GP each. He stocks 200 of them, and I can hop worlds and, you know, do all that sort of stuff. They also restock very quickly, and it's fairly cheap. But that being said, I would need 42,349 sardines cooked in order to get to level 91. That's a ton of sardines, but, you know, I don't have to fish them, so I don't have to take that time. They only provide 40 XP, so the cooking part would be a little bit slower, and I wouldn't have to do any more fishing. But, that being said, if we look here at salmon and trout, you can see I already have them selected. Here shows 2 actions selected. So this is 160 XP, it's combined, so that comes out to 10,588 of each. Trout and salmon, but the only thing there is that trout and salmon are not a 1-to-1 ratio. It's really like 1.4 trout to 1 salmon. So if we factor in the ratio, it really comes to more like 12.6k trout and 9,000 salmon. So if I actually did that, then that would really give me another 1.3 million fishing XP. That would essentially be almost level 86. So that is kind of cool, I think. I mean, my only expense here is time and feathers. And if I quickly wanted to move on to the next chunk, I think the fastest thing for me to do would really just be the sardine method. But I honestly think that trout and salmon and fishing even more of them would go a lot further just in the progress of the account, you know, like get fishing up. Here's a fun level, 85 cooking. I can make a wild pie. That's pretty cool. Okay, so a little update here. I decided that I wanted to fish the trout and salmon to get the rest of the fish that I needed to get level 91 cooking. But in the meantime, I do have a small update. If I use this lamp on Slayer, that actually gets me my first Slayer level, level 2. So 1 less level 1 skill on the account. Alright, well, we are approaching a new level here. 1 more fish, and that is 85 cooking. I'm going to finish up this inventory, go deposit everything into the bank, and we're going to check how much cooking XP we have and then figure out how many more fish we need to catch. We have 240k XP left, and with some quick napkin math, that actually comes out to roughly 3,075 fish of trout and salmon combined. Okay, here we are, finished up the inventory. Now let's head over to Fishing Trawler, because that's where we're going to be doing all of our cooking. Refresh. There we go. 91 is banked. We're going to go ahead and start cooking all of our sweet corn. See you back at the next level. There's 86 cooking. There's 87 cooking. There's 88 cooking. There's level 89 cooking. There is 90 cooking. And on top of that, that is 1250 total level. All right, folks. Well, we have finally gotten to the end of our huge stack of fish. We have 4 salmon left. So we're going to go ahead and get those cooked. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Level 91 cooking. And getting that level allows us to cook manta rays, which we're going to do right now. We have 16 of them. Hopefully we don't burn them. And this should also complete the diary task. Okay, there's one burnt. There's two. There we go. 2 chunk tasks complete. We have completed the elite task in the Arduin area, and we have cooked manta rays. Yeah, chunk tasks complete, and that is a chunk complete, everybody. Returning to our simplified chunk color system, rolling Port Gizzard means we have 1 less orange chunk to roll, and all 3 adjacent chunks that were just added fall under the green category. So our odds of not rolling into a massive grind is looking pretty good at the moment. Alright, well, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. What do we get? Crumble on shore. Oh, that's water! Yes! Yes, let's go. Alright. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Water! Here we go. Blacklist. Okay. So it's unlocked, but I don't have access to any of the land at the moment, so I don't get any tasks. That's how that works. Okay, so unfortunately that is 1 less water chunk. Yeah, so 1 less to go. Is that a saleable corner? What do we think? I didn't test this pixel. That's the most extreme corner content. Yeah, that's more corner content water-wise than this one. This is like the meme that lots of people have rolled before. Yeah, seems unlikely. As mentioned, there's no new adjacent chunks, so all that did was get rid of a water chunk. Here are the new odds. Now let's roll again. Here we go. Chunk rolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick chunk. Okay, Camelot. We are going to have some chunk tasks here. So Merlin's Crystal. Up to step 1. Meeting number 6 is teleport to Camelot, which we can totally do. And pick some limpwort root from the farming patch in Cathal, which we'll plant and we'll complete later. And this is just talking to King Arthur. Yeah, so we'll get that done and started. Let's mark these as rollable. You can't go up this way without having White Wolf Mountain. So yeah, let's hop back into the game and get this going. Oh no, we don't have any limpwort seeds. Let's at least get some limpwort seeds from Draenor. I feel like that would be bad if we didn't at least plant it for the task. Alright, we got our limpwort seed pretty quickly. So let's go ahead and complete 1 chunk task by teleporting into Camelot. There we go, chunk task complete. I have not changed this on the map, which I should have done. We're gonna go ahead and talk to King Arthur to begin the I keep saying Merlin's Crystal quest. Welcome to my court. I want to become a knight. Start the quest. Okay. Okay, here's step 1, I think. And I have to go upstairs, which I cannot do. So now we're done there. That's a chunk test complete. Merlin's Crystal is the story of how he gets cursed with a lisp. That's cursed. And then we have our limpwort seed, so the last thing that we need to do is just get some fine raking content in here. We'll bump this up to max. Everybody, are you ready? So good. Alright, limpwort seed has been planted. Now that goes right back off. Alright, well, we're gonna save the finishing part of that for after the stream because I don't want to wait 20 minutes to roll again, but we'll consider that a chunk task complete for now. So let's go ahead and swap back over to the chunk picker. Alright, Merlin's Crystal. I said it correctly that time. Done. Teleport to Camelot. Done. And we'll just leave this up here for now as a reminder to ourselves to make sure that we harvest this dang thing. So yeah, we have another chunk roll to do. Okay, after rolling Camelot, we've added 2 new green chunks being Sears Village and White Wolf Mountain. Sears Village will require us to get some new forestry unlocks since we'll have maples, and there'll be a couple of quests to do, but overall, that shouldn't be terrible. White Wolf Mountain does have ice giants, but we wouldn't get the curve bone task until we roll the Catherby Shore chunk, so that stays green as well. So let's see what we get. Alright, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. Okay, White Wolf Mountain. Complete fishing contest up to step 1. Talk to either dwarf at the entrance of the mountain. Yeah, let's hop back in game and get this done and we'll roll again. It's awesome. Lots of free real estate here. Okay. Yeah, I don't have to go very far. I just rolled the chunk right beside me. And let's talk to this guy. start another quest. I'm bigger than you let me buy. That's funny. There we go, start the fishing contest. I get a fishing pass, and now I have to go to Eminster, which I can't do. That's a chunk task complete. Let's go, chunk complete. Well, -1 green chunk, and now Catherby Shore is looking extra red because of that curve bone grind. Let's see what we get. Everybody ready again. We're gonna do a much shorter countdown this time. 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. Sears Village. Okay, we get to see Hannibal. That is my first maple logs. So I think we're gonna have some forestry tasks to do there. Interestingly enough. What is happening? Why am I up this way? Wait, construction? Ah, what? Hang on. Wait. So, let's talk about that. Before I get into explaining something that's honestly not even worth explaining, let's just let the stream clip play out so you can see how truly unbothered I was by this decision. Wait. Oh, estate agent. Duh. But what are my training methods? What does it even say? Oh, fishing trawler? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, if you all seen Quad did the same thing. I mean, we can actually start lamping construction, which is cool. Yeah, okay, so that's gone now. Yeah, this is a meme grind. So I'm essentially going to ignore that I can get construction XP from fishing trawler at all. Why? Well, despite what Flimsy Fimble thinks when they posted this comment in Limpwort's Discord, I'm not skipping it because I simply don't want to do it. I've done the back of the napkin math in the past when my buddy Quad ran into the same issue. So in a sense, I knew what I was up against. However, after actually running the numbers for this video, it's even worse than I thought. Let's talk about the method. Basically, it's patching holes on the fishing trawler with swamp paste. That's it. Each time you patch a hole, you get 5 token construction XP, which uses 1 swamp paste. So at 5 XP each, that means you'd have to patch 2.6 million holes. At absolute max efficiency, assuming there's a leak 100% of the time, which there's not, you could theoretically do about 80 patches per 5-minute game, but this is really only 80 patches per 6.5 minutes, due to the wait time between games and the cutscenes. At that rate, you're looking at about 738 patches per hour max, which would take over 3,500 hours of fishing trawler on its own. Just to put that into perspective, even at the time of editing this video, over 6 months later, I've barely crested over 3,000 hours played on the account as a whole. But let's keep going. As mentioned, repairing the leaks uses 1 swamp paste per repair, so I'd also need 2.6 million swamp paste. Each swamp paste costs 42 GP, and buying from the Khazar General Store, whose prices go up 1% per item you purchase, even buying only 50 per world, I'd need over 141 million GP. Forget about the GP for a second, and add in about 115 hours of world hopping at max efficiency as well, ignoring the world hop timer, which I would hit about 130 times while hopping worlds over 52,000 times. Now for the money. I don't have 141 million GP, and my best moneymaker at the moment is making and alking rune plate legs, which I've calculated out to be about 235k GP per hour, meaning we're looking at another 600 hours of money making alone. If you want to see the individual breakdowns of how I got there, pause the video here. So add all this together and you'll see we're well over 4,200 hours for this grind. Forgive me, but fuck that. So if you're like DJ and Dora, who responded to Flimsy Fimble, and think this sounds unsubscribe worthy,
I want you to know it's over.
Well, bye.
For the record, Dijandara apologized. Okay, so everyone good? We square? Great. Before we talk about the Sears Village chunk tasks, let's skip forward in time just to wrap up the Camelot task of growing that Limpwort root. Pick the Limpwort and chunk task complete. And that's Camelot officially complete. Okay, onto the Sears Village chunk tasks. As mentioned, the maple trees located here provide a new resource to the account, being maple logs. Now that we have access to these logs, there are a few forestry tasks that we can complete now, including obtaining our first piece of woodcutting XP boosting gear, the lumberjack boots. We can also obtain the closed pouch blueprint now, and the log brace, which is required to make the sturdy harness, which can be combined with the forestry backpack and the log basket to create the forestry basket. Keeping with the wood theme here, there's a medium Kandarin diary task to string a maple shortbow in a Sears Village bank, and a hard task to create a yew longbow from scratch in and around Sears Village. We get to make a bit more progress on the Merlin's Crystal quest. Let's see if I do better at pronouncing it this time. Next, we get to complete the entirety of the Elemental Workshop 1 quest, a true classic. In doing that, we will be obtaining a new best in slot item, being the Elemental Shield, which will be amazing once we unlock Wyverns. While we're down in the workshop, we can kill one of each of the elementals to complete an easy Kandarin diary task. Then there's a couple of easy diary tasks, being to play the organ in Sears Church and to buy a stew from the Sears pub. Finally, there's an untracked unique we can get here, being the Corrupted Kite Shield, which will be our first piece of corrupted armor. And that's it. Not a difficult chunk at all, but it'll just take a bit of time to cut all the maple logs we need for those unlocks. So let's knock these out and we'll be rolling again very soon. First, let's come down here and we will play the church organ. Play the organ. That's an easy task complete. Chunk task complete.
I'm telling you, this RuneScape guy, he's good. And he likes beer.
Just like you, Carl.
Just like me.
Speaking of, would you like another?
You know it. Oh, look. He's in Sears Village. I wonder if he's going to...
Oh, so ye scallywags were enjoying me tale, were ye?
Of course. I mean, aye, sailor.
Then brace yourselves, 'cause the voyage stops here. This here tale sails no further till he reaches 10,000 loyal subscribers.
What? You all haven't subscribed to him yet? Everybody get your heads out of your asses and subscribe. I want to watch the rest of the video, damn it. I said now.
Hey, look, a new subscriber. Hey, look, a new subscriber.
Aye, that's more like it. Now then, barkeep, serve me one of your finest stews, and be quick about it.
Look, if I give you a stew, will you please give me my remote back?
A remote, ye say? Sounds like some cursed contraption. Fair winds to ye.
Did you see he mastered the smithing skill?
I saw the cape, Carl.
He's so cool. He's so cool.
Oh yeah, he's the coolest.
You're my best friend, you know that? I love you, man.
I love you too?
Oh, I got a joke. A beaver walks into a bar.
Oh, Lord.
Well, no. 7 beavers walk into a bar.
Oh,
all right?
Really, Carl? Really?
Short bow and string it. There we go. Medium task complete, and that's a chunk task complete. Now we're gonna go chop a U log. All right, stage 1, nice. There we go. Stage 2 and stage 3. Hard task complete. Chunk task complete. Let's go. All right, I have to talk to this person with oak logs and vial in my inventory, and they give me a corrupted kite shield. So that's cool, and that's another chunk task complete. I do want to go ahead and actually buy my house, so let's talk to the estate agent. What can I do for you? How can I get a house? I can sell you a starting house in Remington. I'll buy a starter house. Unfortunately, yes I do. Okay, well we have a house. Alright, I went ahead and killed the rest of the elementals. Alright, there we go. Nice, that is a chunk task complete. There we go. Elemental Workshop 1 completed. And best in slot Elemental Shield. Alright, Sir Lancelot. Hello. Alright, hide in here. Now we go to Keep Le Fay. Spacebar through all the dialogue, as one does, and get out of the crate. There we go, we're at Keep Le Fay. Let's see if we even need Protect from Melee. Tell me how to untrap Merlin. Alright, Bat Bones acquired. I have to go get a bucket of wax. Insect repellent on here. Try to get some wax. I got the wax. Now I go to the candle maker. There we go, black candle. Alright, and then I have to talk with the Lady of the Plate, which I can't do, or I have to learn the magic words, which I can't do. So, that's all that I can do. I guess we'll call that chunk test complete. At this point in the stream, I had done everything I could without chopping a ton of logs for those forestry unlocks. I wasn't going to be able to schedule another chunk rolling stream in the next day or two, so following in Ver's footsteps, when he first unlocked maple logs, I just continued rolling and planned on coming back to the rest of these tasks later, which I'll show you right now. Alright, I should have everything that I need in order to unlock my lumberjack boots, which is a good first thing to get because it gives you some XP. So let's go ahead and grab those. There we go, that's a chunk task complete. Alright, another quick unlock here. We have 300 maple logs and 300 willow logs. So we can go ahead and actually buy our clothes pouch blueprint. There we go. Chunk task complete. Alright folks, we are able to finally finish off this chunk, like officially now. We can go ahead and buy the log brace. 300 maple logs, 300 yew logs. Yeah, there we go. Log brace acquired. Chunk task complete. And now we have to make this into a sturdy harness. Okay, I believe I have everything that I need here. So first things first, I have to make some steel nails. And now we can use the log brace on here. Nope. Oh, you just do it in the inventory. That's very interesting. All right, and then now we can remove the forestry kit. And we can use this together with that, and it combines it all together, making a forestry kit. And that is chunk complete. So let's get back to the stream and roll again. If you all remember from last episode, I introduced this multicolored chunk map to more generally explain what grinds lie ahead in our rollable chunks. To recap, green is good/fast, orange is okay, but will take a week or so, red is bad/slow, probably taking months to complete, and blue is water chunks that are saleable during the Pandemonium quest. Not much has changed since last time, except now there are 2 more green chunks, being Sinclair Mansion and McGrubber's Wood, so let's get rolling and hope we unlock more water before sailing comes out. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pick chunk. Okay, there it is. 99 fletching. That's okay. That's not too bad. I do have to get all the big fish, so that is, yeah, that's gonna be a lot. Oh, and summer pie. Of course, but that's okay too because I'm going to be fishing a lot of bass and shark and stuff like that. So blue will have. Oh wait, curve bone. Wait, from what? Ice giants? Yeah, I wasn't aware of the curve bone at this point in time. Lucky me. Okay, well, this is going to be a long one, folks. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long one indeed, but let's discuss why. First and foremost, Hickton is located here, who is the fletching skill master. So as with all skill masters in my chunks, okay, most skill masters in my chunks, we have to get 99 in the respective skill in order to purchase their skill cape. Thankfully, we did just unlock Sears Village and all its woody wonder, so hopefully this one will prove to be a bit easier now, although it will still take some time. Next, we have to get 95 cooking in order to bake a summer pie. This one was inevitable, only waiting on access to a fruit tree patch, so it could have been a lot worse if we rolled something like the Brimhaven docks. At least here, we'll be doing a ton of fishing, meaning we'll be banking a lot of cooking XP. Speaking of fishing, our first fishing related task is to catch a raw mackerel here in Catherby, which is an easy diary task. Also for diary tasks, we have to get a pet fish from Harry, and catch and cook a bass in Catherby, which I bet we'll be doing a lot of since we'll be on the hunt for the first of 3 big fish, the big bass. If you didn't already know, you have a 1 in 1,000 chance to catch a big bass each time you would normally catch a raw bass, but since you can catch a bunch of different items while big net fishing, this is a lot more difficult than it may seem. Next, we have to catch a big swordfish. Similar story here, as when you're fishing for swordfish, you're actually more likely to catch a tuna. So at a rate of 1 in 2,500 from swordfish alone, the expected drop rate per fish caught at these spots is more than double that. Our final big fish is the big shark, which drops at a whopping rate of 1 in 5,000. Luckily, there's no other fish that can be caught at shark spots, but I have seen many chunk accounts go extremely dry on this grind, so let's hope we aren't one of them. To round out the tasks, we must obtain both a long and a curved bone from ice giants. The long bone I'm not too concerned about, as it drops at a rate of 1 in 400, but the curved bone seems incredibly daunting, dropping at a rate of over 1 in 5,000. Time is running out before the release of sailing, so we'd better get started on some of these massive grinds. Alright, so we are going to get started on some of these tasks in East Catherby, but before we do, I do have my first fruit tree patch. Yeah, I'm going to start getting some really nice passive farming XP. I have a good bit of seeds from when I did my forestry grind, so we're going to start with apple, and unfortunately, I don't actually have any sweet corn at the moment. Literally, when I was doing my calculation for what I would need for my cooking XP, I saw all of my sweet corn. I looked it up and I was like, oh, what else do I need raw sweet corn for? And I saw the apple tree thing and I was like, oh, surely I won't need that. Hopefully not too many of these will die. We have access to super compost, so not really a huge deal. Okay, got all of my saplings, or well, my seeds planted into saplings. Yep, have these in the bank. Even added the little placeholders for the palm tree, the dragon fruit tree, and the kumquats. All right, here we go, raking the apple tree patch. There we go. All right, apple tree planted, super composted, put all that stuff back. Now let's move on to some other easy chunk tasks. First things first, I need to go away from Catherby, make some molten glass because I don't have any, because I need to make a fish bowl. All right, let's head over here to our one and only furnace. Let's make our first molten glass on the account. And I should have brought a teleport back to Camelot. Okay, I need to make a single fish bowl. Nice. All right, so we have 3 diary tasks that we can pretty easily knock out. Let's first put water in this fish bowl and then some seaweed. Can I get a fish for this bowl? Yes, you can. There we go. Yep, I'll take it. All right, there we go. Tiny net. Yay, all right. And I got 1 fishing XP for that. How cute. All right, we have a little pet fish. And that is task complete. All right, next we have to catch a mackerel, and we also have to catch and cook a bass in Catherby. Okay, we have some leather boots. Interesting. All right, there's my mackerel, so that's a chunk task complete. And we should catch a bass from here as well. Well, there we go. Now I have to cook it, cook the bass, and that is another chunk task complete. Oh, leather boots are new? I didn't have them before? What? Wild. Okay. Interesting. I need to reset my XP goal. 2 big goals for this chunk as far as levels go, which I think we're probably just going to reach the cooking level with all the fishing that we have to do. Trying to get the big bass, big swordfish, and big shark, which we will start on here soon, but I do want to go do one more thing before I forget. All right, here on White Wolf Mountain, if we come right over here and mine this rock slide. Now we go down, go up right here, and then down right here. Alright, so here is the first spot. I do have a bunch of ice giants that I can kill in this area. Oh, this is a safe spot. Let's go ahead and just kill one, see how Fire Strike actually does here. It's supposed to be fairly decent because of their 100% elemental weakness. Yeah, I just hit a 14. So I think the max hit is actually 18. Okay, cool. That wasn't too bad. Oh, my Ring of Wealth picked up the 53 coins for me, so that's cool. And we have our first big bones on the account. That is massive. But what I'm really down here for is actually a nice pair of ice gloves from the Ice Queen. Again, I should have brought a teleport. I don't know why I keep doing this. I just keep forgetting that I actually have a teleport. Oh, genie. Nice. Level 4 Slayer. Very cool. Alright, let's make sure that we don't accidentally go outside of our chunk when we come over to this ladder. Very scary, okay. There we go, ice gloves. That is a new item on the account. Alright, so here is my fishing outfit. We're gonna go ahead and get started on our fishing grind. So we're gonna go for the big bass first, and then we're gonna go for the big swordfish, and then we're gonna go for the big shark. Alright, first inventory. This is what I have so far. I'm not gonna keep all these things all the time, but I do need to probably have some leather boots in the bank. Also, because I haven't previously had any bass, we'll be able to see exactly how many bass it took to get our big bass. But let's get started. One more thing that I forgot that we can get from this is actually leather gloves. I don't have those yet, so add those to the bank right there. We'll get like a few more, and then we'll start dropping those too. Alright, we are up to 7 bass. Gosh, where's my big bass? So unlucky. Alright, so we have our first apple tree grown. And this right here is actually the reason why we have to make a summer pie, because we can finally obtain the cooking apples, which are required to finish off the summer pie. And now we get 6, so we're gonna store those into our bank after we note them with the tool leprechaun. I should have brought money to have Elena chop down this tree, but I'm gonna plant another apple tree and keep going, because I'd much rather have the farming XP. Hey, there is the big bass right here. That's a big bass. Big bass. Big bass. OSRS Beats, I'm sorry for butchering your song. It had to be done for the bit. Alright, let's see how many that was. 463. So yeah, we definitely got lucky on that. That's awesome. Next is going to be the swordfish. Alright, we're going to get our first fishing level while hunting the big swordfish here. Level 86 fishing. With this book of knowledge, we are going to get level 5 Slayer. I could kill crawling hands if I ever make it to Mauritania. Hey, I just got the big swordfish. Alright. That, I think that came pretty quickly. Let me check. Yeah, another lucky one. This is the number of swordfish that I cooked, or fished, cooked. That's pretty lucky. I feel like I'm gonna go pretty dry on the shark now. You know what? That's okay. We need a lot of cooking XP. Let's move on to the sharks. Alright, I just fished my first inventory of sharks, and we have 25 raw. We have 1 cooked right here, and I also burned 1, so I'm not going to cook anymore until I actually get the big shark. That'll be however many sharks it's going to take us to get the big shark. Hopefully we don't go too dry, but like I said, we need a lot of cooking XP, and having sharks on the account is not a bad thing. So 1 in 5,000. Let's go. Okay, I fished a few sharks already. We're about a 20th of the way to the drop rate. But I would like to try something else for now. I'm a little bored of fishing at the moment, so let's go ahead and try to chase after at least the long bone from the ice giants. Let's just buy some air runes. We'll use up these chaos runes. We'll hope we get lucky. All right, so here we are. There are 3 ice giants right up in this spot, so that's really nice. I have fire strike, or well, fire bolt selected here, and if I know safe spots correctly, I should be able to fire right over this ladder. Oh, well, never mind, but this works. You just back up. We're gonna try our best to get the longbone here. Longbone or the curved bone, either one would be great. I actually have both firebolt and fire strike, so I can probably save some runes. If I get down a little bit closer to the end of the kill, I can use fire strike because it'll hit less than firebolt. Well, there is 44 prayer, and that unlocks eagle eye for me. So that's pretty cool. Probably not going to be using that for a while though. And next level is actually going to be Mystic Might. That's going to be cool as well. Well, there's 54 hit points at 62 combat. We currently have about 105 ice giant kills, so quarter of the way to the longbone drop. Still haven't seen a longbone or a curved bone. I just got 69 magic. Alright, with this lamp, level 7 Slayer. So that means that we can kill cave bugs. That's our first like Slayer specific creature that we're probably fairly close to. You know, if we ever get the swamp right here. There's 70 magic on mobile, and there's 71 magic. Look at that. 64 combat as well. Very nice. Alright, we finally got the longbone. That is a chunk task complete. I have 460 kills on the tracker, and another like 450 something on mobile. So we were a bit dry on that. So now we're just hunting after the elusive curved bone. Literally like 8 kills later, another long bone. Alright, well now we're starting to catch up. Alright, well, curved bone soon? Maybe? Maybe? That'd be nice. Here's a cool level. Level 72 magic. I can wield a nightmare staff without the orb. That's cool. 65 combat to boot. Okay. Alright, one more fish. If I can get it on recording. Any time now. Yay! 87 fishing. Let's go. Alright, we are reaching another Slayer milestone here with this lamp that we just got. That's level 10. Can now kill cave crawlers. We are now over 5,000 shark. So we are a little dry on the big shark. Not a big deal, because like I said, having a bunch of shark in the bank is not a bad thing. I'm gonna wait to see how much banked XP we have in cooking once we actually get the big shark. So I hope that it comes soon-ish, maybe? It either needs to come soon, or I just need to have like 95 banked by the time that I get done. We'll see. Well, there is 88 fishing without the big shark. Not really a huge deal, but we did get 1275 total level, so that's pretty cool. Will we get to 89 without getting the big shark? If we do, that's another 4,051 sharks. So hopefully not. Or hopefully. I don't know. I'm really kind of torn. Having a lot of sharks would be pretty cool, and I don't see a reason why I would ever even be fishing these again. So, who knows. Still hunting the curved bone. There's level 73 magic. I can cast Enfeeble. Currently sitting at about 1,200 kills total. 1,200, 1,300, something like that. Oh, and soon after, 60 hit points. That's cool. 66 combat as well. Okay, well, the unthinkable has happened here. I'm gonna be getting 89 fishing without getting the big shark. So definitely going dry. Let's actually run to the bank and see how dry we are. Oof, 9,400. Okay, that's a bit more than I was thinking. With this book of knowledge, we actually get another pretty big milestone. Level 15 Slayer. I can now kill banshees if I ever get close to them. We're about 13% of the way through level 89, still no big shark. Alright, we have another lamp. 17 Slayer. We can now kill cave slimes, which is good because those actually exist within the Lumbridge swamp caves. Next unlock, I believe, is going to be level 20 for the rock slugs. It finally happened. Oh my gosh, big shark right there. I'm almost level 90 fishing. Let's see. This is time. Insert 12,901. Alright, so all of this stuff is in my bank now. I do have some uncooked food, and I really want to see if I have everything that I need for 95 cooking. So check out the whole window over here. Look at the banked XP for cooking. There we are. Level 95 is banked. So yeah, that's cool. It's basically free. Very, very happy about that. All right, well, let's go on to the next grind. Probably just gonna cook a lot of food while I AFK or something. So in this inventory, we're going to reach the end of our non-high level fish. So we just have some swordfish left. We've cooked everything else, and we are not quite to level 92. And I know that when I looked at all of the different raw shark that we have, I said we definitely have enough sharks to get to level 95, but calculation is going to be a little bit more difficult than that because we do have a burn rate on these sharks, unfortunately, and without some very specific combination of things that we do not have, we're not going to be able to stop burning these sharks. I'm going to get myself up to level 92, and then we'll do some fairly simple calculations from level 92 to level 95 and see if we have enough shark. It's going to be pretty close, I can tell you that. Alright, there we go. That's 92 cooking. So let me show you the calculations that I came up with. So based off of the different burn rates of sharks at the different levels, for level 92 to level 93, we'll need 3,452 total sharks attempted to be cooked. Similarly, we'll need 3,776 to get from level 93 to 94. Then we'll need 4,132 to get from level 94 to 95. Brings us to a grand total of 11,360 sharks. So let's get these cooked and let's make sure that we actually have enough sharks in the bank. Alright, there we go, 12,194. Unless we burn more than 800 sharks out of our average, I think that we will be fine. So let's keep going. There's 93 cooking. That is pretty cool. 2 more levels to go. Well, this was unexpected. I was doing some farming and I got a Hespori seed. That's a new collection log. Alright, there's 94 cooking. 1 more level to go. Alright, so I'm not sure how this happened, but I am out of sharks and I don't have 95 cooking yet. I swear I did a calculation, so I'm not sure what went wrong, but I'm gonna be about 300 sharks short. I think we're gonna be like 60-ish K short on cooking XP, so we'll have to just do that. So I'll be back when I have 95 cooking. Alright, so we have about 24 more to cook, and we have 27 shark in the inventory here, so let's see if this is enough. Alright, if we burn 1 more, we're not going to make it. Ah, dang. Alright, I'll see you back in the next load. We need 6 more, so should probably get like 10 just to be safe. Alright, we have 10 more sharks. Let's see if this works. Alright, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, 5 for 5, of course. And there we go, 95 cooking. That is the level that we need to complete this chunk task. I can now cook summer pies. That's huge. Alright, thankfully, my boy White in here actually sells pots of flour. Have some jugs of water. Let's do pastry dough. We'll get 9 pastry doughs. Put the pastry dough in the pie dish. Now we have 2 pie shells. Summer pie. Let's see. Strawberries, watermelon, and cooking apple. There we go. Raw summer pies. And now we can hopefully cook one of these successfully and complete our chunk task. Burn. Successful cook. There we go. Chunk task complete. 95 cooking done. So now all that's left is the curved bone and a measly 99 fletching. Alright, I'm back killing ice giants, and I just got another long bone. That is my 3rd long bone and 1,108 kills. I did not mean to miss this, but this is a pretty huge level. 75 magic. I can cast Fire Wave now, which would be really freaking cool against these ice giants, but blood runes are not that easy to come by. Fire Strike will do for now. Still hunting the curved bone. In total, we're about 2,400 kills now. Grab this little big bone right here and bury it.
And that is 49 prayer, which unlocks redemption. And that is a pretty huge prayer for PVM, if you aren't familiar. Alright, I just got a blood rune drop, and, you know, these 2 blood runes are taking up some inventory space while I'm on my trip, so I might as well get rid of them. Let's see what kind of damage they can do. Oh, you can't make it up. Oh, man. All right. See, attempt number 2. Bro. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, nice. I wasn't going to record this because I didn't think it was very exciting, but I got level 76 magic, and that put me at 1300 total. So that's pretty cool. Alright, we are going to take a little break from trying to hunt the curved bone. About 3,000 kills in total. No curved bone just yet. About another 2,000 kills to go until we reach the drop rate. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and start getting set up for my other chunk task, which is fletching. Alright, so here's going to be my woodcutting outfit for the time being. It is October, so, you know, you got to get the spooky season going. Gotta rock the smithing hood too, just for a small bit of flex. You guys see that I'm using the felling axe, right? Well, you might be asking yourself, if you want a bunch of logs for fletching, why are you using the axe that gives you a chance to not cut a log whenever you gain XP? Well, that actually only happens whenever you have forester's rations and your forestry kit here. And I took all of mine out. So unless you, so if you take all those out, then, you know, your felling axe just acts as a normal axe. And that is what I want, because I want all the logs that I can be getting. I'm not trying to AFK. Okay, with this lamp, we can actually get level 20 Slayer, which means I can kill rock slugs. Okay, so after this set of arrow shafts, I will be completely finished making all of my headless arrows. I actually have way more than I need for the arrow tips that I have right now, but I just wanted to go ahead and finish off all the ones that I had in the bank. And I was going to go ahead and finish off all these arrows, get a bunch of fletching XP and whatnot, but I kind of want to do something differently. Oh look, there's Chunk Catherby. Yeah, I just kind of want to do something different, and I want to actually play on my Ironman at the moment, so it'd be good to AFK. I think I'm going to do maple trees is what I'm thinking. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just do some wood cutting, and we'll go from there. Alright, we're getting started now. It doesn't look like I'm chopping this tree, but I was, and now I'm going to chop this tree. Didn't get any yet, but we're looking for about 87,454 logs. That's what we need to finish off all the banked XP for level 99 fletching. There's level 93 woodcutting, so I'm actually going to go kill some more giants. I'm getting a hankering to do that again. So yeah, let's plop this stuff back in the bank and hop back on the giant grind. Well, this was bound to happen. I clicked over here and it must have accidentally pathed me over here, and yeah, I ran right over here. So I unlocked the kingdom track. That sucks. Alright, I have a beginner clue I can do. This is an extremely inconvenient route, so I am not going to do any more of these. The next beginner clue that I get that I could use is just going to go straight to my bank. Alright, went ahead and stopped by Port Sarim, spent over like 125k on runes, just so I can restock, because I'm using a lot of fire strikes. Trying to get that curved bone is definitely dipping into my money reserves, but it's okay. We're actually getting plenty of nature runes, and we still have all the runite ore, or well, the runite bars that we have that we can make into the rune 2H's and alch those. When we need money, we can make money. Let's see if this is going to be a two-step clue or not. It is. What do we get? More runes. Okay. Currently sitting at 2359 ice giants on the tracker on here, and haven't done any additional kills on mobile, so probably about 3,200 total kills, something like that. If we can get one more log here, we'll get one more level. There we go, level 94. Alright, I was able to complete an easy clue from all of my woodcutting. So let's open it and see what we get. Oh, nice! Black plate body G. Oh, and black pickaxe. That's actually 2 collection log slots.
Oh wait, I have the perfect thing to go with this black plate buddy. Oh yeah, Wizard Hat G. Look at that. Looking good, looking good. And with this bone, that is level 50 prayer. Very nice milestone. Here comes another milestone, 78 magic. Alright, here's a cool level 79 magic. Of course, this freaking ice giant hit me, so I can't show you the level up message, but yeah, that exists. That's a pretty cool level. I have another thing coming here soon. These 2 bones, we will be getting our next prayer level as well. There we go, 52 prayer, and that is actually the last prayer that we have access to on the prayer book. Smite. So we can go PKing now. Very nice. Yeah, all the rest of these you have to unlock, which we aren't going to have for a while. So just as an update here, we are currently sitting at 3,300 ice giants on this tracker, and then on mobile I have like 1,250-ish or something like that. So we are approaching the 5,000 kill milestone. Hopefully we get it before the drop rate. Going post drop rate on this would feel really bad. All right, I really did not think that this was going to be happening in this chunk. There we go. Level 80 magic. That is an absolutely massive level, and that's also 72 combat. As you can see over here, we have 3,891 ice giants on the tracker here. I just double checked. We're at like 1,300 or 1,426 or something like that on mobile, so we're definitely over drop rate now. Not a big fan of that. We must keep going. Okay, so I was really hoping that we wouldn't get to this part in this chunk, but there we go, level 81 magic just from trying to get this freaking curve bone. That's also 73 combat, and yeah, we are still dry on the curve bone, obviously. On our loot tracker here, which you can't see, we have 4,301 kill exactly, and then on mobile, I think I'm sitting at like 1,700 or something like that, so that's about 6,000 kills. Anyway, yeah, it's about 30 hours until Sailing comes out, which is pretty epic. So yeah, this is definitely going to be my last magic level before that grind starts and a whole new era of this account begins. So unless I get the curve bone before 30 hours from now, this will probably be one of the last clips that you actually see before the end of this video. Okay, well, yeah, last clip unless I get the curve bone, which might be now. Oh my god, it happened. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my gosh. All right, we have the curve bone. Let's see. On my tracker here it says 4504. I'm gonna log out real quick and check mobile. Oh my gosh, I got my heart racing from that. I honestly did not expect to get it before sailing. 1780 on mobile. So yeah, 6,284. So a little over 1,250-ish dry. Honestly, not too bad. Could have been a whole lot worse. But yeah, we have the curve bone, and now we technically only have one chunk task to do before finishing this chunk, but we know that that's not going to happen since Sailing comes out in about 26 hours from now. So yeah, 99 fletching is not going to happen in between then and now. So yeah, this is where we're going to end this video. Whew. Wow, that's awesome. I don't have to deal with these guys anymore. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy. Alright, see you later. Alright, well, you've made it here. 5.5 hours later. And I'm gonna try to do this with no edits or cuts or script or anything like that. Yeah, it has been a journey these first 10 episodes, so I really appreciate you all watching. Obviously, keep a lookout for the next episode that's going to be the start of the Sailing arc. As I said before, it has been, 3/4 of a year since Sailing came out, so I've definitely made some pretty decent progress there. I am stuck on a pretty heavy grind right now, but, it's nothing that I'm not going to be able to handle. I'm almost finished with it, actually, so yeah, look forward to the next episode. I also want to give a big shout out to the channel members. A lot of you still stuck around through all these different gaps in content. Alexander Nielsen, Magia Arabera, and Cuss OSRS at the Emerald tier, and as always to Kitty at the Sapphire tier. Thank you all so much for your support, and yeah, thanks everybody for watching. 5.5 hours later, you're still here. That is surprising to me. Unless it's just me talking to myself 30 years from now when I'm looking back on this journey of my life and reminiscing. If that's the case, hello me. I hope you're doing well. Alright, well, for the last time before our next sailing video, fair winds and following seas to you all, me hearties.